I'm going to call to order this special meeting of the Scottsdale Unified School District. The date is April 4th. The time is 9:06, and we will have a roll call from my far left. Allison Beckham. Kim Hartman. Sandy Kravis. Pam Kirby. Barbara Perleberg. All board members are present, and we do have a quorum. Board Member Beckham, will you lead us in the pledge, please? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. For the record, too, I think we'll have everyone go around and introduce themselves as well. Starting with Dr. Nance.
Steve Nance.
Laura Smith.
Louis Hartwell.
Pam Fitton. Anna McCollum.
Erin Helm.
Denise Birdwell. Sandra Cromwell.
Michael Lorsch.
Thank you. And we'll dive right into agenda item 3, board meeting training, part 2.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Dr. Birdwell, any thoughts before we get started? Any kind of reflection of yesterday?
I certainly would give some thoughts, but, again, it's just so powerful to not take a year discussing something like the core purpose or business definition and to really get that work done and have focus. So I thought it was really positive yesterday. There might be some
Other thoughts, yeah.
board members that have some thoughts.
I'll be the outlier here. The more I thought about it, when I read core purpose, I think our core purpose up there fits that definition. When I read the book, I read it as to be inspired and to have this aspiration, and it was going to be something that, when I read it, really want to get me up in the morning. And it was interesting because last night I was stuck in a car with some people for 2 hours trying to get out of the game. And it's funny because you're 7 inches from other people and you're forced to have these conversations you wouldn't have normally. And I won't go into the conversation, but it made me start thinking. And it was about inspiration because one of the individuals who's in their late 50s kind of is done and isn't inspired by anything more, and he's kind of in shock that he's not. And so it really made me think about, to ensure all individual learners reach their full potential. I think that's something that we do and we understand, and to me, it's almost the business definition. But that doesn't inspire me. And it was interesting when we went around and talked about what inspired us to get up in the morning and do what we want to do. I was thinking about that core purpose, and that just doesn't do it for me. So I would give it a this morning. Not that I think it's going to change, but I was thinking about it, and I actually talked to Sandy this morning, and she went over kind of the next, the core values. And the one that's not up there, that maybe is because it's my inspiration, is lifelong learners. And the core purpose, I think, is to make or create or some verb to make lifelong learners. And I reflect on this because of my oldest daughter's university. And when I go to her university, I come back on a high for about a week. And all I say is, I want to work there. I want to be part of that environment. And I think that's always been on my mind. I want people who go to Scottsdale School District to feel that way. That when they're on the campuses, they come away with this incredible energy and about a learning institution. And I think part of that is that institution picks kids that have that potential, but then they really develop it. And so I would like to see a core purpose be more inspirational, but that's just my opinion of what inspirational is.
Holy moly!
So, while lifelong learners is inspirational to you, that term brings me way down. And it brings me down because of, what's that? Because of who I equate with. because it was a tagline that former employees of SUSD used to use all the time, and it meant nothing. It really meant nothing. It was just something that was sexy to say, to be honest. And the reason it brings me down is because I liked it at first, but then nothing ever came of it. It wasn't real. And so now it has this negative connotation with respect to SUSD for me.
Other thoughts, Sandy?
No, I'll skip, I was going to continue to think before I put my mouth.
3 comments. I love what you're saying, Allison, because I kind of walked away with reflecting on that too. And it's interesting, Pam, what you're saying, because what that says to me is, you know, maybe there's still some work to be done, because it's all about, you know, finding whatever the middle is. But I do want to share, it's funny, when I actually originally read this book, it was on when I had a 4-hour flight, and so I read the book, and I did all the exercises, the 6 questions myself, and I was pretty jazzed up at the end of the flight, because it was what inspired me. But it is interesting. On that, I actually said, and once again, this is all for conversation, we exist to create lifelong learners and productive, engaged citizens, which once again, that may not inspire somebody else, but to me, I'm like, that's ultimately what we're here to do, and so it inspires me. So maybe there is something more that we can all talk about. My second item is when I was thinking about the shared values, and I do feel as though we've talked about having to bring that conversation in the context of educators. And I felt like, yeah, that really is kind of missing. I don't know if we'll come up with something different, but to have the conversation on what our behaviors are and not do it from the focus of educators, I think is really a missing point in this, or something we need to at least consider. And then number 3, once we establish what these kind of behaviors, values are, I'm just interested if you are assisting us in the implementation plan of them, because this is just the beginning of a process to, identify cultural values. It's not cultural until the culture feels it, and how we go about doing that is actually a process. So I was just wondering if we're going to talk about that, what that needs to look like, or, how we move that forward. So,
Jenny, have you thought now?
Yeah, I thought a little more. So, okay, I'm not a warm, fuzzy person. And that's like not my thing, like to have like inspiration. I agree with you. I want students to be inspired. But I think if you look at our core values, student focused. We are student focused. We are inspiring our students. I felt that with my kids when they would come home from certain classes and were inspired by their teachers or the subject. So I think we get that inspirational part in education when we hire people that represent the core value of student focus. Does that make sense?
Well, I think what I'm kind of hearing is, in reality, we are all inspired by the students as well. Not so much us, not a tagline, not even really our board. It should be the students inspiring us, driving our decision-making, and all of that. And that's what I like about that message. I also, when I look at those core values, to your point, Kim, I would want every one of those values in every one of our educators. I don't feel we left out teachers at all in those core values. I would want that for all of them. So, and like personally, I'm not a huge fan of the team player. It sounds a little trite to me, but I understand it, and I agree that you have to be that when you're working on campus and you're working with families and developing together. So, I understand. I kind of agree with Sandy. How warm and fuzzy do we want to make it? How tagline-like do we want to make it? Or are we truly trying to define who we are now in SUSD? That's my question.
So my point was that in the past, what we came in to discuss, or what I came in to discuss, was that we have this tagline, a motto. One might say it's a core purpose, or was being used as a core purpose to educate, engage, and empower every student every day. But I don't see that happening. What I hear is a tagline and a motto, and it sounds good, and it's flowery, and it had the rhythm, and Karen and I talked about how in marketing you try to create, educate, engage, empower, and that, but the reality is that's a marketing tool. It's like calling a school traditional that's not traditional. But here, what I liked about the core purpose was it was empowering. So we're going to ensure, that's a call to action. We're going to ensure that all learners reach their full potential. And when you deliver that message, it's the delivery and the explanation and the talk to the employee that gets them to be inspired by it. We're not leaving anybody out. But no matter who enters the doors of our schools, we're going to ensure that they get the very best education and they reach their potentials, that we academically challenge them, that we stretch their learning. And then you define that with them and you talk to them about it when you do the conversations with them. To me, it gives us the springboard to have the inspiring conversation about that work, because that doesn't happen everywhere. Not all individual learners and not their full potential. That's why we have kids sleeping over here, bored silly, and kids over here disengaged. Because then you start talking about what does it mean to do that? What does it mean to do this work? And you have those conversations with the employees, and that jazzes them. But it's a call to action. That's what I liked about it. And I will tell you, in my last district, we did Connect, Engage, Inspire. It was 3 words. But the reality is we had to get in and define what that meant. What does it mean to connect? What does it mean to inspire? What does it mean? And so I see both sides of it. But I think the problem with Scottsdale is we already have a tagline that we need to. It's a nice marketing thing, but we kind of need to shed ourselves out and actually do a call to action. So that's why I kind of liked where we ended, was it's a call to action. We've been sitting back. Let's get busy, get the work done. So that's where I came from.
And I don't mean to be critical, because I get that, but I really don't mean to sound negative, but I was going to what Pam was saying. I wanted to be clear what our purpose is and that people understand it. And by putting ensure in our core purpose, it's also a responsibility on us. So when we may be getting a lot of emails saying, my child is not being, inspired, engaged in the classroom. And I would rather be very concrete and have less what I'll call fuzzies, because I can recall going into the old conference room and there would be these great posters on the walls that looked fabulous. But I never felt that what was going on across the board was necessarily, there were people talking the talk, but I didn't see the walking of the walk. And I'm really more interested in the walking of the walk at this point.
And just to add on that, Dr. Birdwell, you just shared that when you stated the core purpose your way, it's all in the delivery. I mean, I'm like, okay, I'm inspired by that. Okay, so it reminds me what you're saying, Sandy and Dr. Birdwell, it's about delivery and it's about execution. Execution at the end of the day. Those are the things. So we'll say it nicely in the community and do it in a way that's engaging and interesting, but keeping it simple and execution at the end of the day. And if you believe it, that's good enough for me. I mean, just hearing you say it is good. So
I think it allows you to respond to the parents that you've been receiving some emails from to say, you're absolutely right. We are here to ensure that all individual learners, we're going to take care of your needs. Thank you for letting us know you have the problem. And we're going to get to that. We'd like to share that with our superintendent so they can speak to your individual principals and teachers. Because our job is to ensure it. And I think it allows us the verbiage that calls to action the behavior in the classroom.
And I would agree, because you have that ownership, it does become all of a sudden much more inspirational. But if it's not executed, because it wasn't executed, so now it's got a negative. If that had been the tagline of the last 10 years, we didn't do that, then that would have the negative to it.
Yes. And that core value there, that accountability, allows us to say, we're hiring you to be accountable to that core purpose. And so there's a connection between that accountability. which I like, and the student focus is also tagged to it.
And then you're gonna have to describe that to an employee. What do you mean I'm gonna be accountable? What does that look like? What do I have to do to do?
One of the things that we're going to do today is run those core values through a combine of questions, and we're going to look at it from all different sides, and I think you're going to find that's going to be helpful in everybody understanding what we kind of mean by this. Because without any kind of illumination or infusion of passion, it's just stuff, you know.
Yeah.
But that is one of the exercises I wanted to bring to you today is have you really let me look over here, and what about underneath, and see what happens with that.
That's a good question.
So just looking at like the examples, like Nike did to experience the motion of competition, winning and crushing competitors. I've never heard that until yesterday. Nike is just do it. You know, so just because that is their core purpose doesn't mean that they are necessarily going to take out verbatim in marketing materials, right? Then, okay, just
Remember, first usage is here and subsequently out there, if that makes sense. I mean, I worked with a horse trainer, the kind of the big horse trainer that came to the United States from Australia. He's handsome and thrilling to watch, and he's like a horse whisperer guy. Well, they love their clarity so much, they put it they put it all over their trucks, and when he would take the stage at a big arena, these banners would fall, and it was all there. And I'm like, cool, you know, but that's not what I really wanted to see it happen. What I really wanted to see happen is it transformed his company inside. So they could actually produce the kind of stuff that people would go wow about, not just wow because it's coming out of a banner.
I hate to do this. I have a sort of a problem, but I don't have a solution that's on the table. On the core values, team players not sitting right with me either. And I don't know. I'm sitting here looking at it, and is it because it's a noun and all the rest of them are?
Yes.
Is that me?
it does not it's bothering me.
And it's because I agree with the concept.
Exactly.
And I hate there's no parallelism. There's not a parallelism to, and so I like your feedback on that. It's just, am I overthinking it?
No, I don't think so. I mean,
Yeah.
I've been even when I was writing it, I was kind of like, the only thing I would be concerned about is that we start to wordsmith the process, and we try to fit in words that wasn't, because remember that drew itself to the top of the heap.
Mm-hmm.
You guys you sat here and said we cannot go forward with core values without that sentiment in there.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we need to see if there's another way of expressing it.
So that's an interesting piece to consider. You're right, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do that little.
I really have a problem with you. That's right.
First aid rule of thumb. So then when we say, but maybe the issue is that we use a terminology that's really defining of something else that's just kind of a catch-all when you say a team player. But is it commit? When we talked about this yesterday, is it commitment? Is it because a team player, we expect a team player to be committed, that we expect you to have skin in the game, that we expect you to be participatory, that you're going to engage, that you're, it's all these other things that make up team player. And what was your word? Collaborative. And we talked that around.
You and I are in the same wavelength.
So is it collaborative? Because I have a little bit of a rub with collaborative, only because I think it's overused, but the reality is that is what we're also talking about, is being collaborative. And it's not that I dislike the word collaborative.
Well,
I think trainers misuse it over and over. I think I've had it thrown in my face too many times.
Also, collaborative can be viewed as you are not collaborative enough, you're over collaborative, and lacking decisiveness.
I guess from my perspective, it's been thrown back that, you didn't ask all of us. And it's like,
Yeah,
To
exactly.
be a leader, there's a time to collaborate and a time not to
Yeah.
collaborate. And I always use the example, hey, we're having a fire drill. I didn't call all the teachers up and say, are we ready today for the fire drill? No, when there's a fire drill,
Right.
the buzzer goes off and we go. And
Yeah.
Well, and I feel like if it's a core value, we have to live it. And so I think that people can look to that and say, well, but you weren't collaborative in that decision, or you weren't collaborative enough.
I agree. Where we are right now is at a place where there needs to be leadership.
Yeah.
And people with a problem with that want to try collaboration,
And
to the point of ineffective.
And thank you for saying it that way, because I think collaboration is a critically important skill. But it gets misused when I don't get my opinion, and that's what bothers me. So I don't know that at this moment, although I would hope we are a collaborative organization, at this moment, if it's there, will it be misused when we're trying to move the district forward? Because sometimes we're going to have to make direct decisions, like when we've had to do that recently. But it would have been nice to have the time to be collaborative around the TA. We're not in a setting where we could wait. We needed to hire teachers. And if we waited to be collaborative, we'd still be sitting here without contracts.
So, Michael, I heard, we're not going to wordsmith it right now, but it's kind of like a note that we're not comfortable with that word. So are we going to have an opportunity to
I think
rethink it as we go through the process?
I suspect that we could probably resolve it today. Look how much work you did yesterday on clarity, which would take, most companies a year plus to achieve. We can fix that. What we have to find out is where you are, because you said this, which means what?
No.
No and heck no, and I can't even really support it.
Oh.
And so, yeah. We gotta know what our thumb is doing here.
Right, that's right. You just be clear for me.
Yeah, and I
apologize.
get,
Unclear. I apologize.
yeah, I suspect that you feel a little different based on the conversation.
Oh, on the word collaborative?
No,
Oh,
no,
it's
on
not a core.
your feeling about this.
Oh, for a purpose, but that's okay. But I'm used to being that little outlier. I'm kind of over here with inspiration and optimism and idealism, so I'm used to that, and it's okay. I have to bring myself down to more than.
I'm surprised positive didn't stay on those core values. Because you're kind of like the Anna, Pollyanna positive. You need one on every team.
I know.
That's a good thing.
I know.
So on core purpose, this didn't hit me until just listening to this conversation. But to ensure all individual learners reach their full potential as defined by who?
Well, that's why one of the reasons that actually I said academic full potential, or full academic.
But even as defined by who? Because we know we have teachers, principals in this organization who define a student's potential based upon their socioeconomic status. How do we, and so to ensure learners reach their full potential as defined by who? Or by what?
I think we could say that though about most everything that's up there, as defined by who.
Well, this is just, I think this
I think
is,
we need to be able to define it,
When we go out and teach it.
absolutely.
I just think that in this particular case, it's holding us back as an organization. Because we know it is part of our culture that even prior administrators at very high level have said we're doing the best we can with those kids.
But I think that's a misinterpretation of potential. I think the word potential is great, but we have to teach what that means. Everything up here we have to define.
Okay.
But the word potential to me is sky's the limit for everyone. But how you get there, I think in all of this, it doesn't matter what the words are, it's what you do with the words and how you get there.
I guess as all I would like to, as you go out and you share this with the organization and you communicate it, I would like
for it to be conveyed somehow that, how do I say this? As one board member, we have to change our lens of what potential means for our students as compared to what we used to.
Absolutely, and I think we moved that a little bit this year with a conversation about growth mindset. I think that's moved people in the right direction, and we have every intention of continuing to do that
Okay.
forward.
And I'm not, even the higher socioeconomic, I mean, I think to some degree too, we just kind of say, oh, they're good on their own. They're doing just fine. We don't need to stretch them. They're doing great, right?
Absolutely.
So it's both.
I think there's no doubt that this has to be illuminated as we go out and define and clarify for Scottsdale, and to the point of also explaining how we will measure ourselves. And looking at individual growth is important, because if you're in the 90th percentile, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't be continuing to grow.
Right.
And we tend to so I think there's a measurement side of that as we go out that say, as we go forward, and we'll be talking in May about those metrics, as we go forward, we talk about this, but then we say, and let me show you what some of the things are that you're going to be able to look at as a teacher, and what we're going to be looking at as an organization to say, are we reaching students' full potential? Are we moving them forward in their potential? So defining, I think, is going to be very important.
By reach, I would like, is that like the hang-up word for you? I mean, I know for you, how do we find?
No.
Reach could just be like,
No,
I don't get hung up on a plateau. I think,
there's no word
to
that
me,
changes.
stretch or
See, I kinda
grow kind of, you know, I want to make sure that gets more emphasis.
Well, individual's an important word up there too.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
it's all important, but I just want to
Every
make sure.
kid is different,
Reach
every
doesn't
learner is
mean,
different.
oh, they got the A, or they got the B, so it's constant personal growth, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if we're trying to,
Right, you know what I mean?
I think I'm overthinking it. I'm okay. I'm good.
No, but I think you do bring up some really good points, which is maybe what's bothering me about it. When I think of reach for potential, it does have to be on an individual level, because I look at my 3 kids, and it's also, I know what his or her potential is. They may not be ready to developmentally or whatever it is, but they could, you know, you hear kids, you know, blossom in college when they were kind of, you know, floundering and wandering in high school. We knew there was potential there. So we can't ensure every child reach their full potential. But what we can do is that growth mindset, that lifelong learner, that whatever that intrinsic, is that the right word? Intrinsic motivation or value to get there to when they are going to reach it.
I would define potential though as at the time, at that time. You know, you're absolutely right. One kid's going to take longer to learn something than another kid, but what's their potential at that time, right now, at this given moment? What can we do at this given moment to get them as far as we possibly can, knowing that, you know, some of them need years to get to that point.
But because it's so broad, does it make this maybe made me think about what you're saying? Does it just make it too difficult to understand what that is for a teacher to get there, so that they'll never, or will it be defined enough that teachers will feel good at the end of the day that I was able to do my job, which is my core purpose? Can a teacher maybe that's what, can a teacher realistically do our core purpose?
So can a teacher inspire a student to be intrinsically motivated in some way?
No, but our core purpose would be, can every teacher at the end of every day say, or at the end of the school year say, I ensured all my students to reach their full
In a
potential?
perfect
And
world,
that might be
yeah.
a way.
But that's the aspirational part of it, because in a perfect world, yes.
These are, remember, Pat used the term, it was funny because a lot of times people say, employees in every organization at every level need to know that at the heart of what they do lies in something grand and aspirational. So we can aspire. But if you look at the examples, there's no way that they're going to be able, you know, to, in these companies, they can't quantify any of this. to connect people to the most important events in their lives. Do they ask us, what's your appointment event? And we nailed that, put a check mark there. To help people experience the emotion of competition, winning and crushing competitors. That's a little loose. I mean, we're not going to have data on that. And we don't want data on the core purpose. It's supposed to, we're supposed to aspire to, inspire us, something grand. Is that grand? I don't know. You're the educators. Okay.
Well, I mean, there are lovely ways. I love Steve's take on that, because the key on that is all individual learners. That is grand. I mean, if every teacher every day would go in there and meet the needs and ensure every individual learner, that'd be the grand. That is saying, embrace every learner that walks through your room, no matter what their background or where they come from, or but you are in charge of this opportunity. And so I think to me, that is grand. I mean, all learners, oh my gosh.
To be able to put this school district where in its rightful place, in the future, I think you have to have something that just pushes you extremely hard, even if people don't believe they can do it initially. I think you have to really nail it. I mean, you spent all morning telling me what a rough, situation you're in. Sometimes you have to kind of go over the top in order to be able to at least begin to correct that. You can't just kind of meet it there and try to drive it, but you have to literally go beyond it. It's a concept called the conservatism corollary, where and it's a term that's used in working with people with developmental disabilities. In order for a person to be relegated to kind of social status and respect who has a severe disability, you have to kind of go beyond. You can't just get them Walmart shoes. They've got to be wearing Nikes. They can't have their name written on the back of their shirt and go out in public that way. That would be kind of what you would do for the people that are taking care of that person or supporting them. But in order for the world to look at that person in a dignified way, you have to go over the top in order to bring that in, because it will draw itself back.
Yeah. Well, what's that term? That's the first time I've heard that term.
Conservatism corollary. And it's an old term from, now it's taking me way back to my old disability days, but Wolfensberger. The whole concept of the principle of normalization.
It kind of sounds like, shoot for the moon, you'll land among the stars, or whatever it is. It's like aim, right? Yeah. And you're gonna fall back a little bit, but when you do fall back, you'll fall where you want to be.
Yeah, and I'm trying to get I think we need an earthquake here.
Yeah.
Right, and the most telling piece was when I said, is it? Hold on, I get it. What was it? Is it grand? Did you see his face? He's like, oh yeah, it's grand. Which is kind of a nice place for it to be with you and your role, to say, no, that's a big fish we're hauling in. It's a big deal.
And the one thing I'd love to stress, and it really highlights the importance of these last 2 days and the work we did in January, is that we are not just sending out these words. We as a board are getting our minds straight as what's potential mean and what does individual learners mean to us. Our cabinet, this leadership team is in that discussion with us, hearing that we are all getting in line, getting that shared understanding. And then as it's executed through, that's the process, right? We have the direction, we have the understanding of where we want to go. Our cabinet, our leadership team drives it out there, and what should come back to us as board members as stakeholder feedback is that they're getting it. And I have a lot of confidence right now and a lot of positivity around the fact that we are starting this on the right track, understanding each other in this room, and that's the first step. Wasn't in the past, and it's fantastic to feel it right now in the future. Yeah.
I think that core purpose, it's not just teachers that can identify with that. I think that it can go down to the kitchen worker, cafeteria worker. They're all in the game, they all have skin in the game. That word ensure just encompasses more than just teachers.
It is.
Ensuring.
It is. It's one of the reasons I put, you weren't here, but we were talking about people who were influential. I know, and your name never came up. Believe me. Nobody brought up your name at all, but of being wonderful and influential and. But
You can
I put Haywood. And to your point, the reason I put Haywood is as a parent working on that campus all the time. I mean, his maintenance, I don't know his exact title. Maintenance manager, and as a parent, PTO, mom, as students, he had such a positive influence on that campus. Wasn't an educator, wasn't a teacher, but he was like the soul of that campus, and he cared about every student on there. He was, the crosswalk and then all, he was at every one of our events, and he just loved the kids, he loved the school, and the impact he had was impressive. So impressive enough where when Cheryl Redner went to Supai, she took him, because she knew that the impact. So I agree with you, that applies to so many of our people, and when we have things like that in our district, oh my gosh. Absolutely.
I can say one of the most influential adults when I was a child on me that reinforced kind of how I was going to turn out to be was a bus driver from when I was in third grade who actually witnessed me defending a bullied kid. And I was always the last bus stop, and took me aside afterward and kind of gave me this really nice little talk about, wow, that was for your age, blah, blah, blah. And then I became it really reinforced that in me, to be the protector of people. And it was very, and to this day, Dee, what's her name? She is a very integral part of when I think about bullying, Dee comes up.
And so you mentioned yesterday the silos, and we've broken through a lot of those silos that you're probably not aware of. However, the statement is, we're all in this together. We're all in the same team. So when I bring all the functional groups together, that's the way it's talked about. If somebody needs a hand, you're in there. If the phone rings, you answer. So we're all in this together.
It's an interesting piece that you bring up, Joyce, because that conversation we had about the first quarter, which is leadership, it really does start with leaders understanding this, because then it's the leaders that communicate that over and over and over and drive that clarity throughout the organization and understanding what those mean. So when we're done, it's interesting too, I was reflecting last night that I didn't do this with the board the last time I did this. I did it with the executive leadership team that then presented to the board the results. So doing it to the board is very, very different, because although you're a team, you're not a team. And so it's fascinating to watch those dynamics and see this from a little different lens, just go around. But in the end result is just as powerful as it was going the other direction. So, but even more so when that team is not fully established, having it done at the board level says that this organization as a whole, so now when we're looking for folks and we're trying to put the right people on the right seats, this helps drive that process. And then as that leadership gets stabilized, it now has a very solid core to start from. So I think it's going to be a very, very powerful process when we're all done with it. And the work that we're going to do today, I think, really, really solidifies that piece.
I'm interested in seeing something like this in regards to our current core purpose as stated there.
See how your son moves. And I know why. And I know why.
And you know why?
I'll tell you what. That to me was my basic expectation.
Yeah.
It's something I've said for 10 years.
Yeah.
To me, that is what, why has never she heard it? So when you said grand and you got that, it hit something off in me with, I'm not in.
That's not happening.
It's not real.
Yeah.
I'm living in it.
But in my house, and what I expected my own kids, and when I went in to volunteer in the classroom, that's how other teachers didn't meet that expectation. Because then I was out individually, going, well, why aren't you in it? Well, it's just a natural part of me. And so that was my expectation here, not my high inspirational expectation.
You know, and thank you for
That's
that
the
reflection,
difference.
because, you know, an interesting piece, and I think that, Michael, we miss this often, is that there's an expectation of the customer. There's an expectation of parents and kids that, I think they would be shocked to find out how short we fall. I think to Mrs. Hartman's point yesterday, well, you know, how broken are the systems? I don't know the exact word, but when we were talking about how, that might have been, but, you know, and to Lewis's point here a minute ago, I don't know if you picked up on how he said that, but we've been breaking the silos down that you're not even aware of, because it's so systemic that in every single team meeting, you're breaking down the silo. And so when you're just dealing with just the cabinet level people, all of these people underneath that are doing the work, all of this is having to be broken down again, because I haven't run into a system yet that functions well.
You had an employee to say, I'll outlive you. It's not just teachers.
Yeah.
Right.
There's other employees that say, oh, I've been here before.
Yeah.
I'll outlive you. So,
I've been here longer. That's what I've heard. I've been here longer.
I've been here longer. You know, Lewis made a statement to me yesterday, and I'll answer that piece of, you know, it's shocking. I said to him, I've worked in 6 different districts in my career in 34 years, and I've had the rudest treatment I've ever received is in the Scottsdale, where I should have the most respectful and polite treatment. Because it's so embedded of years and years of bad behavior that have been allowed. But, you know, and that's not painting everybody with the brush.
No,
I think that's
no.
right. There are also outstanding, wonderful people who have been great, but it's always a shock when somebody is so brazen that they feel comfortable they could say that to. I mean, you'd never say it to a CEO who owns a company; he'd be fired on the spot, right? But to a superintendent, you can say that because I'll outlive you.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll see.
Prediction.
Statistically, you're only going to be here 18 months.
That's right. That's why they hang their hat.
I will have to say though, we can't make these changes unless they know that we have support from the top.
Right, which is where this is so powerful that the board's having these conversations.
Yeah.
You know, otherwise they will not live.
Exactly.
You know,
And extremely unusual. I said to you yesterday, worked for a lot of different boards. It's extremely unusual to have these kinds of conversations with the board and to have a board be willing to have the conversation. But it's because your heart is in the right spot about this is going to be a great district for our students.
And they're intelligent as compared to some of the others.
Well, you said
Yeah. I still say, I think we've all said this in the past, that there's a reason this board aligned when it did. Our district kind of needed us and we needed them, and it's because you're right, that core purpose, that's what we were doing, and we weren't.
we could roll that thing out.
We roll it out.
Oh, that's what it's trying to focus on, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's. Oh, much fun, that's good. Oh, okay. This is probably an appropriate time to show you this.
You got it?
You guys see?
And as it turns out, all the great and inspiring leaders and organizations in the world, whether it's Apple or Martin Luther King or the Wright brothers, they all think, act, and communicate the exact same way. And it's the complete opposite to everyone else. All I did was codify it. And it's probably the world's simplest idea. I call it the golden circle. how, what. This little idea explains why some organizations and some leaders are able to inspire where others aren't. Let me define the terms really quickly. Every single person, every single organization on the planet knows what they do, 100%. Some know how they do it, when you call it your differentiating value proposition or your proprietary process or your USP. But very, very few people or organizations know why they do what they do. And by why, I don't mean to make a profit. That's a result. It's always a result. By why, I mean what's your purpose? What's your cause? What's your belief? Why does your organization exist? Why do you get out of bed in the morning? And why should anyone care? Well, as a result, the way we think, the way we act, the way we communicate is from the outside in. It's obvious. We go from the clearest thing to the fuzziest thing. But the inspired leaders and the inspired organizations, regardless of their size, regardless of their industry, all think, act, and communicate from the inside out. Let me give you an example. I use Apple because it's easy to understand and everybody gets it. If Apple were like everyone else, a marketing message from them might sound like this. We make great computers. They're beautifully designed, simple to use, and user-friendly. Want to buy one? Meh. And that's how most of us communicate. That's how most marketing is done, that's how most sales is done, and that's how most of us communicate interpersonally. We say what we do, we say how we're different or how we're better, we expect some sort of behavior or purchase of vote, something like that. Here's our new law firm. We have the best lawyers, the biggest clients. We have, we always perform for our clients, do business with us. Here's our new car. It gets great gas mileage. It has, leather seats. Buy our car. But it's uninspiring. Here's how Apple actually communicates. Everything we do, we believe in challenging the status quo. We believe in thinking differently. The way we challenge the status quo is by making our products beautifully designed, simple to use, and user-friendly. We just happen to make great computers. Want to buy one? Totally different, right? You're ready to buy a computer from me. All I did was reverse the order of the information. What it proves to us is that people don't buy what you do, people buy why you do it. People don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. This explains why every single person in this room is perfectly comfortable buying a computer from Apple. But we're also perfectly comfortable buying an MP3 player from Apple, or a phone from Apple, or a DVR from Apple. But as I said before, Apple's just a computer company. There's nothing that distinguishes them structurally from any of their competitors. Their competitors are all equally qualified to make all of these products. In fact, they tried. A few years ago, Gateway came out with flat-screen TVs. They're eminently qualified to make flat-screen TVs. They've been making flat-screen monitors for years. Nobody bought one. Dell came out with MP3 players and PDAs. And they make great quality products, and they can make perfectly well-designed products, and nobody bought one. In fact, talking about it now, we can't even imagine buying an MP3 player from Dell. Why would you buy an MP3 player from a computer company? But we do it every day. People don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. The goal is not to do business with everybody who needs what you have. The goal is to do business with people who believe what you believe. Here's the best part. None of what I'm telling you is my opinion. It's all grounded in the tenets of biology, not psychology, biology. If you look at a cross-section of the human brain, looking from the top down, what you see is the human brain is actually broken into three major components that correlate perfectly with the golden circle. Our newest brain, our Homo sapien brain, our neocortex, corresponds with the what level. The neocortex is responsible for all of our rational and analytical thought and language. The middle two sections make up our limbic brains, and our limbic brains are responsible for all of our feelings, like trust and loyalty. It's also responsible for all human behavior, all decision-making, and it has no capacity for language. In other words, when we communicate from the outside in, yes, people can understand vast amounts of complicated information like features and benefits and facts and figures. It just doesn't drive behavior. When we communicate from the inside out, we're talking directly to the part of the brain that controls behavior, and then we allow people to rationalize it with the tangible things we say and do. This is where gut decisions come from. Sometimes you can give somebody all the facts and your figures, and say, I know what all the facts and details say, but it just doesn't feel right. Why would we use that verb? It doesn't feel right, because the part of the brain that controls decision-making doesn't control language. And the best we can muster up is, I don't know, it just doesn't feel right. Or sometimes you say you're leading with your heart, or you're leading with your soul. Well, I hate to break it to you, those aren't the other body parts controlling your behavior. It's all happening here in your limbic brain, the part of the brain that controls decision-making and not language.
So someone explain why I might have shown that. Because I ran out of content?
We're having issues with the words in our core purpose.
Yep, we're slow learners.
I think forever stop.
The question really doesn't it come down to, does this core purpose articulate our beliefs? Do you believe that? So then, if you believe it, then that is your why.
Does it change behavior and make people want to come to SUSD as well?
What do you think?
I mean, I'm just putting it out there, because that's what I thought.
Well, that's kind of an interesting question, because is that it? I mean, when you ask me, what do I believe? I believe that. Am I thinking that's supposed to bring parents into our district and drive enrollment and do this and do that and do that?
No.
I don't think it's supposed to be that. It's supposed to be what we believe and stuff there. Is that right?
Wait, let me let that sink in.
Okay.
Can you say?
But I mean, I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out. It's like, I don't think it's meant to bring parents in or suddenly change a voter's mind at the next bond election or something like that. It is purely a statement of what we believe.
It's what we do know what we say.
Right. And that was going to be my comment. It's all about execution, about what we do.
Sure.
If we do that, that's inspiring.
If you nail that, you put yourself on a different place. Yeah.
That core purpose may bring a parent in to look at Scottsdale who may not have considered it. But again, that goes back to our discussion yesterday. We are not necessarily going to be all things to all people. We are not going to have a program for you want to be a baker in your life. So we are not necessarily, we do have that. But we may not have a specific program if your child, wants to dance 27 hours and have academic something. We may not be all things to all people, but I think if a parent, sees that we are living that core purpose, they will consider more strongly and select Scottsdale schools for their child.
Ken and Dr. Berlin?
Oh, I already commented.
Oh, you did. Oh, it was you. Sorry.
Yeah, so I guess, and if we believe through the entire organization in that core purpose, then we will walk the talk. We will day in, day out, every minute of the day. And if that's happening, then I think it will create this environment and this culture that our families will feel almost when they walk onto a campus or into a school. And I know it can happen because, I just put my daughter in a boarding school and we shopped and we picked the school we picked. She picked it, I picked it with her. She drove it. Because of how it felt when we were on campus. We felt like we belonged. She felt like she was part of that community after an hour. And it was because, as I'm reflecting, they do a lot of that. That school is this, much smaller than SUSD, but, so it's not going to people aren't going to get a flyer and say, oh, I'm going to SUSD now. It's going to happen over time.
And remember, it's the action your people take on that is what really starts to swell everything up.
Right. And exactly. And to Pam's point, because she found it there in New Jersey, I found it at FEMA. Right. My children, and my children to this day still feel warm and fuzzy when they talk about FEMA, when we drive past FEMA. I know the staff, and from everyone from the maintenance to the librarian to every single teacher, I know they live that core purpose. I got to see it, and I got to see great leadership, and so it's why I sit here today. And every FEMA parent that
I know from that time who connected with that same feeling, they're still volunteers in our district. They still support our district. So I know it works, and I do believe in that so much.
So it's interesting. The talk makes it sound like, okay, I wouldn't agree, but it's so funny because I had seen that before, so I was able to process it a little quicker this time. But it really comes down to that why. And so when I was watching that, of course, I turned and went, okay, why does that give us what, like Apple, which is just a competitive advantage, right? Because otherwise Dell would have been able to sell just as many of their products. And I actually thought, because of what you all said, and it is grand, and it's what we want, and even though it's maybe my baseline expectation, I have to remember that if any parent, which is why you picked your school, and if I look at my daughter's university, it's because they were able to reach her full potential and make her see beyond her full potential to do more. So actually, seeing that reminded me, and then looking at this, I would say that core purpose does give you that Apple-like feeling of, yes, if I did read that, because as a parent, what parent doesn't want their child to reach their full potential? That's really all we want. We don't want them to be happy. We know that that's the byproduct of when they reach their full potential. So to me, that does give that feeling. And if this district can walk that and execute it, and you can feel it at each individual school, I think the individual family will be able to, they would pick it. They would talk about it like I talk about my daughter's university. And so I think that full potential, as I start to really understand it, does do that. Given the video you showed.
So, I'm going to say it from a different perspective, and I'm going to focus on the individual learner. When a culture truly is about students, it attracts. It attracts. The word of mouth, yes, marketing is important, but the word of mouth in education is more powerful than any document that I can put out. And when I talked to the families of Scottsdale as I came on board, and I've spent a year talking with them, what took them away from us was the lack of individual attention to their students, the lack of care. Now, all teachers, true teachers, enter the field of education because they care about individual students. The key is retaining that staff and hiring the same kind of staff that aligns to your core purpose, that they care about the individual learners. And when you create that culture, people will be attracted to Scottsdale. There is a huge difference between an adult-centric educational institution and a student-centric educational institution. And I believe that when we do that, it is a huge shift.
Yeah. I am all about moving forward in that direction. How do we accomplish that? And I just want to underscore it by saying, you know, our tagline to engage, empower, and educate every child every day, personally, I wouldn't spend one dime on it. I think it's great. I think it has a nice alliteration. Keep it. It's all about execution, and all of a sudden that tagline would mean something more powerful.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Totally agree.
It's not a bad tagline.
Right, it's a great
You have to get back to this, but we're living it.
Right, exactly. Right.
We don't have the why behind it.
Yeah.
This is how this is that why behind that tagline. And I'm going to say it's not if we do it, it's when we do it.
Yes.
And I think it goes back to that leadership piece that we
Right.
talked about yesterday. So that has to be in place
Yes.
for that to come to light.
Great.
So a couple things we need to keep us moving here. To cover. So the why, and then you think, well, where's the what here?
Business
Business definition, right? And where's the how? Even though you don't know this one yet, this is how, and that's how, right? This is how we behave, and this is how we, execute things. What we do with, what do we do with strategy that we build, and how do we drive these things? This is what gets that done. So it's there. Here's what I love about Allison, about what you've done this morning is, every time people look at a fresh core purpose and challenge it and work it and articulate it, it just gets inside us more, and we're stronger with it than we were an hour ago. So thank you for that.
Yeah,
Big time.
thank you. Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
That's what great boards do. That was like exquisite. Okay? All right.
We needed to film it.
YouTube. Okay, so let me, you guys need a quick bio break?
Yeah.
Let's do that, and let's come back in and let's keep rolling on this, because we got more clarity we're working on.
I know, I just felt like, I feel like we've been going very long. We gotta get the thing, so that we don't get lost.
Oh, I think the last one.
Oh, is it? Oh,
They did, yes.
check it out.
Yeah.
Just words, it's like, oh, we gotta have this.
Right.
And it just seemed like, yep.
No,
We need some.
Got that off, done, statement, boom, it's on.
Yeah.
Or,
No.
very, very. Steve. Oh, it's the rookie.
You know.
The rookie. Well, you know what, you get into where it just becomes, sadness and relief. And so you just flowers and tagline. But when you ideas feel like it's the same as they've always been, you don't feel like they're oh,
We're all in it together. And that we've got to be successful together. If you go down that,
that's what they said.
you can only start out saying,
Pam's been on long.
You know, so I met,
if I say in the street,
our regional on,
I don't know what you
well, I don't know. I'll let her,
once it says, but also,
Yeah, and
the language of that thing. Funny that you say that. Yeah. No, I'll actually set up a war room. But no, I've got.
One day I
At one point in time, things I'm getting in the world, with everyone.
yeah.
I think you can confuse them. What do you mean?
That's kind of how.
So what?
yeah.
You will know. You will know. That
Where did it come from?
Because I was told one thing that I wonder.
I mean, like, which board do you work
Not only are you gonna have bonds,
come up with it?
I think you,
so you can have overall. So you can see how.
How long is the estimate?
So, I've just started.
I'm telling you, I've done enough.
So soon, thank you.
Job. And that's my using on that whole house law. That one? I have a foundation. I can tell you what she told me.
Well, when you,
I think it's, I would have to think about when we first started seeing it. I think it was here, but I thought it came out from before he was here. But I would really have to go back and look and see when he actually, and if it came out before, yeah. No. This, well, this, here, marketing, came out, partly to them. She was in her role, after Jeff. Did it come from? I don't know that it came from the parent marketing group. I just know that Carl Partridge started the parent marketing group. Oh, and that's what you were. Yeah, I don't know, because I wasn't on the parent marketing group from its inception. Miriam now is the no. She's one of them. Oh, well, she's the mayor, the unofficial mayor of Scottsdale.
I was just wondering because it seems like something.
Yeah, I know, this is a
Yeah,
lot of living, right?
Well, not really.
You're working with people who don't have the same.
Why is it coming out now?
But that's what I mean.
Yeah, but it's not a lot of work.
I mean, is she
the mom who started
this?
this 10 years ago? She was a mom, another mom, and that we started to do in the community. And she stayed in the community.
And that's true.
And she knew.
But it is kind of.
See what came up was.
The other person who feels that something coming.
You know, so it's good.
Yeah, she did say that way, because I was thinking.
Oh, wow, school.
Came up, that she would do a work, and I said, well,
So I'm with.
that I initially, like, interviewed before I was the first, and this is, I don't know that I not take the job, because I just don't know, this is gonna entail, this is my priority, that I'm getting this job. So, that is, we kind of left it, and that was just in the interview process, because she left, because when she was going through their position statement, their talent. For that, not at all, not at all. It's a different concept, and it's not second either. They could have taken it for months, even though she didn't say, you know, you go back to the time.
You never know.
We could find that out.
I was just wondering because what we have now, people don't know what they're doing, makes me think it didn't come from a session like this, did that where it should come from. If it just somebody had an idea, said it at a meeting and it became a thing, the parent posted it. She said, when she introduced herself to me, at the governing board meeting, she said, okay, and that was kind of.
Maybe they did. I thought it came out after you.
And if they did, I mean, it's okay, but.
Very well, they
Yeah.
and then go back and see what it was.
Yeah.
That huge committee that started strategic planning years ago.
Yeah, Mary Ann.
Well, so maybe her perspective is right now.
Oh, they spent all year on it. Yeah, I thought that you should.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Here, have it, Lacey.
Oh, I don't remember. I kind of elicited this emotion, like, oh, yeah, and that was yours. What did I know? Do you know, like, when you're naming your children, and you have this name, and you're like, oh, I knew that, I hate that name, did you? My super. Oh, that made you think of that. Actually, yeah, I knew super over an hour.
It's longer to get out of the parking lot than to drive to Chandler home.
Oh, Laura. Yeah.
So I'm
It
saying,
was, you're right, it was.
we're both kind of in that business.
I didn't know that. Oh, yeah, the game was,
Okay. Yeah, no, great, okay. I'd like to, yeah, I'd like to, if you don't mind. Okay.
But it was still fun.
It was
great.
Yeah,
I
like that.
I know.
Okay, about 2 minutes.
Struggling with it.
Oh, that's a really good. Not Yeah, I like that, that's a good one, yes.
So thank you.
Oh, yeah. And this is so true.
That was strong.
Yeah, look at this. Did you know that? You're supportive,
I think it did.
Yeah, great. I'm gonna listen. Exactly.
Anyway, thank you because you let me provide you one of coworkers.
Yeah.
Very,
I
much.
understand.
Maybe that's it.
Yes.
I think
I so get that.
And I just, because I
like this friend.
Yeah,
played.
I'm gonna check it out.
Team
What were they thinking?
Well, that didn't have as much fun.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I guess
Well,
we'll
that's
think it when the town was
very short
short.
version.
Yeah.
He goes on and on about.
Right?
Thank you for.
Then we'd have to look at the origin of.
Okay. Oh, is everybody here?
The etymology of that phrase.
Lewis.
No, he is gonna be,
Oh, he's gonna be out. Okay, good.
right?
We can start. Wait, he has to follow next door into a meeting.
Right.
So he'll be in and out.
Oh, here's what I'd like to do, guys, on this, just nothing permanent over here, but we didn't quite finish this we kind of jumped over to core purpose a little bit, and we were kind of talking about our angst around team player.
Yeah.
So here's what I like to do sometimes, let me just do this, because I want to keep us moving, but I want to go back to it. And there was a little bit of traction around the word commitment. I'm gonna put that here. And then I want you to, every once in a while, I want you to kind of look up here and say, how would I feel about responsive, accountable, student-focused, and committed, or committed?
Yeah, I like committed.
And does that, again, does that get to what meant by it? Does that mean that team player could be an illuminator of committed? I just want you to kind of think of that, but I want to get us going forward a little bit. So we'll come back to that. So, let's go. Lewis, would you read page 18 in your black binder?
There you go. How we will succeed. An organization's strategy is a collection of intentional decisions the company makes to give itself the best chance to thrive, differentiate from competitors. Every organization should have 3 strategic anchors that will inform every decision that the organization makes and provide the filter through which decisions must be evaluated to ensure consistency. Attention.
Child.
What are the for this explanation of strategic anchors, which answer the question, how will we succeed? What words in that explanation do you think kind of make up the crux of it? What are you seeing there? What should we highlight if we had a highlighter in our hand?
Every decision.
Intentional decisions, yeah.
Yeah.
I like the collection of intentions.
Yeah.
Collection.
Why do you like that?
Not just one,
A little bit of an array, not 50 either,
no,
right?
not just one form.
Yeah. Yeah. What other thoughts? What do you think about, huh?
Filter.
Filter. So that's one of the, I think that's one of the most important aspects of this. What does it mean to you as you read that?
That you should be thinking about what it is as you make these decisions, that how does it impact student focus, if that's where we land? How does that impact the decision? Are we really making decisions? Are we living what we have on that paper?
Yeah.
In our decisions?
Yeah, this kind of stuff should be on your wall in your war room where you make some of those decisions. Just so you can, I have a lot of situations when I've gone through this exercise with companies and then I'm working with them maybe 90 days later and they're kind of going through some decision making stuff and they're not getting anywhere. They're just making sausage. And so sometimes I like to, especially when they have those graphics, I'll just literally pick up my chair and set it right in front of them and just stare at that and say, do I have anything in front of me that's going to help me to kind of go through this? And do I have a set of filters? And they're like, oh my gosh. And then they'll look at it and they go, wait, let's use our anchors. I'm like, that sounds great. And they use the anchors and literally within minutes because they have a filter. So it's filter usually kind of takes things out of other things, but in this case, it actually moves you faster. Okay, so that's what we're going to be looking at today. And I'll borrow words from Simon Sinek. I want to show you how this kind of works a little bit, but I'm going to show you by talking about Southwest Airlines, because everybody gets it. Remember when you said that? So everybody gets it. So tell me what you guys, this is meant to be an amoeba, just kind of an amorphous, I don't know, I guess the guy, Matt thought it was, we were going to be playing golf or something. Oh, by the way, I have to say something too. Yesterday's exercise around values, pretty sacred information there. Okay? And the sacred part is that we use people's names. So even if we don't want to walk up to someone who was on that list yesterday and say, hey, we were talking about you in this exercise we did, and we were talking about our best people, because 2 feet away there could be another person that's going, was I in that comment? And then it gets worse, because then people go, where's the list?
Yeah.
Is there a list? I hate the list. There is no list, right? And all this kind of stuff. So even if you were trying to make someone feel good about being considered a star of the organization, I wouldn't push that out at this point. If there's a good list, then they'll also expect there to be a negative list, which there always is, but we just didn't put the names to them, so, right? Okay. Makes sense? Okay, so what do you see? What do you experience? What do you notice about Southwest Airlines? Give me all your stuff.
Fun.
They're fun, yeah, they got the fun thing going on for sure, right?
Friendly.
Yeah.
Colorful. Organized chaos.
Yes.
Friendly, organized chaos,
Helpful.
helpful.
Low cost. They don't charge me for luggage.
Yeah. I'm gonna call that low fare.
And changes.
And they're timely.
But it's more than just the fare.
No frills. Flexible. No
Oh.
flexibility. No frills and fun.
Okay, so I'm gonna put low fares over here because that is one. But also, what was the other thing? Low cost.
Flexible, low cost.
Flexible,
Somebody said timely.
low cost. Timely meaning, yeah.
And there's no frills.
No frill.
Facilities such as Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi, that's a good one.
Free drink tickets.
Yeah.
Not enough does.
Everybody needs someone.
Free drink. What else?
There's, I don't know, out of Arizona anyway, there's a frequency of flights.
Yeah, lots of flights, yeah.
Options.
Yeah, lots of options.
Yeah. Flight options, yeah.
They have a good reward program too.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, the other day I got way early to the airport and Minneapolis. Minneapolis.
Customer appreciation.
And I said, well, let me finish my awesome story.
Sorry.
Let's line off them up. Me first. No, you're funded.
How did he know that you were the humor one?
I've been living with you guys for 2 days, so. I just showed up and I said, there's this, same as my story yesterday, there's this flight to Phoenix, and she said, yeah, absolutely, let's get you on that, boom, 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 take care of it. And I said, what's that gonna cost me? And I should know this, because I'm A-list preferred, with a companion pass.
Ooh.
Travel, because I travel too much, which is not good. But anyway, and I said, how much, and she said, nothing, because you're A-list preferred, it's not gonna cost you a nickel. Even if the flight was more expensive in that moment, I wouldn't have to pay the difference. It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
All right, so, leather seats.
Customer service. Yeah, they do.
Customer service, what about it?
But now they're not anymore.
Yeah, they do pretty good, right?
Did they make more legroom recently?
Yeah, they took it away.
A little bit.
So they took it away and they shrunk the padding in the seats.
Yeah. It's not comfortable.
That makes you blind a lot. That's no frill. That's no frill. That's no frill. Yeah. But you're not gonna.
Did we write what those?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you
Keep going.
Oh, actually, if the overhead is full, they'll take your luggage at the gate, run it down and it's up there when you get home.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing.
Okay.
Without any.
What else?
We said peanut. Peanut.
Peanut, yeah.
Honey roasted.
I like these chips.
They give you
They give you snacks and baskets. Snacks. They give you snacks.
Yeah.
a little snack that costs 25.
Jokes, they tell a lot of jokes, right?
Yeah.
I'm flying into Orlando several years ago, and it was really rocky going in. I mean, the worst I'd ever experienced, to the point where my teeth were hitting each other, you know. And it was crazy, and you could tell everybody was kind of amping up. They're getting louder in their conversations, you know, that kind of thing. Yes, my kids are doing very well in college, you know, or whatever it was. And then we got closer and closer. It got rockier and rockier as we got close to the tarmac. And then one of those drops happened right as we hit the tarmac. So it was like it sounded like an explosion. And it was bam, and everybody screamed. And then there was dead silence. And the flight attendant, with all that dead silence, she picks up the intercom and says, "Ladies and gentlemen, here at Southwest Airlines, we pride ourselves in having the finest pilots in the sky. Unfortunately, they're not on this flight." Right? Problem solved. And we roared. But it was a little bit more like, you know.
Oh, that's great.
Keep going, give me some more. I've had experiences with them where it's kind of this excellent customer service, but it's kind of like this undaunted.
Yeah.
It's like, no, we're doing this, we're figuring this out.
The best website to make a reservation.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It is so user-friendly compared to everybody else.
So simple. I had, and their app on my phone.
Yeah. And their app.
Yeah.
Right.
Those are very helpful.
Complicated in America.
So they got, Noah talked about, no assigned seats.
Oh, yeah.
The boarding process.
Yeah.
Telephone.
That's protocol.
Yeah, a lot of the 40 phones, you're doing the 1 through 15 and that's
They proved that through studies that people who don't know where their seat is are going to get in it faster than the people who do know. Because have you ever been on an international flight? People are like going to, well, this will be my little spot where I camp out for the next 8 hours. And so you want that soda now, and everybody's just kind of standing there. But I'm like trying to jump over everybody to get to my seat, which is the seat that I love the most, which is their, the love seat they have, where there's 2 seats, and there's a guy over here, and he's got all the leg room in the world, but I like this chair right here, the middle one, but it's not middle because there's nothing to my left. That's the seat you want, unless I'm on the plane. I hope you get it. And because what it allows you to do is the following, because you have no one to your left, so now you have no one to your left, and you will have no one to your left, which allows you to do that. It's awesome. 5 hours. I'm going, I'm going to do it again. Keep it going.
And you can switch.
Well, someone's on the other side of you.
But you can move your body a little.
Yeah.
And you can also.
But see, you're automatically kind of over here, and you're not even, no touchy. No touchy. The other thing is, guess what happens? Guess what happens after we hit 10,000 feet? What am I doing? I'm going to look. I've already checked this guy out to see if he seems friendly. And I go, and if he seems friendly, I'm going to say, hey, would you mind if I used your little table here? Because he knows by then he can't use it. Because it's like between, that's how far away it is. He can put his stuff under there. I mean, he can. It's his seat, the underneath. But so now I get 2 tables. Now I'm like, so just keep that in mind.
Laptop over here.
Yeah, exactly.
A little sky office.
So that's good. That's why, because usually I am like A1 or A2 or something, and so I know exactly where I'm going. Okay. What else? Any others? Just a couple more.
Accommodating?
Yeah.
That's a nice one.
I know this because I know some employees, they have great employee benefits.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and they pay well.
And they pay well.
Yeah.
They also are amazing corporate responsibility organization.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I enjoy their magazine. So their magazine. I would find something interesting in it.
Just read Gary Kelly's every month, and then you can read it in Spanish a couple pages later. Yeah. Okay, so check this out. I want you to. Southwest Airlines has 3 strategic anchors, and remember, we just read what a strategic anchor is. They have 3 of them. This is a big company. This is 46,000 employees. Enormous company, but they still only have 3. What do you venture? Someone throw one out that you think might be the anchor, and we'll check it out because we'll see what happens. Let me just show you here. This is one right here. Low fares. So what does low fares map to? Help me find it. And if you can, consider this like a clock, so you can show me where.
No frills.
So yeah, right.
Bottom right.
Bottom right.
Yeah. 4 o'clock. Up. 4 o'clock. Down. 4 o'clock.
Yeah, 4 o'clock, right here. No frills. Yeah, let me do a different color.
Low cost, 1 o'clock.
Yeah, 1 o'clock. It's right there. Good.
How about customer service?
That'd be the second one.
Oh, snap.
Peanuts.
Oh, snack, because you have to pay less for your,
Yes.
because you're not going to pay $50 for that sandwich.
Time.
Leather seats. Why do you think leathers are easier to clean?
Easier to clean.
But what does that have to do with low fares?
You don't have to pay people to clean it.
Okay,
Right.
okay, I got you.
You have less turnover.
Where did that go? Where did that?
Like 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock.
Go off the plane.
Oh, 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock.
Nothing's too
Leather seats. Leather seats is also going to be connected to another one because it's also fast. It's really the speed at which you can. Here's how you clean a leather seat.
Oh.
You don't have to get in there with and pick stuff out of it.
Yeah, not close.
What else?
Peanuts.
Let's focus on low fares here, so a little bit more.
Peanuts.
Absolutely.
Right next to low fare. Right next to it. 11. No assigned seats.
Yeah, and no frills.
Right.
4:30.
No assigned seats? You think that's a low fare?
Yeah, because other airlines charge you if you want the seat on the aisle that's midway through the plane and has the extra leg room, you're gonna pay.
Southwest also.
Did I miss something? Anyone else?
How about peanuts time?
Let's check that out.
Does he have free drink tickets? Would that go with low, or just cost overall?
Oh, yeah.
Well, let me show you here.
Customer service.
Where was on time?
It's right in the middle. Oh, that helps them.
Keep it fair.
Keep
This is another
anchor.
an anchor on time.
Oh.
So no assigned seats really is
Yeah.
connected to that. That's another one.
Yeah, organized chaos would be.
Organized chaos, yeah.
Lots of flights.
Oh, we did connect.
Lots of flights. Okay, good.
Does your luggage help at all? Yeah, when they take your luggage at the gate when it's full, does that help with on time at all?
Yeah.
Maybe you don't have to help with the
Yeah,
overhead.
it probably also goes to low fares.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times they're gonna say, you're gonna have to check that luggage, and now it's gonna cost you $50.
And also take time to get it checked. Yeah.
Yeah. So most people, if they didn't have that, most people would try to, approach it that way. What
Does
else?
the no frills help with on time, since you don't have people being,
Right.
oh, now we don't have our first?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that takes a long time, doesn't it?
Yeah.
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 So where's the
No frills.
4 o'clock.
Yeah, 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock, no frills? Yep, that's a good one.
The accommodating pushes to both of them,
Mm-hmm.
because let's just solve the issue instead of, that's not my job, go over to this line. Right. Go deal with that first, right there at 10:30, their response,
Yeah.
accommodating.
Accommodating, and you say on time also. Yeah. They do interesting things, because they're so focused on time, their pilots are out there pushing people onto, in the wheelchairs on the plane.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
They're not, they don't, that's not below them
Right.
to do that. Okay, a little bit more. What do you think the last one is? I mean, there's plenty more connection stuff.
Fun.
Fun, yeah. So what do we got there?
Free drink. Free drink.
Yeah.
Free drink.
Like the free candy.
Joe.
And it's fun.
Friendly,
Yeah.
right?
Customer service.
Joe, where's customer service? Right here.
Great benefits.
Yeah.
It's fun.
And what does that have to do with fun?
It's fun for the employee.
Did they get good benefits?
That's what somebody here said, we have it on there.
They're happier.
They're happier, yeah. Even corporate responsibility.
Yeah.
If they do things that work towards corporate responsibility for their employees, it creates fun atmosphere.
Yeah, and it's usually connected with that kind of spirit that they have.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. So,
Flexible.
flexible, what is that going to be?
It's fun.
Okay, where is flexible then?
It's at the top. 12 o'clock.
Yeah. The fun?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna stop there.
Okay.
These are the strategic anchors for that company. So now, what about you guys?
Interesting, I would have said customer satisfaction or something, but it's interesting, it is not one of their anchors, yet everything we came up with was about satisfying the customer. Flexible, accommodating, but it's not the anchor.
Yeah.
But what they did though,
Yeah, it's,
User-friendly.
but the things look, the anchors are what's important to the customer.
to the customer.
Yeah.
No fares, the on time.
Right, so that shakes my thinking for our own, is it's not about that word, but what is it that
Customer-centric.
all
Yeah.
those values go to being student-centered. Yeah.
Exactly.
So now you're getting it. So you guys want to keep looking at this?
Okay.
Yeah.
You're right.
All right. So what we're looking for is I don't want you to make any leaps into anchors yet. I just want you to tell me what we got here. And
What do we have or what do we want?
Yeah.
it's both. It's going to have to be both. I'm pretty sure that we're going to want to have some aspirational stuff in there. But let's just kind of let's start off with
Quality communication.
quality communication.
I think that's a better word than quality, but something along the lines of communication, effective communication.
And you guys, this is an important place. If someone says something and you're like, what are they talking about? Then you should probably ask, what are you talking about? And so don't just. I don't want to just throw, write everything up there. I want you guys to kind of bounce around a little.
Heterogeneous students. You have students, we have a heterogeneous population, or you could say all students, but
Yeah, I like all's a better word.
we know all students.
Easier to
We
spell.
don't limit, and we don't limit or.
Oh, okay.
So that's, are that what you're saying, Cindy, is that?
Yes, every
Public
school,
take
we get
everybody.
all, we take all
All of it.
You take them all.
We don't, but I
We don't say
didn't
no to
try
special
it.
ed or no to ELO.
Oh, we're accepting. A diverse
Right.
population.
It's a diverse
Okay.
population.
So great, great learning.
Great, okay.
My SAT words. The parents are only good in their
Neighborhood schools,
What do you got?
neighborhood schools. High academic expectations. Any expectations.
Extracurricular activities. Any we have
What was that?
extracurriculars.
Why are you guys all such long words?
I'm sure on my parents and
What?
activities.
Activity.
I'll shorten mine for choice. PK, yeah, PK, choice,
Choice,
choices, and then PK through 12.
oops.
PK.
Oh, pre-K
Yeah.
through 12. Okay, keep going.
Career and college ready. Career, college and career ready. What does that say at the news,
Where?
12 o'clock, or
Choice. Choice.
Sorry, okay, no. I'd like to say top 10%. Academic achievement.
You know what we don't have on here is like anything alluding to like fiduciary responsibility.
That's gonna say that, but I couldn't.
It's full responsibility.
Good
stewardship. That, yeah, good stewardship.
stewardship.
Yeah.
That's good, that covers it.
I feel like we're missing something though. It's like not,
When we thought about all the stuff we put out, you know.
Yeah, I feel like we're on a different
And it's
plane.
Yeah, it's just we lost
Value
it.
our customer.
Yeah.
We need to value our customer.
I think I'm struggling with what, if,
Yeah.
who do we want to, someone asked this, who are we now or who do we want to be?
Right.
That, I can't put them both on one. And I think the challenge is I'm listening to all of you throw this stuff out and I'm like, do you think that's who we are?
No,
Or is it
we're
who we want to be?
going.
And I can't figure it
out.
I'm going.
This may help, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think.
One of the things, as we look at page 18, this is a very kind of a nuance, but it is how will we succeed? It doesn't assume that you're knocking it out of the park at this point. So a lot, relax into the fact that we're going to have to put up stuff that we aspire to.
And then we meet student needs.
How about valued employees?
Okay, so that's what I'm saying when I say high academic expectations. They're not there, but they need to be there. So I think I'm just gonna go back, aspire, what do we aspire to be? You know, value our customer, we need to value our customer.
Yeah.
You know, maybe the other word there is all stakeholders matter.
Yeah.
You know, so it's the community, it's the parents, it's the students, it's
Also valuable. Parent involvement, student engagement.
Right, engagement, community aspect.
Mike, let me ask,
community.
It seems like your Southwest list is very detailed, letter C.
Innovative, we should be innovative.
Innovative. That list seems very high level as opposed
Yeah,
to
that's what I
detailed.
mean, why we're on two different, I think we're on two different
They
planes.
look like different.
It's very specific to your experience with Southwest
Yeah.
and,
Pre-drink?
and other.
Quick question.
But that's a good deal. At 10 a.m.
That's how we get payroll involved.
So I'm gonna ask this question because I've been through this process with you before, and I didn't understand it then, and I still don't understand it now, so maybe you can help me, which will help everybody.
Okay.
So when we went through this process before to create the strategic anchors, some of them came out as the same words as core values, and we left it that way. And I never really understood what's the difference between the core values and the strategic anchors, because I think of them as those are also, to me, those are filters
Yeah.
as well. So I guess I just don't understand the difference.
Okay, let me try it this way. Core values are very clearly, core values are the behavioral characteristics of how many people work here? 3,000? Of 3,000 people. Behavioral characteristics of those people. Whereas the strategic anchors are, what are the organizational plays that the organization focuses on? What is it that we do to compete at a very high level? What is it that we do to win? What is it we do to be the best?
So the can I throw something out? So I went back to page 15 and looked at what Southwest Airlines core values are and comparing them to what's strategic. And what's different for me is those are behaviors. They're not really measurable, specifically measurable. Low fares, on time, those are more, you can measure them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one big difference.
That's one.
And remember, Steve, that when we did this last time, we had a long debate, and Michael caved and gave in to us when we put student focus in two categories. Because we felt like.
I don't remember the caving part.
He did, because he didn't want us to do that. He did not want us to have it in two places. And we said.
But if you did have them in two places, let me just make this, if you have them in two places, they gotta mean different things. We didn't drop a value into strategic anchors, or vice versa.
Because when we define student focus, it is a very, when I talk about the behavior that says I'm student focused, I'm focused on that learner in front of me as a teacher. When I talk about it from a strategic anchor, I say, how will it affect students? How will the decision that I'm making affect the student, who is the core of all that we do? So we saw those as two different pieces. But we wanted to see the behaviors of the adults focused on children, on learning. So we left those in two different places. When I talk about strategic anchors, and I say things like, we should be innovative. Well, that's also we should be progressive. We should be growth-minded. So it's about, so then when you say things like, value the customer. Well, is that valuing people in general? When we say all stakeholders is a value piece. So I don't know if that helps. Does that help at all?
Some of those it doesn't, some of those it doesn't. Some of those I still do the same thing.
Can I answer? So something that always helps me in this, something to think about, we're talking about anchors, but it's also talking a little bit about differentiators of competitive advantage is where we're headed. And there's someone that I like who speaks really interesting to this is David LaPiana, if you know who that is.
San Francisco Bay Area?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what he talks about is the difference between a differentiator and a competitive advantage or a strategic anchor in my mind is that it's not easily replicated. Because it's not different if everyone else can do it, but if you can do it differently, and it's not easily replicated. So in the Southwest Airline example, what theirs really is, I mean, it's all those things, but it's also culture, right? I mean, you can't just replicate that fun. You can't say, be fun. It's like in their culture. So if you start.
And you guys noticed it, that's why it comes up there so much.
Yeah, but it's not easily replicated. And that works really well in non-profit or not-for-profit organizations because it's tough to compete when you don't have all the resources. So if you start thinking at that level, and it can be an intangible or it can be a tangible asset. So I'm going to give you an example. So like the Children's Museum, we went through this exercise, and there's a lot of stuff. And what's really interesting to them is they actually have a physical asset. It's the old Monroe building in downtown Phoenix. Nobody else can have an old Monroe building. That's actually a physical asset. Then on the intangible side, it is their culture. They're very much a fun culture. Their employees are called playologists. Those are things you can't easily replicate. So if you think about that, I mean, it's why I threw up neighborhood schools. Not anyone can throw up a neighborhood school. Now, whether we consider that important or not is a different conversation, but it's not easily replicable. You could, growth-minded to me is another one. If you really, really embraced that, it's more than a flavor of the month, but you really embraced it, that is very difficult to replicate, as we know, because you can say it, but to get people to believe it and do it is different. So it's, I don't know, for me, that filter is if it's not easily replicated. It's something to think about. Can we
throw rigorous academics up there? Would that be something?
Listen, that's the same as high academic
It's okay if it's the same.
It's okay. Because I've been thinking about that, because when rigorous,
Yeah, rigor.
and rigor, you can, yeah, great learning, rigor, it's all the same in my head. And I guess what I'm starting to process is, those core values, it's behaviors that we want to see. It's the type of people we want to see in our district. And these are the things we will see when we are successful in our mind. Who we are,
Yeah.
who we want to be, and when we see these things, we know we're successful.
I'm a little more comfortable with that
Yeah.
because, at this juncture, because of what happened yesterday morning.
Right.
So
I like the idea of saying high academic expectations, rigor, however you want to put it, because when we start seeing that, we're gonna know we're getting there to who we want to be again.
So who are we as a learning organization? So I'm trying to go this, okay, I think I'm there with you now.
How about a challenging environment?
Okay.
What do you guys want to capture in this? So you, obviously students, the organization as a whole, we have staff, and then we have a community that we're also beholden to. So do we need to sometimes capture all three of those or not? I don't know.
Well,
Hold on.
how about this? You're talking about stakeholders. So when you're talking about all stakeholders, if your qualities are coming out the way they should, so if you're fun and you have low airfares and you're on time, all your stakeholders, all your customers being met. The same thing over here. What are we doing that, yes, draws the customer to us, differentiates us, that says, but also not, I know you said not tangible, but the reality is it's not tangible, we're not doing it.
Yeah. Well, and academic expectations, like I'm loving that idea, because again, when we see that, when we're successful, I'm forgetting one of my favorite words is ownership. When our stakeholders start feeling true sense of ownership in our district, I think we're starting to be who we want to be, who we used to be in the past.
Let me go back to Steve, I want to make sure that you're getting the picture here. Let me give some examples of core values.
I think it's a result. More of a result.
So, for Southwest Airlines, there is warrior spirit, servant's heart,
I love that.
and fun loving. Okay?
Yeah, I guess the rest.
And so those are behaviors.
None of which you can measure.
None of which.
None of which you can measure.
Right.
No, but that's not what we're about here.
Right.
They don't need to measure them.
Right. Well, the
You know, I mean,
You know
you see something happening and you just take it in. There's nothing to take data about.
Yeah, you measure something.
Oh, wait, let me,
Go on. Okay.
so again, another set of core values would be, sticky, simple, and naked. What do you think that is?
3M. Oh.
It's us, that's us. So the question is, so these, and then let me put my values there. Humble,
I think
hungry,
trained right.
It's
and
your
warm.
organization.
Oh, warm.
Humble, hungry, and warm. Those are the behaviors, and these are the anchors. So let's take them apart. And I know this is kind of funky, but I'll explain what they mean. So organizationally, strategically, we're always going to be focusing on sticky. I wouldn't be standing here if I didn't get some idea in my initial conversation with you recently here, if that this wasn't going to be a sticky endeavor. Sticky meaning that we really, this isn't just going to be a 2-day offsite where we have some fun and get some laughs and have some great food. No, this is going to be something that we implement after we go out of here, and we follow up on that implementation. My whole approach is all about stickiness. I won't do it if it's not going to be sticky. And people say, we just need you, Michael, to come in and give a speech on the 5 dysfunctions to 250 people. No, thank you.
So your long-term relationship.
You're
Yeah.
good relationship builders, but, and you.
Yeah, but it's not the relationship for the sake of the relationship, it's for you.
Yeah.
Because this is a waste of time for you guys if it doesn't stick. Makes sense? And lo and behold, it turns out to be a pretty popular thing. I can tell you how the conversation goes on the phone. People say, well, we want you to understand, Michael, that we know that this isn't gonna happen overnight. And we're ready to go for the long haul. We've heard how you do that, and we wanna go for the long haul. That's getting me there, okay? But that's the sticky. Simple. We just literally just try to keep it simple. Sometimes simple to the part where we almost feel like we're getting bored of it. But complexity doesn't work in these kinds of settings. I can't give you guys a big thick book and say, just go digest that. You got to get a little bit of Pat Lencioni involved and have, a couple hundred pages, most of it a story and a model, and you're on your way. So that's the simple piece. And then the naked thing. The naked thing means that we have a book out called Getting Naked, and it's basically a kind of an expose on the way the table group works with clients. And there's like these 8 things that we do to make it work. And one of them that is the most powerful to me is naked, meaning I'm going to tell you exactly what I think. I'm not going to pussyfoot around. I'm not going to candy coat it. I'm going to, to the best of my ability, I'm going to tell the kind truth to you guys. And that's kind of a naked thing. It's kind of a vulnerable thing. It puts me out there. Many times I was with a national lab one time, one of 11 national labs, and I sat and they're all sitting around the table like this, and I said, you guys, seriously, I'm ready to go home. And I explained to them why. And I said, seriously, and April was like, what? I said, I won't even charge you for, this is like day 2, almost in the afternoon. I'm going, why did I say that? April's like, well, you did some work, Michael. But what happened is, because I was naked with them, they said, well, let's go. Let's do this. So I didn't have to go home, but I would have. I literally said, we can take care of this, and very quickly. We can X out the contract. We'll be done, because they weren't demonstrating what I was needing to help them get where they really wanted to go. So that's that. Now we come over to humble is that kind of vulnerability piece we've been talking about. It's kind of all at the bottom of the 5 dysfunction stuff. Trust, kind of trying to be humble, trying to be not needing to take the credit for everything, letting you guys figure stuff out and being happy that you guys did the work, all that kind of stuff. Hungry? Okay, so when I am working with this stuff, especially when I'm talking to people for the first time on the phone, I literally want to jump inside that phone. I'm absolutely captivated by the work that we do at the table group, and I'm hungry for it to happen, and I'll do whatever it takes. If that means, I'll do stuff like I really want to work with this company in Oklahoma, so I'll say to them, which is, I'm telling the truth when I say it. Okay, my wife's, April's sending me to New Jersey next week. I'm going to have her send me to Oklahoma, and I want to meet with you and your team, and we're going to just have a conversation. We're going to have a couple hours, and then I got to jump on the plane and go on to New Jersey. And they're like, okay, how do we do that? And I say, no, you know what? I'll take care of it. April will take care of the flight. I'm paying for it. We'll pay for the hotel, because seriously, I want you guys to get this. And I think the best way we can do that is to sit around together and get this and talk about what we're going to do. That's what I want to do. You're not going to change my mind. You'll change my mind if you say that you won't let me in the building. but I want to go that. And then the final piece is warmth. And that gets us a lot farther than we ever thought. And that is when we talk on especially on email, you should see, April is an ISTJ. She is not wired for cuddliness. She's not wired for small talk. But I'm telling you that no one does it better than her, because she knows it's what we need to do to succeed. Because that's what those pieces are. Do you see the distinction between them a little bit now? A little bit more? So before I was okay with them because I just felt like, yeah, let's just put them on both. Because in a sense, Southwest has done the same thing. On time, low fares, and fun, we're in good company. Or we were when we were over Higley. That makes sense? But yeah, they had both. But they were different. This is something different. This is an organizational tenet. This is an individual behavioral requirement. And it's behavioral requirements. I hope that helps.
So when I think about that, and I think about accountable, is really accountable a strategic anchor? I mean, accountability is, are we being accountable to our customer? Are we being accountable to our learner? Is accountability more of a strategic anchor versus a core value?
Yeah, there's no science to it. You kind of have to make that decision. It's really about how you illuminate it, ultimately. What do you mean by it?
Yeah, accountability is transparency, it's stewardship, it's everything. I mean, everything that we do it's providing, high academic rigor, it's measuring that rigor. To me, without accountability, education flounders. And maybe because I'm so steeped in a world of accountability that I've just embraced it, but it's how we know we're doing what we say we're going to do.
And so the question then is that an organizational, is that something that you guys maybe have when you've dabbled into that, maybe you've actually experienced that, you see it as something powerful for your organization? I always use the word bottle it. There's these three things for Southwest. We didn't help them invent that. All we did was bottle it up for them.
What do you think of this? You know how we always say data-driven, but I know lately that term's changed to more results-driven. Would that be something that fits in?
Well, we should be, results-driven should go up on that form. That is a critical piece. Because we know what it's like to be in a lack of accountability, or a lack of results, a lack of metrics. So no matter what term we use, when you don't have it, we can't answer the very basic fundamental questions, which is, how are we doing? What do you say to that?
But, and to that point, though, we know what it's like to be in an organization where people's behaviors are not accountable, and they don't hold themselves accountable. So I like getting core values, too, and that behavior.
I just have to go back to where I think it's okay to have it in both places.
Yeah.
Where in one place you're talking about characteristics of people, and the other one it's outcomes of an organization, but it's the same word.
Yeah. But is results-driven or results-oriented, or results, just the word results?
Another way of saying it.
Another way of saying, or data-driven. I mean, but somewhere you want to say, well, will we be able to look at outcomes? I mean, how many times do you ask me that question? I can't wait. But outcomes, and what will be the outcome? What will be the outcome? Are we results-driven, or do we have outcomes?
But I wouldn't tie it to that necessarily. So I'm a separate conversation. I'm going to go back to something Kim said about what makes you different, the differentiator, the competitive advantage, and tie it to what Southwest Airlines, there are, and maybe even in this room, people who won't fly Southwest Airlines. They won't, because they want the frills. They're willing to sacrifice the on time to get the frills, which is somewhat that differentiator.
We had the same conversation around basis Scottsdale Unified.
Yes.
Both have separate ideas.
Yeah.
Trying to beat each other.
And so when I hear things like, when I look at some of these words up here, let's just talk about results. I think any public school district in the country could say, we want results.
But are they results-driven? Is very different from results. It's the result that are driving you.
You guys had results. Well, you put me thought, Sam. I don't even remember that thought.
Well, so rigor, on the other hand, I think is a differentiator. I think, because I don't know that every public school district in the Valley would say that they want to be rigorous.
I'm gonna jump on that. I'm gonna jump on that because that's what I've been thinking. What do we always know about Scottsdale that makes us different from a lot of other districts? The high expectations of our community. We've been we've been getting heat for high expectations. They are different. We say it all the time. So those high expectations, obviously speaking academically, or maybe you need the word academic in there to make sure, but I think it's high expectations for our customer service, for everything else.
So
That does, there's high expectations, there is, yes.
So when
Because
we
we're
look
in Scottsdale, that's,
when we look at model schools, successful schools, excelling schools, what makes them successful, I guess is what comes to my mind when I think about these things. And so that's why, rigor and high expectations are part of the correlates of model successful schools. And we see that across the nation. Not everybody has it. Not everybody can attain it.
right.
But that's what distinguishes outstanding organizations is that, yes, that thing like the word rigor. Not every school provides rigor, and they're not model schools, and they're not excelling schools, and they're not as successful because they can't get there.
So community involvement, I think, connects to me with what Barbara was just saying about our community is different because of the level of the community involvement in our schools.
And the expectations.
Yeah, we're gonna have here.
Expectations are high.
But I think
And,
But are you expecting involvement is high too, and needs to be?
I would agree in some cases, yeah. I think you have to understand that circle, that there is that customer out here, that stakeholder, that community involvement. But in a strategic anchor in my mind is a filter I use in making decisions. I'm not going to say, would the community like it? That's, to me, not my strategic anchor. My strategic anchor is it successful with the students? And so when I think, I'm just processing out loud.
Yeah, just because we put it up here doesn't make it a strategic anchor, by the way.
right.
We haven't even gotten to that point yet.
I think we're missing some.
Well, I think we're missing culture.
But yeah, we want to keep putting stuff up.
So would empowered site leaders be, or is that not the right thing?
No.
Part of our problem.
Well, no, what I mean by empowered site leaders is that when you go on that campus, you know that principal is the academic leader,
What do you mean by empowered?
that, well, I think of leadership. I'm not saying to go rogue, I mean.
Okay, then that's my interpretation.
No, I don't mean go rogue. I mean that you walk on the campus and Mrs. or Mr.
I think it's ownership. They own the campus. I think it's that ownership. They own the campus. I love that word ownership.
Yeah, I really do. And I don't mean like
words
rogue.
for a
I
long
just know
time.
administrator.
So one of my-
The school because of.
So here's a word. And I love the word. It's grit.
True grit.
Gumption.
Grit.
It's not very
Perseverance.
No, it's grit. I don't want grit. Because grit means just that, it's that willingness to push through and bust through.
It also means loud voices don't stop you.
Yeah.
You know,
It's
and
perseverance. It's
Just because somebody's,
loud about
speaking aloud
something
doesn't
doesn't,
mean that,
yeah,
Doing the right thing.
Grit, I like that word.
it's doing the right.
Doing the right thing.
Ethical.
courage.
Courage.
Yeah, courage. I like that.
Courageous.
Decision-making, leadership. Yeah.
What about respect?
Yeah, that's really good.
That's a good one.
Arias.
We could all do.
And respect and value your employees as well. I mean, you could do all this for all these kids, but if you don't value and respect your employees,
Respect.
no,
I think that ties
no one's gonna wanna work
Pam's
there.
culture. I mean, to me, some of those start to tie together in an important way.
But you're gonna hope your employees fall into your core values, that you wanna pick people that exemplify whatever you. And we know you don't always have that. We know we have people that are mismatched.
Yeah, because respect doesn't necessarily mean you agree with everybody. It means that you respect them and I loved what you said, Michael, which kind truth. Sometimes it's a kind truth that's part of respect, and you can agree to disagree, and, but respect is very important.
Well, it's like, being, the difference between being compassionate versus passion. And if I'm compassionate, it's that call to action, I'm going to do something about it. I can be passionate about it, I don't even do anything about it. I'm passionate about kids and learning, great, terrific. Should,
Do you want compassion up there?
but compassion might be something we want to talk about, this compassion, so I'm willing to do something about it, so I'm going to ensure it. I'm passionate.
I'm gonna look back to the education side, because I was one of those who switched schools. I've had public, private, and charter, and they all are missing something. And that was, going back to that skill, every school was missing in Arizona that mastery level of making sure that the kids achieved a certain point. Because that's one of the things that we follow when we compare ourselves with other schools. And when the kids go outside of the state, they feel, and if you've ever had a child go outside the state, they look around and there's kids out there that went to public school and they go, Mom, they learned so much more than I did. They're so much more prepared from an academic standpoint. And I want our kids to come out feeling that they got the best education, that they mastered that academic piece. And we tend to forget, it's not it's up there with rigor, but it's not just rigor. It's that that's those results. They actually feel that, so that they feel competitive.
And is
Or is it the knowledge? It's both knowledge and skills.
Because if they go in with the skills to learn and understand, they may not have the same rote knowledge.
But that's how they end up staying and competing at that level.
By having both.
By having both. But they do come out not feeling that they are at that same academic level.
What am I putting for that?
Academic mastery? I don't know, what's the educational term? And maybe what it comes down to is something that can give us that competitive edge, because all the research brings up.
Well, it is.
We could say we have the most effective teachers, because you're not going to have 100%. But if when parents and kids come in and they are not, complaining about 1 or 2, 3, 4 teachers, and they're saying, oh my gosh, this is a great teacher, oh my gosh, my history is great, my English is great. It's that effective teacher piece that we really need to work on.
For the sake of terms right now, I'd say learning mastery. And it's an
And we kind of know,
mastery.
because you've talked about it, we kind of.
Mastery learner versus learning mastery.
Yeah.
Which one is it?
So you take the old term and reverse it. So you're talking about learning mastery versus, remember, the old term was mastery learning, which was just meeting the standards. But we're talking about going beyond that.
Yeah, to have the skills to allow you to learn independently, which you're going to have to do.
It ties into the growth mindset, into, that we are teaching kids, and empowering them in their learning to be mastered, to go to the very highest levels that they can. Rigor is important up there, although it's now become the cliche word in the education field. I think it's a great term. We may have to come up with a better term, because it's now been, rigor, relevance, and whatever the other term.
I've heard her talk about outstanding employees.
Relationship,
too.
thank you. Rigor, relevance, relationship.
Allison was talking about that you want them to come and talk about their teachers. You want them to talk about the employees on the campus, and even when you talk about the maintenance, it's about the employee. So somehow, and I look at all the Southwest stuff, it's about having outstanding employees. I don't think.
Well, just like Southwest has outstanding employees, but you don't see up there one of their anchors being outstanding employees. They end up wanting to be committed, dedicated, because they have the work and the servant heart. Yeah. Servant's heart. I love that servant's heart. I will have to say, especially when you're serving children.
Yeah. It's really good idea to get the sentiment first, and then we can nail that part.
Yeah.
Aaron can help with that, but getting the sentiment down is what we're trying to do here. So remember, just keep it focused on what we're trying. How will we succeed? There are going to be situations where I work with a company and they work basically off of what is true about them now. But I think that clearly there's opportunity for us here to talk about how this is your chance to actually create a set of anchors that you will use as filters and differentiators, and be able to take off on that because they're there for you now.
And we already have some something what you talked about, Dr. Willow, and that's will and skill.
Mm-hmm.
You have the will and they have the skill, because if we don't have the skill, we don't have the knowledge, the teacher doesn't have the knowledge to be able to instruct, they're not going to be effective. So I love that will and skill. That almost seems like
Yeah, I got
natural.
Mentor when you're hiring, skill is the first level of paper screening and making sure that the individuals have the skill. It's critical in education. But the greater piece that makes that skill work is the will. It's the compassion that a teacher brings. It's the servant's heart. Because the servant's heart is the caring heart in the educator. And we often talk about the caring heart. And the heart of an educator is to have a caring heart. We care. If we don't care, we ought not be in the field to begin with.
But, and it's interesting that you use that, because when I hear you say will, in my head, I interpret it as grit.
And that's part of it.
I think warrior spirit for them fits your will.
Yeah, the grit really is. I appreciate that you put it in that form, because I'm using the soft educational term when we talk about it. But the reality is, what it is it's the perseverance. It's the grit that the teacher has that says, I'm going to get as creative as I need to be in instruction to make sure that my learners that I'm reaching their potential, that and that is grit. I have to say that it's an interesting concept to place in education, because what it does is it says, being an educator is not easy.
Right.
Right.
And often we talked about the caring heart of the educator, but the reality is that's just the start. Because if you really want to be a great educator, you better have some grit, because it's not an easy job.
You can't teach that. You can't develop that anymore.
No. They either come with that, that's the will part. You come with that, or you do not. And in our hiring process, we've talked a lot about, we have to find the will, because I can't teach it to you.
Right.
I can't.
You don't have the time.
I just simply can't.
It's not.
And so oftentimes, because we are the educational field, we use soft terms, and, we say caring heart, but the reality of what we're talking about is, do you have the will to teach? Because this will not be an easy pathway. You've chosen a very difficult career. And, when we talk to new teachers, we'll say, look, I don't want you to commit today to 1 year. I want you in your heart to commit to 3 years, because you're not going to know what you don't know in year 1.
Right.
Year 2, you're going to know what you don't know, and it's going to scare the bejeebies out of you. But year 3, if you were going to be successful in this field, you were going to find your stride, and you're going to fall in love with it. But it's not till year 3. That's how many years it takes to determine whether or not I can teach. You can't determine it in year 1. Because guess what you're trying to find? You're trying to find your grit. Do you have the fortitude to succeed?
I'm wondering if there's something to this conversation, that will and skill. If you break that apart, what we've been talking about is will, perseverance, grit, compassion, all those things. If you break apart skill, it's the mastery of the knowledge. It's this, it's that, it's that. I mean, if so to me, 2 words are will and skill, but they're very separate, because they have a whole bunch of illuminators that go with them that, to me, potentially tie with this somehow. So,
And when we do that, do we have excellence?
But you see them as separate things, yeah.
well, I do. We start to find our 3,
What did you just say? You said something.
Well, excellence, because, if you're striving for excellence, if you want to be the best of the best, if you want to be the leader in the state, I think that we should, I don't see leading up there, but we should be the leaders. We should be educational leaders.
Yeah, I love it.
We talk about being progressive, we talk about being innovative, we talk about, when you're doing the very best, you're on the cutting edge. You are innovating. You are,
and to me, all that kind of fits with skill. I mean, I think those are, and I'm saying that because if you can do all those things, be mastery, be innovative, growth-minded, all those things, then you have the will, the compassion, the grit. I think that's amazing. And then the third piece that I think is missing, that word that really resonates with me, is courage, or courageous. Because if you have the will and the skill, and you can be a courageous learner, a courageous educator, a courageous decision maker. Does that fall into grit, though? I think courage is different. I mean, grit is persistence. I'm going to keep doing it. I'm not going to give up. I'm going to grow.
You have the courage to even start the journey. I mean, I think that this organization must be courageous. To move forward.
And I love our learners to think of themselves as courageous learners. We're going to explore things. We're going to take risks. We're going to go above and beyond.
So are you guys thinking that there could be an anchor here? Someone gonna make a suggestion that there might be an anchor in there somewhere? And if so, what is it?
I see 3.
Well, I think the courageous to me is, I think, I like, and I'm not just because I like Pam Kirby, but I like that term grit, because now it's starting to resonate now, we've been playing with it a little bit, but I also really like courageous. I can tell you, if we're not courageous leaders, if we're not courageous educators, we can't get where we need to be.
Right. Courageous learners.
And courageous sometimes means that, let's just apply courageous for a minute to the last decision that you made, the TA decision. You had to be courageous in that. That was stepping out of long tradition and history to say, we need to go forward with a new lens, therefore we're going to be courageous in our decision. And that would have been an anchor, you would have run that through, that would have made sense of, I think courageous is an anchor, it's a strong anchor for us.
And maybe a filter we think about it, each one of these anchors, it's really interesting when you apply it to each one of our stakeholders. So whether it's a board, whether it's an educator, whether it's a learner, whether it's the community around us, like, we kind of all got to be lined up around these words.
Well, but do they? Because, again, I go back to Southwest Airlines, they didn't say we need all of our, we want, low fares, yeah, that everyone's going to like that. On time.
Yeah, I'm not so much the fun person now, I'm your friend,
Yeah.
but
But what I'm saying is you can select out. If you don't like it, you can also select
Okay,
out. That's you're trying to see.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get to.
You guys are all hitting on Frank L. Baum's 3 major, I guess, whatever you want to call these, from the Wizard of Oz. The lion with his courage, the Tin Man with his heart, and then the Scarecrow with his strength, skills. I mean,
Oh, my gosh.
Hey, brilliant leverage. And courage. I mean, it was
Oh, that is the best.
Do you know what your Myers-Briggs is?
I'm an introverted extrovert, so I'm introverted very naturally, but if you put me against the wall, I'm going to come out.
Yeah, but that's one, I want to know how you take in information through your senses or through intuition.
Intuition.
Boom. So that's, she's been giving it to you for 2 days straight.
Yeah, why?
Yeah, I just want to warn you though, you guys get some funny looks on your face sometimes, and you kind of look at each other when she's just being herself.
Oh, no, she is, because she's our little quick start, or she's our innovator. I mean, that's what she does naturally, and in the room, there are only a couple of people in that category that dance with her. The majority of the people in this room are research, fact finder kind of individuals.
Yeah,
So she's our creative.
Yeah, my favorite.
She's an integrator. She integrates ideas very quickly.
I get it.
Very quickly.
She analyzes and moves
So
right
take
on.
advantage of that. That's a.
The interesting piece though is you say, Anna, could you repeat what you just said? She says, huh?
There might be some ADD in there.
It came out, it was there.
All right. Keep going, guys. Keep going. So there's kind of a call on the table for courageous being a strategic anchor.
I've heard innovative and progressive a couple times. Is that something we think a lens when we look at decisions?
I think that falls under courage.
Does it differentiate?
You're right.
You can't innovate.
Innovation comes in here?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Was there another word that you said kind of?
Progressive is the other word I've heard.
That takes courage.
Okay. So you got to be asking your question, we only get like 3 of these. I won't be as amiable as I was yesterday.
One and skill. I think I hear grit instead of using will.
Well, I like grit. I like what it means. I think it's very trendy. It's just like growth minded. It's very trendy, but it is. But I get it. That's why I kind of liked it underneath the, we can connect. It needs to connect with something. I don't know. What do you think?
Notes. Who are the anchors for and where does it go?
The anchors are,
So who are the anchors for and where does
They're for you, they're
it
for
go?
your
If it's
team.
just for this team and grit's the word, or is it something that you're trying to get out to more people?
I've heard two.
Not as much as core values.
And grit
Okay.
/ courage.
But when people, one day I was on Southwest and they, instead of peanuts, they handed out these little 100-calorie packs. Remember those?
Right,
They were Oreos, right? And I thought, well, these are cool, and I opened it up, and of course they floated through the air because they're so light. And but I decided I wanted to get some milk with them. I thought, let me go get some milk. So I went to the back of the plane, and when I got there, there was a flight attendant. She was kind of crouched down, stowing something, and I said, "Excuse me," and this is a true story. Could I get a milk with these cookies? And she looked at me. She looked at the ground, kind of studying. And she looked at me, and she looked down at the ground again, and then she finally looked at me, and she said, "Sir, I'm sorry, we do not have milk on this flight. Milk requires refrigeration. Refrigerators are heavy. Heavy planes use more fuel, and if we use more fuel, we're going to have to charge you more for your ticket, and we are the low-fare airline."
I love that.
So in those cases, that was a strategic anchor piece. I'm like, that is amazing. That is a person. So there is an opportunity to reinforce this in staff, but really it's a filter for your decision making. Let me ask you this: Do you have? Give me a pretty kind of solid big deal decision you guys have made in the last 6 months. What?
How much time do you have?
I only want one.
How about we hired a superintendent?
Well, let me get one. No, give me one. Last 6 months. You've been here longer than 6 months, haven't you? So let's try on that one. So what is it? Give me something you guys had to grapple with.
It's a portion of our teacher agreement.
What?
We suspended a section in our teacher agreement, employment agreement.
Suspended it for how long?
It's June 30th, every year, July 1 to June 30th. So in suspending it, now, the new book have it or not? Well, that's up to the meet and pro process, but in order to get hiring done, we suspended a portion of it so that, as they said, we know that you like that, but we can't use that right now because it's not going to move us forward.
Okay.
And that was courageous.
Okay, that's what I want to know. So that's what I want to know. So you made that decision without even knowing what your anchors are. Now you just have your anchors. So that could be a decision where you said, okay, let's run it through that. What does courage have to do with this decision? What would you have said if you had those available to you?
It wasn't popular. It's not going to make everybody happy.
And yet, if it was one of your anchors, you could still go through with it, in spite of the fact that it wouldn't be popular. What about grit?
Yeah. And the result of that, you have to have grit to then see that all the way through.
The pushback.
The pushback was
Are those so similar
and it means
between
the
courage?
decision meant that there's going to be a lot more decisions coming our way, and we have to follow through and make this all right so that we are at a better place by the end of it. So to have that grit going through, it's not like we're going to just drop this bomb and go, oops, that type of thing. We're going to have to work through.
Short term, it means we're going to have better teachers in this district.
Very, very true. And so then we've got to move forward. I mean,
I don't know that there's a decision that has been made in the past 6 months that hasn't called upon courageous leadership on behalf of the board. Because we've brought them difficult situation after difficult situation. They probably could like to have a break here pretty soon. But the reality is to get us where we need to be in the future, it is all about being courageous.
Okay, so we got that one.
Yeah, tackling difficult. Now,
So now, what would you like? Go
but
ahead.
the grit, so let me go to the grit now. But
Yeah.
the grit of that is, then that's the fortitude to make those things happen and create the new reality.
Execute that.
create
To
a new
execute.
reality.
And
Without
not-
the
and
grit,
not
we're not
back
going to execute it, because it's going to take some, you're going to get pushed on, you're going to.
I wonder if that is similar to saying committed.
It might be.
Because we're committed, it's going to take grit.
No.
There's something there.
Because, when you commit to change, I mean, that means you've got
Gotta
to
see it
solve
through.
problems, and there's more problems ahead of you, and you have to fix them, and you have to work together. It takes a lot. You're right.
You know what's interesting, I want to go back to that word compassion for a moment, but compassion is about committing. It's about committing to follow through and do it. The interesting piece is, when you do it with compassion, people understand you're doing it for the right reason. And so they understand that we're compassionate about the education of the learners. We're compassionate about providing the best learning environments. We're compassionate about raising high expectations. So, and that's just from this learner's perspective, how I position those pieces.
I like the alliteration of courageous, committed, and compassionate. We really like alliteration. I'm just telling you, 3 C's, got stick. But you can't have one without the other. And be successful.
And compassion says that you care. Yep. So you care about your employees, you care about your stakeholders, students.
And it's because you care that makes you so courageous to do what you gotta do, even though it's unpopular.
And then you got to see it through commitment. Yeah.
So, I'm stuck at the moment of, if you want to be the best educational environment, you want to be excellent, you want to be a leader. Have we captured that to say that the decision that we're going to make is going to get us to being, whether it's high quality, whether it's quality, or whether it's excellence, whether it's mastery, whatever term we want to use, is it getting us that expectation up here versus here? Aspiration.
Are you thinking that term's not used, that term of excellence is not part of
It's nowhere in
values or strategic?
nowhere near said we said we're going to be
near
there.
there.
Leader.
So how do you make sure you're?
Maybe I heard.
I don't think you need that specific term. I think you're saying that already.
So it's
You know, I keep going back up here, in my mind, it's like, none of this matters unless it's all kids. But we've already said all kids, so do we not worry about saying it again, because we've already said it once? But none of this really matters if you're only talking about certain kids in certain schools at certain times, you know, it doesn't matter.
So because of the core purpose.
So maybe we've covered it in another area,
Yeah.
and we don't need to worry about it here.
I think so too, because I think the 2 key words there are individual learners and full potential. If it's all kids, if it's all individual learners, all kids, full potential.
So I'm going to go back to your conversation when you showed us the video. It's the how we will succeed. We will succeed because we're going to have courage in doing this.
Yeah, and it isn't so much individual courage as it would show up in a core value, but this is institutional grit, courage, and compassion. Institutional level.
I love the 3 C's idea.
Compassionate, courage,
Commitment.
and commitment.
So every decision runs through all 3. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, not whether you're going to go get, Chinese food for lunch.
No, but if we take our last example of what, the courageous example, does it fit with commitment? Does it
You
fit
take us through it.
with the other?
Take us through the TDA.
Does it fit?
Yeah, compassion.
Yeah, so we know that in order to make that decision, you had to have courage to do that decision.
You had to be committed.
So you had to be committed to seeing it through,
Well, you also had to be committed to put the very best teachers in the classroom for students.
and then,
Because that's what we were missing. We couldn't get on the market.
so committed to getting the best employees is what that decision was about.
Right.
And then compassion, how does compassion play out with that decision?
Because it was the best thing for kids, for us to be able to hire now, rather than waiting until all the good candidates have been gobbled up by the
Right. Well, what I keep hearing is, the filter has to be is this decision committed to students? Committed to what's best for students? Is that why we're making this decision?
Student focused.
Yeah, exactly. I know. When you talk about a filter for our decision-making, I agree with you. You have to have students in there somewhere.
You do.
Right,
It has
right.
to.
It can't be implied like Southwest was, like, Pam very astutely noted. It doesn't say anything about customers in there, but it speaks to us all about, oh, that's all customer service.
See, and so I'm gonna go to my cognitive piece where compassion and committed are intertwined on the level of high functioning. So is it, if somebody has a word of it, challenging, who put challenging?
Challenging environment.
No, that one.
What is it? Challenging. Oh, as in academically challenging, creating challenging, okay.
Well, it's your employees too.
Good
But
day.
is it committed? You're committed to students, we're committed to excellence, we're committed to, and then there's things under that committed that go with it?
No, that's,
If you're meeting the core purpose, it's as challenging as you're gonna get.
you bet it is.
So I don't know that you have to duplicate it.
Good point.
Okay.
So, it does come an interesting question. What are we doing or what are we seeing if we are fulfilling that purpose? Are we seeing courage?
Or how do
Yes.
you fulfill
Do
that?
you need to see courage to fulfill that purpose?
Yeah.
Do you need to see high expectations to fill that purpose? Do you, and maybe that's
purpose
that's
is
the
that.
phrase, that's the way to phrase it. What do you need to see if you're fulfilling that core purpose?
You need courage, you need commitment.
Compassion,
Yeah.
But do those become your, I mean, those would be your core values because those are behavioral? Those are.
They are behavioral, but they're also, they can be institutional.
That's my problem with it.
It's things you see.
Individual, goal subject. So there's your different, there's individual behaviors that we honor, that we recognize, and we say, these are the people we really think are outstanding employees. And then there's an institutional how that we say, all people need to live by this. We need to be courageous. We need to be committed, and we need to be compassionate. And so institutional versus individual. Now, we want individuals to exemplify that, but we also want individuals to be responsive to the customer. We want them to be student-focused. We want to make sure that they are accountable, and we have the word committed up there. Isn't that interesting? We have it twice.
Yeah. I think you just kind of flip them, see how you feel about it. Because I
Maybe
think
it clear, maybe we only
core
use
values
core
and
values.
individual. I thought core values were institutional. Behavior.
They are, but they're based on individual behavior.
So you want everyone in the institution to have them, but it's based on your individual behavior that we're looking for.
Some of these other terms do roll up into the other.
Compassionate,
So
courageous.
humble, compassion goes very well.
Hungry.
Hungry is
Courageous. Know what my strengths are.
yeah.
So part of me feels like on the core values, if I have committed, if I put committed down on a strategic anchor, I don't want to have it in the core values.
You don't need it.
I don't need it there because I have it down here.
Team players more than just.
I agree. To me,
Team
team
players
too.
are more encompassing than just committed.
I mean, I like humble. I want humble people.
I'm visualizing, okay, right? So you start with your core purpose, which is we're student-focused, and that statement right there. And then to achieve it, we've got these anchors. You have to be courageous, you have to be committed, and you have to be compassionate. Now, how do you execute that? That's your behaviors, right? And so that's where it's we said we're responsive, we're accountable, we're team player. I mean, we're hungry and we're humble. I mean, those, I don't know, something.
Hungry is your, by the way, hungry is part of your lifelong learning. Oh, yeah, continuous,
And your grit,
there,
persevering.
Well,
Yeah.
core values. Well, so Michael, back to your point, the 3 C's, the other thing is it resonates, it's easy to remember, it's something that sort of, I'm trying to run all the different types of filters through, I'm
It's
trying to
also
get
in
these.
how we define
If we're making a financial decision.
Was that,
It's also in how we define them. We need to make sure you clearly define each of the 3 C's so that we're all on the same page when we talk about them. But I think those are great words, we just need to be consistent in the definition.
and I think you have to be okay saying, these are words that require us, that these are words that we will always, filter through. Even though they aren't like on time, low fares, and fun, which are, like you say, very specific organizational, approaches. That's how they make their money, is by being a low-fare airline. And so being a low-fare airline does sound differently than being a courageous school district. I think you just have to get comfortable with that if that's where you're headed.
So let me play with the word accountable for a moment. See, whereas I think accountable is a very strategic anchor.
Yeah.
Whereas maybe compassion is part of a core value. I want to see employees that have compassion as their individual behaviors that we can identify. But accountable is an anchor that says, are we being accountable in this decision? Are we being accountable as the stakeholders? Are we being accountable as the students? Is this, so it's, for me, it's almost like I would flip those two. I would be compassionate for that.
I see that.
And accountable
Yeah.
then on a strategic anchor.
Well, and it may be semantics, but it's, if you're talking about a filter for decision-making, it's accountability that you have there. It's accountable speaks to me, that's a behavior, but it's accountability. You're filtering your decisions through. Where's my accountability? Where's our district's accountability in this decision? I said, I'm still very stuck on those high expectations, just because of who our community is. Where are our high expectations in this decision? Where are the high expectations for our district in this decision, for the student and for our district? So I'm getting stuck on that.
That's a great point, because we have accountability for the district, we're gonna get measured on a state accountability letter grade. You guys are accountable too through a voting election, and that's where you get graded.
I really think you captured in the core purpose,
Yeah,
the high expectations for learning, the rigor, all the pieces you've been talking about is there.
But aren't they all supposed to be connected? I mean, shouldn't you be seeing the same themes in every section?
I don't know.
No?
I don't know. Or have you, just be careful to cover it, what you want to cover in the totality of it.
Yeah, just a minute, like the metrics and the other pieces that support all these. I think what it says is, we like, for instance, if we said we need to raise expectations for all, then the question is, if you ran that through your strategic anchors, you would say, is that a courageous decision? Well, yeah, because there's going to be some pushback on that moment. Is it going to accountability? It's about accountability, because we are now being responsive and behaving with our core value of being responsive to our community and high expectations, and we are going to be accountable. So it goes through that anchor.
Where are you at with the last one?
So now I'm back to my third.
Committed?
That's where my committed is that. I meant core value with committed appearing and is it better as a strategic anchor.
I like compassion on the core value. I feel like we were missing that warmth, that whole culture piece. I like the flipping of the accountable with
Compassion. I do too. I feel a lot better about compassion being up there and accountability being down here.
It is an anchor.
But I think the community is just begging us to be accountable.
Yes.
Be accountable. We are asking you to step up and be accountable. And I think accountability is a good thing throughout the organization. And we want to be known by being accountable.
Yes.
That will be a differentiator. Right. I'm still kind of stuck on what.
And I think the strategic anchor for us when we're making decisions is to say, we recognize this as a courageous decision. That in our accountability, for high expectations, we need to make these decisions.
Right.
And you know, you are right, this is a differentiator, because you know what, we're gonna give it to you, good, bad, and ugly. Yeah. And we know it's good, bad, and ugly, but we know other people will gain the data, because we can. I can make the data look as good.
Right.
Right.
As it needs to look, but we're not gonna do that yet.
Right.
Or we won't tell you, but other
Yeah.
data, you know.
Well, and let's face it, I mean, what we've been dealing with these last 6 months is teachers' fear of what does accountability for me look like? What do you mean you're going to hold me accountable for my students? What does that mean? What does that look like? And we're dealing with all that fear.
And I like the fact that it says, but I'm also holding myself accountable. The board is saying accountability is important to us, it's important to leadership, It's important to teaching.
Yes.
It's important to the entire organization, the accountability to the student.
all
they
the way down to the
Student, taxpayer, to
It is.
everybody.
Our teachers, our principals, everyone, they have suffered in the past for lack of accountability and leadership. So it's all the way through.
So accountability, courage, commitment. And so commitment, and we talked about here about being committed. Commitment, though, really says that we're committing to this decision. We're committing to this movement. We're committing to moving forward. I like that down there in an anchor because it again, it says we're going to do the right thing.
And I think it's so important too when we speak to the educator community and the bigger community. Hey, this is going to take time, but we're committed to it. We need you to be committed to it too. I mean, we'll show you evidence along the way, but you got to be committed to this thing. This thing, if it were easy, it would have been done. You know, it's going to take a while.
So committed,
I'll get it.
to me, and I'm not saying replace the word, but I'm hearing grit.
Yeah.
I'm hearing that.
Absolutely.
Which is a word that happens to resonate. I'm not saying replace it, but I think grit's a great illuminator for committed, maybe.
Or is commitment a great illuminator for Does grit go
Grit
beyond
may be too trendy,
I
is what I
think-
heard earlier.
I think committed is easier to explain to people.
Other than Western True Grit.
True grit, yes.
Just excellent.
It's fabulous grit.
Love how to teach grit.
Yeah, there's a woman who wrote a book about it.
Yeah.
That's fun.
I'm not trendy. Well, no, I'm trending.
Well, you're ahead of the curve.
When a lot of parents talk about their millennial children, grit is kind of a word that, you long for because they don't have it.
Yeah.
Grit is,
Yeah.
yeah. I love the word.
So, what do you think?
So, no, now you opened the door for me, because one of the things we did yesterday is that we lost that whole piece about growth-minded. Is growth-minded an anchor for us? Is it in the decision that we're making, is it growth-minded? And
That's very much closer to more fair. Growth minded, it's thinking, right?
Right, thinking, it's a philosophy, it's a philosophical
Yeah.
thinking.
And are we gonna run that through, run every, thing through that philosophy?
It's for me, growth-minded is a differentiator. People are attracted to it or not attracted to it.
Yes.
And so, if we think it's important, then let's put it out there, because if you're not prepared to move forward with this, then it's probably not the right place for you.
So let me share something. In a prior experience, on your strategic anchor, there was the term progressive or innovative, right? But progressive had both negative and positive connotations.
Yeah,
So when we got done writing it, we had to change it. The executive board came up, but when they got to the board level, the board came back and said, it's got too many politics tied to it. And they shifted it to forward thinking or growth-minded, because the reality is it took on the wrong connotations. And so,
Two concepts, the wrong.
growth-minded
Minded is you can always get better. You can expand your potential. I mean, it is very much related to what we've set up here.
It's a prerequisite.
And it's not going to go away. It's just going to expand, in reality. So back to this, so responsive, student-focused, back to this thing called team player. I understand what we mean by team player, but is that the term we want to use? Because it's not, I don't think team player comes off. Is there anything that?
Well, I'm
not a
fan. I think a team player is a subset of compassion, quite frankly. Because if you're compassionate,
You're committed.
You're working
And
with the
committed.
group, and you're being inclusive, and you're
You're going to demonstrate team player. You're going to demonstrate being a team player if you're compassionate.
yeah.
If you're
It could
not,
be an
you're not going to be
illuminator
a
if
team
you're
player.
compassionate or compassion. It could be the illuminator though, or one of.
So put team player as an illuminator.
See, when I think team player, I say, what kind of team player do I want? I want a humble, hungry team player
Who's compassionate.
who's compassionate. think of ideal team, I look at that.
Hungry, humble, and compassionate.
Humble, hungry, and smart. And the smart piece is being people smart, because we're in a people organization.
I don't like compassion.
I don't like compassion.
I like humble.
I don't, compassionate, just, it feels
Anger, I don't have.
I don't like it either.
Thank you.
I struggle with there, it's, maybe it's that weird, because if it's not, I mean, if we were in healthcare or something, maybe, I mean, I get it, right? I know we, exactly, I do. That can mean
So how about
so
humble?
many different things to.
I like humble.
I think we're a people business. We're not compassionate, we're people. We're a people business, whether it's who are educated, it's the people we serve, it's people. At the end of the day, I don't know what the word compassion or respect, but if it's not there, you will not hold on to people.
I agree with you. Think about, that's an airline, and what did we come up with? Friendly. I mean, we came up with a lot of people. That's that why, speaking to that emotion piece.
But I feel like if you're student focused, you should have compassion for
Not
your
necessarily.
If you have a student that has a special issue, that's it, and you're not compassionate, then you.
Well, if we were gonna ask you to name the 5 most compassionate people you could think of, I would imagine Gandhi, Mother Teresa would come up, and then we would say, well, they're all humble as well.
Yeah.
Can't really be compassionate without humility.
But I think, you know, look, you're, and I hate to, I'm not suggesting that we take Southwest, but it's truly that compassionate piece is that servant's heart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And is there another word for servant's heart?
We talk about servant leaders.
Servant leaders,
Yeah.
And that's Robert Brennan. And how about leaders? And I guess, yeah, I think what kind of concerns me about it is compassionate can be interpreted in so many ways. And when you've got kids, and you got crying kids, or crying parents, or things like that, it can be interpreted as, okay, well, I think it can be said like, okay, I gotta give them a break. You know, yes, it's our rule that you need to be here at 7:45, but okay, I get it, you're having
Lowering
fun with
standards
them.
is what you're concerned about.
Lowering standards,
Yeah.
you're not exactly.
Yeah.
And so I think that's where I'm kind of struggling, is it's not like I want all our teachers to be just total hard.
Well, I love Michael's phrase of
But, you know what I'm.
truth. Kind truth is compassion. I mean, it's not saying you agree, but it's sharing it in a kind, thoughtful way.
I'm gonna go back to what,
What's the behavior that we can see and hold people accountable to, so for our values?
and it's that, it's also what we're trying to interview processes when we're
Right.
distinguishing. If I get 2 candidates in front of me and equally skilled, and I'm going back to that will thing. But if I'm equally skilled, I've got 2 teachers in front of me, I'm interviewing, they're equally skilled, what distinguishes one from the other? So I get into that core value piece that says, did this person give me examples where they were responsive? Were they truly student-focused? So I would want to be able to, in the interview process, say, these values should distinguish the kind of employee that we look for. Now, compassion may not be the word, and I'm okay with that. I'm the one that threw it up there, and I'm happy to let go of it, because I think it gives a mixed message. And I don't want a mixed message. I think it needs to be concrete enough that it's a very solid message that says, these are the characteristics that we're looking for. It's also the characteristics we're going to honor, we're going to recognize, we're going to, call forth those types of, maybe it's humble then.
I love the word humble.
I do too. I really do.
I think it for humble, you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this, we're doing the values, so is it, this is the filter we like to think about, is it true about defining people? That's why we did that yesterday. Is it true about them? Is it untrue about the worst nightmare people we've ever had?
Yeah.
And
So
and
true.
the most important thing is it true about these people right here? If those all have to overlap, or else you don't have a core value.
Yeah.
When I came on board with this team, and, so board is to the side, when I came on board and started developing a team here in Scottsdale, I used the idea of team player as that process, and the first thing I looked at was humble. When I looked at the things that were broken, it came from the opposite of that. It came from not listening, being arrogant, and not being transparent, right? I said, I need a team that can be humble, that can own the issue, embrace that, and have the humility to say, this is what I understand, so let me back up and do this. And the humble piece was critical. So, when I think of players that I put on my team, in sitting here, so I'll talk about it, but when I brought Steve in, I knew Steve is humble. He had answers, but when he doesn't have the answer, he doesn't try to pretend that he has the answer. Right. And Anna constantly is striving to find the next answer, and she's humble and coming to the rest of the team and saying, hey guys, I'm seeing this, but can you look at it differently for me? And, and that was something we picked up on right away. And we began in our hiring processes to look for humble because we wanted to get away from arrogance. And arrogance was the great destroyer of what we were seeing happen.
And wasn't it true about those people, at least those people you were thinking through? Never heard any names on the negative side.
Exactly.
But you gave me those sentiments.
Well, and we're getting those sentiments in our emails every day. I'm an educator. I already know what's best for kids.
Right, there you go.
And that's brutal to hear, honestly, because it's like, that is ignoring the problems in front of us that we all at one point agreed that we had. So I prefer humble over compassionate.
And to you,
So it's an instead of, right?
Yeah.
So to use that example, if we get all those emails, I also see humble as, we're also humble enough to know that maybe they have an essence of truth. And so how do we respect that? How do we accept that? Because humble is saying, you're wrong and I'm right, or you're right and I'm wrong. You know what I'm saying?
You don't put your important about others.
Yeah.
well, humble says, I'm going to stop and listen.
Right.
And then I'm going to take those things into consideration, and then I'm going to put other filters to it as well to say, how many people does this represent? Does it have some pieces that I can take in? So I think that when you're humble, you listen more.
You listen, you ask, am I being inclusive? Am I asking the questions?
I mean, but they have a point.
Yeah.
I heard one of the things you said yesterday that
Well,
sounds
we've been listening to
your sense of entitlement.
We know
And people who have a sense of entitlement are not.
Right, yes.
But there's different,
Yes.
So what you want to do is you want to take out this autocratic style of management that created the silos in the first place. And humility enables that sense of being able to pull these things back together again. I'm going to listen to you. May not agree with you, but I'm going to listen to you, see what you have.
Maybe you got a better idea than I did.
Absolutely. But before, I'll listen to you, but it's my idea, and it's going to go my way anyway.
Right.
I'm going to live longer than you.
So take compassion
So
out.
I'm pulling up.
Yeah. Should we do the thumb thing?
We'll make it fun here in a moment.
Humble also covers your team player piece pretty well.
Yeah,
I agree a ton on humble.
Yeah, team players are not arrogant, they're not self-centered, they're not ego-driven, they admit their mistakes, they share the credit, they're interested in others over self.
You're humble.
So
Humble? Humble? Anybody? Where are we on humble? One down. All right, you got thumbs all the way.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
I probably should have you do it
Are
again.
you
I'm not sure if I
doubting
believe
us?
you. And this is right here? Are we here?
Yeah.
We
I'm not
I'd
gonna
like
see
to
you, please finish.
We just did the thumbs on the word humble, not on the whole.
Yeah,
Okay.
so where are we?
Accountable recipients.
Yeah, it's been every now. Organizationally accountable.
Okay, so, again, is it accountable or accountability? Is it courage or courageous? Is it commitment or committed? I mean, that kind of stuff bothers me.
Because it was an organizational thought,
Someone earlier said, since it's an organizational thought, it should be, I think it was Seth.
I said, if you're moving it out of core values, putting it into an anchor, it needs to be accountability. Can we see accountability in this decision we're making?
So it's now, it's accountability.
As long as it's consistent.
Yeah, we have accountability,
Underneath.
we have courage, and we have commitment.
What I'm struggling a little with commitment is to understand if it's a filter for our decision making. I mean, are we saying to make this decision, are we committed to, I'm struggling to see it as a filter for our decision making.
I see student focus as being more of a filter.
I agree.
I think it should be an anchor.
It has been an anchor for me since Dr. Birdwell has come and started using that terminology. I process every decision, every email that I respond with is the student focus. And it's been life-changing for me.
The last time I did this, it was in both, and I totally understood why, because it was that important.
Yeah.
I would move it out of the value.
Okay, so you're not trading it out.
Not trade it out, well, I
And putting student focus first.
I would trade it out.
I would trade it out.
I would trade it out.
And I wouldn't
So you
trade
say
out.
trade it out and trade it out.
There's no way
as an educator, so I'm here,
Educator.
there's no way as an educator that I don't want employees that understand and are student focused.
You want both?
I want both,
Yeah.
because as an individual, I've seen teachers who, teach and are in our fields that are not student focused. They're academic focused. They ivory tower moment, they professora a lot, but they don't necessarily, they're not there for the student who sits in front of them. And you have to be in our field about the student. And so that's why I like
that core purpose if you're not about the student as a value.
Yeah, so I mean, so when I look at characteristics and I say, well, we're hiring, and we're hiring and we're gonna put the core values in the hiring process, we better be looking at student focus. We better not ignore that. Now, if you wanna put a third one up there, I'm okay with that, or a fourth one. But student focus, no. But on an anchor, I gotta tell you, there isn't any decision I don't make that I don't run through student focus. Because in the end of the day, the man in the mirror moment, when I make a decision that is maybe not popular, I look in the mirror and go, was it about students? And if it is, I can live with myself.
Can the anchor just simply be student? I'm wondering if there's another word under the value for student focus that really captures it from a behavioral standpoint.
Growth minded.
Well, but I like the word student. Okay, to your point though, and we've talked about it, accountability, courage, noun. Student focused, not nouns. Either it needs to be student focused.
Take the ED off.
Take the ED off, student focused. That is an anchor we filter our decisions through. Or we come up with a different noun that says student focused, I don't know.
That's kind of
I don't know what that would be, but.
But you're combining them, but you're also separating them, so that you can see that
On
they're
values,
two
if
ways.
we're using it as a filter to hire people, I'm just gonna throw that, I think growth minded is really important. That's all about the will and the skill. You have to have the ability to be a continuous learner yourself. You have to.
Well, we
Or
have
you're
to
never gonna reach excellence, because excellence keeps moving.
And I agree.
Full circle here, isn't it?
Oh my God. We have deja vu.
Deja vu, here's the
Deja vu, but, I mean, and certainly different words, I mean, other than the student focus piece. I think I have so much educator's filter, and I have to say, that's my issue is, and I own it, is that, because I'm all about the student, it resonates on both realms for me, but it doesn't have to as long as it's there solidly, and I think as long as, to me, if I had to choose between which area I would not negotiate, would be strategic anchor.
Yeah.
I agree.
Right, I think for too long, decisions have been about adults and not students. If we're gonna have a student-centric culture, we have to have an anchor that says, is this in the best interest of the students? And when you so for instance, when you say, we're gonna provide, professional work day is a great example of that. Professional work day is showing up 15 minutes before I teach and 15 minutes after about students. Is that about students?
Sorry, absolutely.
Does that meet the needs of students? And if it doesn't, then I have to say, well, why are we doing that? If the teacher is late to class and the door is locked and the kids are in the hallway, as a principal, I can say, hey, remember that we're student focused. Let's get here early enough so the kids can enter the classroom. Or I need to ask the teachers to be out in the hallway because we're having a little bit of disruption. Hey, everybody needs to be hands on deck. We're student focused. We need to be out in the hallway. We need to make sure the kids are safe. So there's so many things that we do. We talk about a fiscal responsibility. We say, are we willing to go spend that money on some gadget moment that never touches students? Is that in the best interest of students? Well, maybe we shouldn't be doing that. You know, it's on the best interest.
So is the suggestion to underneath values, change student focus to growth minded?
That's
That's my proposal.
Or add a
I
fourth?
just, growth-minded is so cliche. I'm sorry. It's just,
She didn't want it at all.
I believe in it, and it's just, I like the values that are just so easy to understand. Growth-minded means, it's very nebulous.
What about growth mindset?
Same thing. It's a book. So as opposed to responsive and humble.
So it's not so. It's a philosophy.
Okay.
It's a culture.
Our
So how do you, it's
not a
It's
behavior.
a learning organization. It's a mindset. It's a mentality.
It's a mentality,
And you
it's a
can-
behavior.
But you just
But
said
you can
it's a
interview for it.
philosophy, but it's not necessarily an individual behavior.
Right.
Or what is it?
It is.
What is it in the behavior?
It's
a
a
belief.
The belief
of,
well,
the
your
power
will
of
to learn.
believing that you can improve.
Yeah. It's
So
a
what's
willingness
the
to
behavior?
What's the behavior?
So learning.
learn.
It's a believing.
Learn.
That's like being humble. It's that you have the ability within you, no matter who you are or your circumstances, that you can learn.
Yeah, but how do I see that in the behavior of the employee?
Okay.
Perseverance and grit.
But specifically towards learning.
I mean, so you're interviewing them, so what have you done to perfect your craft? When do you ask for mistakes? How do you ask for feedback? How do you work with others?
Right, but those are skill sets.
But
Those are skill sets, but they're not.
I'm trying to make them tangible on how you can actually interview for,
To figure out if they can grow or if they can try.
I don't know.
The problem is, there's always going to be some new trendy term for this very concept, whether it's lifelong learning or growth mindset.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do this. Let's involve food in this process. So let's go over and get something to eat. We'll have about 10, 15 minutes to just kind of munch and not have to get a break from this. But then let's get working again.
Yeah.
Would you respond, or would you want me to respond back? Okay, but I'll. The other thing regarding the dialogue,
I think student focus is the most important piece. It's gotta be something.
Both were.
It's, I know you don't like that.
No.
I don't think there's any disagreement with that. Yeah.
I think growth-minded can be covered under student focus, but I don't know that student focus can be covered under growth minded.
What would be a student-focused behavior?
I go back to decisions the board makes, decisions on how do we spend our money, decisions on how do we spend our time, should all be geared towards improving student learning.
Yeah, I mean, I think
But
learning
that's
can
student
work.
focused.
Yeah. Well, but it's not. Because words like,
All right, you do.
But if there had an applicant interview, what kinds of questions are you going to ask to see if that person has an actual student-focused behavior?
Mommy,
So what would be the behavior that would allow you to say, "Dang, he's so student-focused. Look at that. Look at what he's doing with that learner." That's what I think we're looking for in the
education,
in the behavior side.
I could be humble, I could be responsive, but it has nothing to do with education.
Yeah, student focus doesn't have to, I can care so much about my students, but it means anything to do with learning.
No, it's not caring about students,
No.
it's making decisions in their best interest, which in school is about learning.
But we make decisions all day long about students that don't have anything to do with learning.
Let's hope that's not in isolation. And I don't think you're student focused.
The near definition, student focus is learning.
Which is why they're there.
But I'm from the outside of the education, just being student focused, and I'm not reading that.
Well,
The
but
compassionate stuff, and
But that's part of the challenge is that we have, maybe, I mean, you
Student
can be
focus is
student
all of it.
focused, but not willing to learn and to grow yourself. You can be willing to believe you're a teacher. I wonder if an educator.
yeah, but I don't think that's the same thing.
No, I
Student
don't think-
focused is how you spend your resources, right, which is time and money and decisions and, yeah. Yeah.
If we don't have a value that talks to the learning component.
It does, I think it does. To me, it's clear. That's what student focus is. You're not focused on achieving that core purpose. You're not student focused.
What about the ideas of, innovation and growth and change and excellence and next level of excellence? I mean, that, to me, that's all being risk-taking. All of that is.
And you
All right.
can't achieve your core purpose without doing all of those things.
So that's why I'm saying that word, some word to capture all that should be up there. But I don't,
I
that's
don't know
not
how many
word,
words you
all
want.
those things.
I don't know how many terms
To
it's
me,
going
it's
to have out
growth-minded,
there,
but
but.
to me, that is growth-minded. I don't care if it's called like learning or something like that, but you're growth-minded.
I could live with it.
I always wonder why they unlocked that door, and not the one that everybody goes
That
on.
my son had, and then my daughter had. She was so connected to the girl. But truly,
We have to give teacher, I didn't know we had to give
as we said on there, she was one of the best teachers in the
Well, careful, be careful. When you say she's one of the best teachers, if she's not getting results, she's not, in my mind, one of the best teachers. Okay. But to
But
me,
that's what we have.
just a really nice person that everybody likes isn't necessarily your best teacher.
That's where I thought you were going. Yeah, sure did.
Good.
People think that.
I was
Mm-hmm.
dealing with this.
But she was, my point was, she was,
And I would disagree with that. I don't think she was student focused if her kids weren't achieving. She was compassionate and friendly and nice and,
that's why they
So,
well, we just have different definitions.
Yeah.
okay.
I mean, I think that those are separate issues, I think. Skill is baseline. Okay, we're talking about the soft things on top, I mean, I know baseline is you got this, that, and the
Well,
capability.
the rest of them.
Get
that's what I'm like.
And
This-
show off
this
that
way.
really long arm of yours.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, everything has to be defined up here.
No,
I
I
mean,
didn't.
some people aren't gonna understand.
Oh, man.
Well, I mean, humble actually could be negative too.
It's just a fact of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, I mean.
It all has to be
Yeah,
defined.
exactly. I mean, I like humble, but I also like confident. So it kind of makes, sometimes can be the opposite. So it could be
But it
the
also
opposite.
means
Well,
that
it
this
could
is
be
the
the
definition of how you roll this
Right.
out.
Oh, very much so.
That's great, isn't it?
I know.
I like this kind of.
That's,
Well, in this case, it means humble, team player, able to, listen to others.
I think so.
Right, because that's what you're talking about. And to your point, are we gonna have those definitions?
yeah, the illuminators, they say.
Yeah.
So I think again, I've had an epiphany listening. I know what you want. You want, because I've talked with you, you want a high bar. You want us to get out of where we're at and to reach for the stars and to believe we can be the best. And I think that's what you guys mean by growth mindset, is to aim higher. Achieve more than we're achieving right now. This isn't good enough.
Yes, and you want to achieve more, but to be growth minded, you also have to be willing to improve prove yourself to do it. Right, we can all aim for the stars, but if you're not willing to stay before 12, stay after 12, learn professional development, believe that you take 3 more days of professional development because, I'm not doing that, well, then you're not doing it.
And I don't disagree with that. Growth-minded doesn't say it.
Right, and I get that, because it's going
What's
out
it,
and
though?
there might be another term.
Yeah, just like it's another term.
Service part.
But again, to me,
But that's so much, right?
But again, to me, I mean, we're sitting here trying, I think, too hard to find the perfect words that will encompass everything we're talking about in this room, when actually, it's words to start the conversation in our staff, to get us to the right direction.
And they're staying for a while.
So, so we are picking those words that start these conversations and going the direction that we're heading.
Why would we have, these words matter, we've been
I
here
know,
for
I'm
2
not
days.
saying they don't matter, I'm saying we have to know what we mean by them.
But does the
And
public
we
know what
can't-
you mean by it? I mean, if you said to me and said, in the filter of growth-minded, would the public understand?
No, but isn't that the whole point of this? This isn't our slogan, these aren't our marketing tools. This is how our organization has the conversations it needs to have,
Yes,
to get in the right
and
direction.
the board has a public meeting. Your meetings are in the public, so when you use your strategic anchors, you're going to be using those in the public. And can the public understand your filter? I'm just talking about other organizations who meet in executive boardrooms and talk among themselves. Yours isn't like that. So when you say student focus, they're going to get that piece, your anchors.
Right.
When you say, accountability, they're going to get that. Matter of fact, you're going to applaud it. So absolutely. So, but you're right, core value, now can the person say, well, your core value is that you're growth-minded? That's really just for our in-house people. The educators will resonate with it. I'm not sure the yard guy will get it.
But even in both cases still, it's the conversation behind those words that is really where the meaning is. I mean, I think we're choosing good words. We're doing good work in choosing those words that will drive those right conversations, whether we're in a public board meeting or if it's a teacher conference room.
The biggest question is to stand back from all of this and say, this process getting us to a place where we can start to, clearly articulate our beliefs and require that people align themselves to it. I get the feeling that that's actually what's happening.
I agree.
That's why it's so hard.
Right. It's true. I think with us, it's that word humble starts that a conversation that gets us to what we believe in and what will be effective. Same with all the words, so far. The board got a letter from legal things for it, get it from Michelle.
Oh, yeah, they're doing that. Yeah. So there's no Thursday. Maybe it's time to move on if we want to negotiate interest together. Did we stop the tape, by the way?
No, it's still going. There's so much similarity between these two emails.
Yes. Don't you want, I have it over here.
What is that? No, we have the funding career ladder, and that funding went away. Right. That's what it's, right, I just want to make sure it's correct.
They're really doing the same, I don't want you to. Yeah, like, you do the first time to do it.
Oh, we don't have, don't we have the issues and other changes that we made? You want them to meet in fact?
No, I thought we usually have it on, you know, for next year.
Steve, you live in China? Huh? Where do you live? China. Yeah.
Going into your circle.
She doesn't want us to talk about all the people that are asking for where it is.
Oh, is that where you are? I looked there, but I ended up in Albuquerque, but I'm renting, so I need something.
I was large out there.
Yeah.
Pam didn't.
That email?
Yeah. Who said about that? I'm curious about processes here in Scottsdale.
I almost am the, understanding of it. You'll get me.
I guess I agree. I mean, I do, but I just don't know how I first do it. I'm educated in that.
Oh, you are good.
Good.
Because we've written a
Has
but
it?
I was, you're on the,
You're right.
Yeah, but the principal's meeting's been canceled. Because, Carol Thompson is gonna do it.
Right.
oh, I thought, that's,
Yeah.
it's been canceled.
Okay.
So, what did you
Just
need?
as well.
What were we doing with them? Oh, yeah, you know what?
I agree.
Yeah.
And then everybody's coming out, you could break it into three habits.
Most every school is affected.
So then let's.
However, I think we can do it a different way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't have to do it in a venue like that.
Isn't it funny how when people walk up to things
That's too good.
like salad, or whatever, they kind of just,
Chunk it down.
Yeah.
when you walk up to the dessert, it's like,
Yeah, and I'm putting
Not,
some
I tried to
on.
eat it great, so when I look at it,
On
I'm like,
some
okay,
Carol.
I've seen it, I don't miss it. I like this little Asian salad thing.
Yeah.
It's really
it's
good.
really very good. I wonder if there was supposed to be some, dressing with the.
Yeah, I would agree.
Or is there no dressing yet? Most people don't. Strolling around the back is good. And they're gonna.
Yeah, it's way too healthy at some point.
Right outside my room one day.
The only food you don't want to have a meeting for like this is pizza. You know why?
Why?
It puts you to sleep.
Pizza?
It's because what it does is the body has to work double hard to process the cheese, so it makes you tired. So you lose them if you have pizza.
I thought it was Mexican food.
Well,
Everybody wants a siesta afterwards. But there's a lot of cheese in
Turkey doesn't.
Huh? Turkey.
Turkey.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably wipes me out is sitting in a spa for like 5 minutes. I'm just like a corpse after that.
Oh, no, gosh.
They always do it, so you go and take a nap when you're.
Yeah. Used to go out like on Friday nights, have game night with friends and stuff, and we would do the spa, jacuzzi.
First?
Yeah.
Oh, my.
And then April's like, wake up, you're a zombie, stop, you be having fun.
Yes. Me down whenever I order any food. Oh, God.
You ask me first?
I know what I'm going to see, but it's good. I'm just. Didn't do the work. Because they assume they were, we can do it. Yeah. Right.
Streaming good.
We're good, yeah, we're gringo. Gringo.
Gringo?
Mm. No, we've been flat. We've been, green all day. You had at 9:30, when everybody signed in to their computers, I had a slight blip in terms of utilization. It's been fine. So that worries, all the way across, that worries me. I'm asking, how does it number come? Well, in the last, that's been a stretch.
Got it. Yeah, but it's one.
Yeah. You got one. Right.
He's doing his too.
Yeah. I'm meeting.
Just want to confirm how to. So, yeah, if they move now, the same
This won't be done without,
Huh?
this won't be done without your input.
Which?
The second, that one.
But I think these two give me the same footprint.
Okay,
Absolutely.
excellent. That's gonna save time and money.
Yeah.
The only thing that's gonna change on it is the physical.
We don't have to look at that.
No.
Is that all three of these? Is that all three?
Which I'm saying,
I really need a copy of them. Electronics would be great.
I'm looking to you right now. All right. Your wish is my command. Yeah. That's okay. I can bring it up. I thought it was saying, did we not? Oh. You got a checkbook.
Every time I bring that up,
No, has nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with it. It's a responsibility. Or a lifestyle.
Through the door there.
Not that I mean,
Did you see the letter? I have to say, it's like little Asian salad. That's a good little salad. That is, I've had that last year. It's very tasty. Very tasty.
About 5 minutes, guys, and we'll kick back in.
Yeah, so Kim moved me over. Did she? I asked her if she'd be willing to share her persuasive resume and helpful. Go find it in. Thank you. Thank you for that, for the ad. No, I appreciate it because I'm getting. Robert was mad yesterday. I know. Someone told me that.
there will be. There will be. That, you're gonna have gas pumps. One time, you make sure that there's nothing. And they're gonna be popular, each one of the buildings that I've got. So, every one of those is gonna be safe, associated with being part of it. And that has to try for when they complete. Then I'm gonna match that down. Then when I go through their invoice, then I'm gonna be able to, I'll have to go sign.
Right.
I'm not, all it does is prove it from the desk. I put the hard.
Right hands on person, yeah.
I know.
Not our problem.
No, it is, that way when the calls come in, it's like,
They pulled it, by the way. They did? The city pulled it for 2 weeks, I think. So you moved here and broke-minded, okay.
I still don't like the two words, but I have a better appreciation of the rationale behind it. So I'm looking for different words. So,
Are we gonna talk a little bit?
yeah,
We're gonna do it with the whole group, so. Oh. I have to, so you continue without me. Did you just get another?
Look it up, that's why I was coming here.
guys only did that when there's a board meeting. Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
No, I like dry bread.
Real?
I like dry everything, dry to eat.
Yeah. To the best of our ability, we'd love to just try to, because she can even send each of you an individual too, right? On anything like that. Yeah, that'd be good, that'd be good. Because then we could say, people call, you know, it's gonna be discussed in the general meeting, but this is one. Yeah, or if you have any. We could be incrementally getting it in once a month. When they do, that's the end of it. Yeah. So it's kind of retraining, but in the meantime, we can only train people. Influence, yeah. It doesn't.
Everybody's got a blue face.
Got a what?
A blue face, the phones are up. Yeah.
Were they not?
These.
Oh.
In here, yeah.
Oh. That was blue face means?
That's what blue face means, yeah.
What is it mean?
When teachers tell their students to turn off their phones during tests, they say, why have you got a blue face? Still on.
Oh.
You guys all get that?
So,
Came in yesterday?
then they give off, so, and we turn off all the BYDs.
Still worked. We did.
Turn off all the external devices. So, you're on it. We can do that. Steve, you were missed yesterday.
Yeah, but we were talking so highly.
Get this, 80,000 people there, and I run into Allison at the concession stand.
And then I ran into another person I knew. I
Crazy.
people I knew too. Yeah. That was pretty fun.
It was.
Did you have fun though?
Yeah, it was fun.
It was fun.
Well, when you're concentrating,
It's one of those
bouncing
things
things,
you're only gonna do once, probably, in your life.
chances are.
No.
Sure, it was an experience.
We have to use second level section 222, or
You
222.
see the game much better on the big screen than you can actually see it in person, because they're so teeny.
That's what Tom said.
There's no way that you can see that.
No.
True.
Really?
What a great experience with your son.
That's what it's all about.
We were together like 7 hours.
But you know what happened with 15-year-old, 14-year-old? It was funny, I did exactly. For people.
So, you know the theory of how there could be life on another planet.
And he had to get up this morning and go take his aim.
Just because we
Algebra
haven't seen it.
two. Algebra two, he was so worried about that. Tired, I'm not gonna do very well.
Oh, have fun.
It's worth it.
Billions of
That's
You'll be fine.
That's
It's
a once
worth
in
it.
a lifetime.
Just pass it up
chances
there.
are very great that it's
Oh, I believe it.
on another planet. Yeah. So, I was trying to explain that to some other, Yes.
He stayed up later than that on other times.
I'm sure he has. Yeah.
It isn't like he's gonna stay home playing for it, is it?
No, he wasn't,
you
no.
just realize
I was
you
very
were.
easy to prepare for it either way.
And they're like, I go, have you ever seen yourself in anyone else's photos when they're showing you their vacation photos? No. You are very likely to show up in somebody's photograph. You have a secret. And if you do it with someone, you know, but you've never been before, they're showing you.
Dr. Berthold's on a call, so we're just gonna, end this. Oh, we can go ahead with that.
Yeah, she did say that.
Oh, she did say that, okay. All right. Okay, then let's do that. Now that Erin's here, let's get started.
Yeah, finally, we've been waiting for you. She's on a call.
Okay, guys, very, very close. I don't know what the answer is. That's up to you, but we're extremely close. Let's nail it. Let's do it. Because we still got lots to cover. So who wants to start us off? Is there a suggestion to be made?
I would like to suggest
There we go.
if Kim would be willing to share her thinking behind growth mindset that she shared with me at Asian salad bowl.
One of those kind of conversations.
Oh, yes, the old Asian salad bowl talk.
Do it on the golf course and over the years.
I don't pretend it's fine, but it moved me off of being kind of opposed to that term, because it became more meaningful to what she was trying to get to, so.
Okay.
All right, so, growth mindset can mean a lot of different things, and that's the challenge with it. So there's a student-focused component to it. There's actually an educator component to it. And I think with our core purpose, we've got the student focus nailed. What isn't quite there is the essence for the educator. And we kind of use the example. It's a challenging one that we're dealing with right now, which is Coronado High School. And we're trying to move forward with new academic outcomes. And we're in a challenge right now because we have some educators that they're all student-focused. I'll just start with that. They're all student-focused. However, you know,
They think they are.
they think they are, but I'm going to start from a place, I'm going to assume you're student-focused, okay?
Did you have a really quick comment? Did you want to weigh in there? No.
No, it's a safe time, no.
I'm going to start from a place that everybody is. However, we, using some other analogies, we kind of move the cheese a little bit in terms of what the expectation is for this community. And not everybody's on board. And I feel as though that if we had growth-minded as a value, we could actually say very comfortably that, you know what, we have to move the cheese and we are increasing the bar. And it is going to require more learning, more investment on everybody's part so that our students get the academic excellence that we want for them too. And this may manifest itself, and it is manifesting itself, into additional training, professional development, being available before and after school, being there on weekends, owning your craft. All of these things are a growth mindset. I'm not questioning your student focus, but you have to be willing to move forward so that we can move our students forward. And that is what growth mindset means here, and it's really important that we have that value if we want to achieve that outcome.
It also means you believe that all kids can learn at high levels.
I agree. And that's, I agree.
I love that. I love how you tied it into, as we're selecting a teacher for a campus. That should be.
To me, that as you were talking, it also made me think, it also means we may need to make decisions sooner or quicker than what our community is used to.
So, I still like, and I still love student focus as a value, because I do believe that you can look for that behavior. But now I better understand growth mindset. Can we have 4?
Yeah, sure. Just cost you more money, like I said.
We're letting her. Growth mindset. Growth minded.
Okay, you guys know how to, would that be a hyphen there?
Yeah.
Okay. Responsive, student-focused, humble, and growth-minded. Okay? And then accountability, courage, and student-focused. It could have to be student-focused, wouldn't it?
Okay, yeah, you need to take the ED.
Are we there?
See how great, what a great idea lunch is?
Exactly. So can I just, this is more just wordsmithing,
Yeah.
But if those anchors are filters, I feel like it should be more like accountable, courageous, student-focused. What are our anchors? We're accountable, we're courageous, and we're student-focused.
Yeah, I agree.
So you can ask yourself the question, are we being accountable?
Yes.
Are we being
Courageous.
As leaders?
Yes.
But again, that gets back more to me as a value or a behavior. What type of person are you? Are you courageous? Are you accountable? Here, it's a noun because it is a filter. You are putting that decision.
It's filter of accountability, it's a
So
filter of
I
courage,
just-
and a filter of student focus.
I feel like it's that noun, that thing that you are filtering it through, not a behavior, not a personality trait, or not, I guess.
So you could
Stuck on
where's the accountability?
Exactly.
Where is the courage? Where's the student focus here?
Exactly. As you're trying to make a decision,
As you're trying to.
where is the accountability?
Yeah.
I know it's semantics, I know.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
like to Steve's point, it's sometimes hard to see the difference in these two things. They're so interconnected.
That does help you see the difference, I
And
think.
it just helps me.
And
see
it'll
the
help us
difference.
remember.
It's a filter. I think to Pam's point, that filter is the thing we always have to remember it serves as for our decision making.
Well, I've been worried about this for about 6 years, so this really helps me now.
Kim, how do you feel?
I can go with it.
Okay. All right, wow. Pulled our values off and put them back on, and we put strategic anchors there, too. Very good, very good. All right, let me do a little bit of housekeeping here.
So if this were business, we would call these business imperatives. And everything you do, you have to map against your primary business imperatives to say, does this work? Does this map to that? If any one of those don't, then you have to question. So it's actually business.
Yeah, you don't have to reject, but
That's
you do
right.
need to
Adjust.
deal with it.
Yeah. Absolutely. And the only thing that's there, courage, you can't measure courage, but you can the other two.
The Southwest has a thing, nowadays they have the online, you can get online and you can watch TV for free and stuff, but they don't have a screen on the thing. Well, that was one of their decisions. We talked to some Southwest folks about this, and they said,
So they ran it through their thing, and they said, on time, I don't think it makes any difference at all there. You know, tearing out all their seats and installing these things. They said, you know, that would be an impact, but overall, I don't see it as a big impact. On time, low fares.
That's
the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, on time, not so much. And on time, low fares, and fun. Fun, yeah, but not the kind of fun we talk about. The fun we have is making fun of things and each other and all these kinds of things. But so it didn't have to pass all three. It just needed to not be a hindrance to it. And if they did, then it requires more conversation. Okay? Yes?
I was just going to ask that, so I've seen when organizations use anchors that way, you take those same anchors, and then it's always, it's your mission, which is their purpose, and it's usually financial stewardship. Those two never go away. They're not debatable. So
That's right. They're almost permission to play.
Things. Exactly.
Yeah.
But if it can meet those three plus those other two, you're probably,
Yeah.
you need to vet it through.
Yep. There you go. Okay.
So anchors cost less because we got three?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's in the price.
Is it?
That's the minimum standard.
Okay.
And no, if you only had two values, you would not get, you would not.
Half off, half off.
Sorry.
So do we want to wait till
We're
Dr.
doing
Biggs?
all the work anyhow.
Do we want to wait till Dr. Biggs gets back for a show of thumbs, or can we go ahead and do thumbs?
Oh, yeah.
We can do those.
You can do that. I think we're, yeah, you can.
Good.
Anna?
I'll finish it for
Oh,
Dr. Biggs.
I am sorry.
No worries.
Thank you.
Mention.
Okay.
Aaron.
Allison? Oh, I have.
Oh, good, all right.
That's fine.
Steve, I was watching this, it was packed house with the ball game too, wasn't it?
And in the parking lot.
Wow.
Oh, I bet parking.
Return to Karen's phone call now.
We got millions. Millions.
Oh, wait, don't erase it yet.
Oh, sure.
You want to stand by it?
So this is full cut. The other one is full cut.
Correct?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
Okay,
Like,
okay.
I'll send it to you, Steve.
Yeah. Actually, send it to April so she knows I was actually doing something.
Michael, so are we gonna do what we did with Southwest and take our anchors and then tie them into what we have over here?
We could do that. Usually, that's part of the process to get to the anchors, but let's try that. Actually, I like that.
Curious as how it.
You see how that connects. Okay, so do we have any of those three anchors already out here?
Courageous, yeah.
They're already some of it.
Yeah.
And then we have some illuminators there, innovation and progressive, I think it was. What else?
Accountability, don't we have that up here?
I think that the reason we put up accountability is because that's when we started talking about core values. That was Dr. Birdwell.
Well, I just like to think, I like to think that high expectations is in there, in that accountability
Okay.
conversation. I hope it is.
Here's what I'll do. I'll circle,
really
I'll
important.
put it on there, and then where is that one?
Right next to it. Right next to it, right to the left. There. I
Okay.
like to think that that's in there.
Okay, and then the last one was student focus. Was student focus making it here? Interesting, huh?
Well, that's because we say.
That should be, yeah, it's already,
Yeah.
Right. I'm not questioning it.
Yeah.
Where are you?
Yeah.
So,
I think accountable has a bunch on there.
Shows something.
Oh, yeah.
Good stewards, goes to accountable,
Fiduciary responsibility. goes-
Allison, can you come up? Will you do this? Will you do the connecting?
Yeah. What do you mean?
Connected.
So,
You want me to be the facilitator? I'd be more than happy.
yeah.
You both.
Don't get any. Okay, so yeah, so put a circle around student focus, and you could just. No, they're fine.
Actually, high expectations could also go under courageous. Everybody
Yeah.
else agree?
Yep.
Just kind of go through both.
What about will and skill with courageous? I think will is courageous, skill is accountability. Yeah, skill is
And they can go,
accountability.
they can go to multiple sections.
Yeah.
Rigor?
Courageous. Student focus.
Student focus,
yeah.
And
And courageous.
Accountable.
And accountable, yeah, that's good. Fiduciary responsibility, which is right.
Accountable.
Accountable.
And then good steward,
And it's also
to your
And it's also great, or actually accountability.
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 Ownership?
Accountability. Ownership is accountability, and courageous.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think top 10% is courageous, and student focus.
Yeah,
10%, yeah,
Accountable.
and accountable.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, it is,
Driven?
yeah.
Accountable.
Accountable. Value customer, that's accountable. That's it. 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
Value customer.
There's two of them.
Accountable.
Bottom, too. That's one at five, sorry.
That's a student focus,
Yeah.
through 12.
And then learning mastery, which is a 7
Oh,
o'clock.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Learning mastery.
No, value, customer
value.
Yeah. Well, you just put it as accountable, but it could be.
So many of these can go to multiple.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing, right? That means we're
Got it covered.
in line.
Courageous.
Yeah.
Accountable and accountable. I mean, grit could go to accountable too.
Yeah, yeah, you bet.
What about respect?
Student focus. Student focus.
Courageous.
Could be all of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Learning mastery. Student focus. Student focus. 1,000 hours. And accountability. Caring, would that go to student focus? They're at like 7 o'clock? 7 o'clock? That's 7, 8. Caring. Student focus, is that? Oh, look, we have a new driver.
Yeah.
You gave her a job. It is.
So it does look
Okay.
like, those are the main ones.
Oh.
Strategic anchors fit into what we were hoping to district with.
Nice job, Al. All right, we're gonna keep moving.
All right.
I want you to go to page 19. This, by the way, guys, is gonna be our last piece of official clarity. So,
Hey.
Anna, would you read for us?
Yeah, what page?
Page number 19.
The one after 18.
I do know what she got, because she did not open her book.
It was the same page that I indicated like 30 seconds ago.
Line times 5.
Okay.
Management. Not a teacher master,
Looking for that bus driver.
So, question 5, what is most important right now? The answer to this question is an organization's rallying cry or thematic goal, the single most important priority. For example, if we accomplish only one thing during the next 3 to 12 months, what would it be?
Let me see if there's anything. Pat really nailed these things.
Page 180.
Yeah. What is it?
180.
180.
Want us to write something down? Want us to write something in that box?
Yeah, I do. Actually, I want you to, yeah.
Oh, gosh, that's a good question.
Oh.
Hold on a second. Another thing I want to read.
It's really hard.
One thing.
One thing. How narrow to make it.
Okay.
Michael, can you help us with how narrow or broad?
Yes.
make this?
I'm happy to start off with,
Does it have to be realistic?
okay, so just a little bit of help for this on page 120 of your book. Actually, 121 I'm going to go with. As I thought of the power of a rallying cry, so that's what we're talking about here, a rallying cry. I wondered why all organizations couldn't replicate the benefits of achieving that kind of focus, short of creating false cries, which is never a good idea. And I decided that there's no reason that every organization couldn't have a rallying cry, even if it is not in crisis. I call this rallying cry a thematic goal because it needs to be understood within the context of organizations' other goals at the top of the list. And so the thematic goal is the answer to our questions, what is most important right now? I introduced this concept in one of my fabled Silas Politics and Turf Wars, which may be helpful to readers wanting to see a thorough and vivid description of that. But the thematic goal is, and again, on 121, it's singular. It's one goal. If it's the most important thing, it has to be one thing. Even if there are other worthy goals under consideration, which you will see in a few minutes. It's qualitative. The thematic goal should almost never be established with specific numbers attached to it. Let's get that straight. Let's get that on the table. The opportunity for putting quantitative measures around the theme goal comes later. And it should not be done too early because it can too narrowly prescribe what needs to be achieved and limits people's ability to rally around it. And 3, it's temporary. The thematic goal must be achievable within a clear time boundary, almost always between 3 to 12 months. Anything shorter than 3 to 12 months seems like a fire drill, and anything longer seems like you're in higher ed. Because that's not the kind of ed you guys are doing, but that's exactly what we've been in higher ed situations, and they're like, no, we need more time. They're in no hurry.
5 years later, because they have to research it, and they have to study it, and
We don't really work.
theorize, and everybody is an expert, and it takes at least 3 years to make one decision. It's got to go through committee after committee after committee.
We don't do hardly any work because I think they've talked about it, and that, no, we don't want to do that table group thing. It moves too fast, for them. So, singular. Let me just describe one thing. So as we've talked a little bit about over the last couple of days, I had this amazing job at Make-A-Wish, right, and loved it. When I first got to Make-A-Wish, when I first got to Make-A-Wish, it was 2000, and our CEO had invited onto the national board a little-known author named Patrick Lencioni.
Oh.
Yeah, and he did not have. He was not a rock star. He really is a rock star these days. But I mean, and it's probably because he's interesting to listen to, and he keeps it, he keeps it simple, and he's an incredibly gifted speaker. And so he and I kind of met because in addition to doing all that stuff around mission, I was also responsible, at least for a certain amount of time, for all the gatherings that Make-A-Wish did, and they usually are big deals. These Make-A-Wish people really party. And so we're talking about big conferences that we would put on. And that first year, Pat was so generous to say, he just said, I'll do whatever you guys want me to do. I'll go in there and talk about this stuff. And of course, he was on the board, so he wasn't charging anybody for it. And it was great. So I got to kind of rub elbows with him for a little while because of that. So fast forward to 7 years later. We had a brand new CEO, and the CEO and others said, he actually asked a question. He said, do we have any core values at the national office? And you guys know that the national office for Make-A-Wish is here in town? Yeah. This is where all wishes started, right here, right on the 60 freeway.
Yeah.
First wish was a kid wanting to be a highway patrolman. Oh. Yeah. Chris gracious. And so we, they said, everybody said, no, we don't have those. We don't have any values. And everybody apparently stopped and looked at me and said, Michael, you've got to call Pat Lencioni. He's your friend, right? And this is 7 years after we had worked together. And he said,
you need to give him a call. Now, I just seen his picture on the front of Training Magazine. It's kind of a big deal, or, you know, even then. And so I said, I don't think he's going to I think we're in a different time and place. And the response by the group was just staring at me. And I said, and then my boss said, Michael, you will do this, you know. And we were in a big group of people. And I said, of course, I will do it, yes, indeed. And I thought, this makes no sense. It's not going to happen. And so I called the firm, and Amy picked up. Amy Hyatt, she's kind of like the office manager there. And she said, and I said, hey, this is Michael Lorsch. And she goes, Michael. I said, you remember me? And she goes, of course I remember you. And it wasn't Pat, it was Amy. And we talked a little bit, and I said, yeah, so anyway, I was given this assignment to talk to you guys about core values. And she said, yeah, no. The only way we could possibly figure something out, and it would be really tough, is that if you guys all came here, because Pat's writing a book right now, and yeah, this is not a good time for anything like that. I'm sure he would be happy to know that you asked, but there's no way. And then she said, but there's this other thing we've been working on. And I said, what is it? And she said, well, we've got a couple of, Pat's decided, this is the way Pat operates, Pat's decided that that we don't have enough time to deal with all the people that read our books and want to do something about it. And so we've got a couple of guys, we could maybe have one of them work with you. And they're these guys that go around helping people implement Pat's work. And I must have said something like, oh, because she said to me, Michael, you sound interested in this. And I said, wow. And of course, you know, ever since I was 20 years old and I gave my first speech, I just love talking about stuff that's important to me. And my whole career, I was thinking that would be the perfect thing. And I remember the first time I ever saw Pat, I just said, I want to be with that guy, you know. And there was another guy named John Rodriguez who's still a consultant with us. And I said that day, because he was hanging out, he came with Pat to do a bunch of training that Pat did very generously. And he said, and I remember walking in the room and saying, that's who I want to be, is John Rodriguez. And so she said, you know, are you interested in this? And I said, yes, absolutely. What am I saying? Yes. You know, and she goes, well, let me put Jeff Gibson, he's our head of consulting, on the phone with you. Maybe you can meet with him Friday. And I said, yeah, sure. And met with him on Friday. And then a couple of days later, he calls and says, we'd like to have you.
Okay.
Now, we're not gonna, you guys seem surprised because it's like, you know, I'm here, that's why I'm here. But,
CEO Make-A-Wish is probably. I wasn't expecting that to happen.
no, and see, he shouldn't have bugged me about it. That's what gets when you get pushy. That's what happens. And so they invited April and I to go down there at right around the December timeline. And we went down there, and I spent basically 24 hours getting trained by Pat. But the interesting thing is, I was an implementer myself already, so I at least gave it a try, and I was using everything I could get my hands on. I literally ran to my office to try to implement stuff. I was just so taken by it and so happy with it. And it did. It made a big difference in the division I ran at Make-A-Wish for all those years. So I dabbled in it for about a year, a good solid year. I dabbled in it. I wouldn't jump completely in. We had 4 kids, and they were, you know, all high school and below. What would it require for me? Well, what kind of wage would I get from Pat? Well, no wage at all. Pat doesn't pay consultants. He said you could open your own business and you will be part of the table group, but you won't have the only difference is you won't have an employment relationship. And I thought, okay, that sounds good too, you know. And so over that year, I would tell April, you know, April's my wife, not just we work together, but she's my wife, and I would say things, you know, sometimes we just kind of feel like, why does this happen at work, and why is this happening, even in a place like Make-A-Wish, right? And so we would go through that conversation, and one day, it was during their holiday break, I went to the well one too many times. I was only doing as much as I could do
with my annual leave. So I was using all of my annual leave to do consulting, which sounds like a great idea, but it's a terrible idea. And your family starts to hate you, because you're not around on holidays. And so I said to April that day, I was sitting on the bench, she was sitting on a chair next to it, and I said, I know I just am kind of frustrated and all this kind of stuff. And she said to me these following words. She said, Michael, are you going to get in the game or are you going to stand on the sidelines? What's that? No, she never says that word, but I know what you mean. Yeah. What was she saying?
We're recording.
We all heard it.
Oh, I got it.
We know what you were thinking.
Yeah. So, and I said, well, okay, April, you know what that means, right? And I literally stood off the bed and I said, all right, well, April, I guess I'll just go right downstairs and just type my resignation to David Williams. I'll just do that right now. Right now. And she just watched me. She was not going to try to talk me out of it. This is a woman who has way more faith in me than I have in myself. And she's an ISTJ, which makes these things almost impossible it's impossible to think that she would be comfortable with that. Change is not easy. Are you an ISTJ? Yeah. That's craziness, right? Crazy making.
Consulting, that's a big leap, moving to consulting.
Yeah. Yeah, especially because
I was ready to stop.
Yeah, so I gave some notice, and that day came that I didn't go back to Makeaway. I didn't get in my car. I just walked downstairs and went into my office, and I said, well, I don't have any income. I don't have any prospects. I don't have any health insurance. I don't have a 401k anymore. We got to get this going, And so, fortunately for me, I knew enough about the thematic goal to get that started. Now, this is a very, kind of singular application of the model, but just kind of work with me on it. So I'm grateful for the thematic goal because it actually put me in a position to do something important to me. So here's the thematic goal. Here's the thematic goal we came up with. This is the year. Remember, it's up to 12 months, right? That Michael explodes into consulting. I couldn't just wander into consulting, really. I mean, I couldn't meander. I couldn't sashay, and I don't even know what that is. Sashay. I had to hit it hard, or else everything was going to come apart. April even said so. I said, what if we can't pay our mortgage? And she says, we'll sell the van. We had a Sequoia. She goes, we'll sell the Sequoia. Well, then how are we going to get it? Just all these amazing things. Now, you can't just say, okay, this is the year that Michael explodes into consulting, and say, off you go, Michael explodes. Explode away. You can't just send people off to do this. You have to have a number of things that we need to execute on in order to lay claim on that. That's the way we look at the thematic goal. So one of those things, I call them big buckets of stuff. In the book, they're called defining objectives. This is the thematic goal, the rallying cry. But this is the defining objective. Internal systems. We had to set up a business in a sense, because now we were in a business. Now it wasn't just an employee, we had to run a business, so we had to do that. Well, another thing I had to do is I had to go out and get certified to run the Myers-Briggs. You have to go to a 4-day thing, and you had to get that done. We had to kind of construct an office so that we had stuff that people who are running a business have. I had to give away the business. I literally had to go out and find people that would let me do what I'm doing with you for free, so I could get my reps in, all that kind of stuff. There's something else over here. But the point of a defining objectives is if we can execute on these 5 things, can we lay claim to that reality? That's how you look at a thematic goal.
It's not a strategic plan, even though it's not like categorically different in look. It's just one thing with a very, very conservative number of things that we have to do to lay claim on that happening. And so we started to implement it. One day, we were sitting and we were going through our meeting, and we would go through every one of our defining objectives every meeting we had every week, just to see how we're doing on it. And April said, Michael, how are we doing on this Myers-Briggs thing? Where are we at with that? And I said, you know, April, you just can't rush these things, seriously. I'm working on it. I'm on the internet working on it. You know the World Wide Web? Una. But, you know, some of them are $1,200, some are $1,300. I want to make sure that we get the right. And she said, Michael, can I stop you? And it's like, well, of course you're going to stop me no matter what. And she said, that doesn't sound very explosive to me. You see the connection there she made? An accountability for me. So ultimately, we did. We did it. We executed and executed as hard as we could, and we made it through that first year. And that was 2007, so that was way before I started working with you guys. I want you to take advantage of the kind of the power and the energy that can come out of a piece like this. So remember, I want you to write down what you think is the most important thing. What's the most critical thing that this organization, that you guys are all responsible for, what is it? What is that? Now, guess what I'm going to say? I'm going to say, keep it short. You know, it's not the Gettysburg Address here. We're talking about almost like Braveheart. Freedom, right? And why is it that it would be you who knew that? Do you see what I'm saying? So, and I'm not saying it has to be one word, but really, really nail it. Really, really nail it. And I'm telling you guys, I've been running thematic goals individually ever since. You know, and lost 52 pounds on a thematic goal. But was able to do all these things that I don't think I ever could have done. But what happens, what great companies do is they determine, they always are clear about what's the most important thing. They get in there and they start executing on it. They celebrate their success and achievement of it, and then they tee up another. And then they do that, and they get it done, and they tee up another, and another, and another. It's a much more vertical orientation to goal setting than what we typically see. So what's your thematic goal? Write it down, and when you're done, put your pen down.
You don't want this part.
Not yet. Not yet. Just the thematic goal. Not the buckets yet.
I like the bucket.
He's a bucket guy.
Remember when they did the bucket?
Yeah.
Remember the bucket meeting?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. I use the buckets in a PowerPoint.
Yeah. Nobody knows what it was.
Oh, I got beat up so bad.
The money budget.
All the strategic planning people want to know how I could possibly talk about strategies with buckets.
Really?
Oh, yeah, it's horribly beat up.
Really, they were more like fun.
And she's
They
like,
came back.
well, that's what Pat
They
Smith called it.
came back over and over, but it was a great analogy. I mean, the bucket, we had the filter, and we had all the things
Looking at it?
down the filter.
Good, how about you? Good.
I thought I had done a really great job. Forever.
Looks like we're almost there. Just a couple. Hold on.
I get the dog, people want to sleep so fast. Oh, see, I was moving on.
You were moving.
Sorry. I didn't.
Okay. Let me do this over here.
Can I do it in itself?
Laura, there'll be a financial element. We're coming your way.
That's what I said.
Yeah, remember, you're at the top of the pyramid right now. Remember, you're at the top of the pyramid right now, which is what? The top of the pyramid.
Perfect.
The apex.
Yeah.
So what are we, okay, there's another definition of what I'm asking. Yeah, so what is the apex of the five dysfunctions? Results. And what does that mean? Does it mean we do all those things and then we get results? What does it mean? It means collective results. So yeah, we have to be very careful about saying, this is what's the most important thing because it's something that I care that much about. But this is you guys at this table, you guys, your focus is on Scottsdale Unified School District, not your little area that you're so comfortable working in. Okay? All right?
Ready?
What do you think?
We're ready. I am. 4 years on board. This is definitely board members. Len. Just say rebuilding and redefining SUSD's identity.
Rebuild.
Oh, rebuild and good and redefine SUSD's identity. That's really good. A lot of happy.
All right. Great.
I wrote to rebuild credibility in the community.
Rebuild community. Rebuild
Credibility.
I wasn't responding to you. I guess you said.
Rebuild credibility.
In the community.
You got it.
I had the brownie and sugar rushes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Me? I, to bolster our sites, to retain and gain stakeholder trust.
To bolster
Yes, our sites, to retain.
our site, S-I-T-E-S,
Yes.
not
It's our,
S-I-T-H.
she means our schools.
Our
Okay.
school sites, and I could put leadership, I could put site leadership, but then but it includes everybody who is involved with educating at the site.
To bolster our sites.
Sites to retain and gain stakeholder trust.
To retain
Yes,
and gain
yes.
stakeholder trust.
Mhm.
To get our site leaders and educators on board for
To,
purpose, our values, and strategic aim.
okay. To get
Our site leaders
our site leaders
and educators.
and educators. And not get, site leader is a principal, right?
Yes, yeah.
That's something I think, to get our site leaders and educators
On board.
on board.
I'm going to leave my right feet on the bus comments out, but on board with core purpose, core values, and strategic anchors.
With purpose,
Core values, strategic anchors.
core values, and strategic anchors. Thank you, Kim.
Before I said, I would say a little statement that I think when I say this, everybody's going to go, oh, that's impossible. But I want to remind everybody that this thematic goal is something that when you divide it into the small increments, it is possible. And if we could do this, then I truly believe we could achieve our core purpose. So I think the most important thing that we could do in the next 12 months is that all individual learners pass the state standards at grade level.
All individual learners pass the
State standards,
state
or
standards.
Arizona Merit, at their grade level.
Uh-huh.
Or they're tested.
Well, the test of the day, it doesn't matter.
All individual learners.
Within their grade level.
At their grade level.
Within their grade level.
Within
I
their
mean,
grade level.
that doesn't really need to be there, but it's just further defined.
I actually started with that.
Okay.
I put that we will be on the road less traveled by.
We will be
On the road less traveled by.
Scott Peck.
It's like the yellow brick road.
Well, I was going with the poet.
Robert Frost?
Oh, Frost, yeah, sorry, Robert Frost.
Oh, that's right, he's the one who said that, and yeah, that's Robert Frost. We will be on the road less traveled by.
Less traveled by.
That's it. How about you, Pam?
Okay, single most priority. This is the year student learning explodes.
This is the year that student
Learning explodes.
learning explodes.
I didn't say implode. Explode.
Won't be talking about the budget. They're blowing up the district.
So remember, the outcome of this is we want everybody to drink the punch, right?
To what?
To drink the punch.
Drink the Kool-Aid?
Yep. So rally the community, students and employees to make Scottsdale Unified School District number 1.
Rally the
Community, students and
community, students, and employees
to make Scottsdale Unified School District number 1.
to make SU. Thank you.
Implement the plan.
Implement the plan. Can I do implement, because I like it when it pops. Okay. The plan.
The explosive plan.
I just put an exclamation point.
The plan will.
See what a difference that makes.
Yes.
I said fix the systems so they are student focused.
Fix the systems so they.
One year.
That'll be done by August, right? Yeah, which year?
Educate all students.
Fix the systems so they are student focused. Sorry, I'm getting sloppy.
Educate all students.
Academic rigor for all.
That covered everybody, right? Okay, so now you,
They're all so simple.
another decision-making moment for you guys.
They're all good.
Remember your little tips and thoughts. Remember, put stuff out there. Give people a reason to think. Talk about your own. Ask questions about others. Get clarity on some of this stuff.
I think all of them resonate with me very well. Every one of them.
Can I ask a question? So on rebuilding credibility in the community, if we just so think, would be, since it worked? Or is this gonna be an outcome of after we've done what we've done? You should.
Well, I put that, it's already starting to happen. Which is, we've got momentum against it already, but it is something that has been weighing heavily on my mind for 6 years. So I don't know if that doesn't really answer your question. I guess I hadn't thought about it that way. We didn't need to have the anchors because we're already making progress against it. Like, I feel like what we have been doing is validating.
I kind of feel like there's a conversation around, which is the big overarching one, and to me, academic rigor for all kind of hangs at the top, and all of these, maybe the buckets underneath it, and some of them.
Well, that's how I found. So, because I was going with site leadership kind of stuff too, but I saw that as one of the objectives to get to it. Same with the credibility, so that is, academic rigor for all is your top, And then you have to rebuild credibility as one of your objectives. You have to bolster the sites. You have to get people aligned with the the core values in that.
Yeah.
Some of those become.
Yeah. In fact, that was my first one, only I thought it was too big for 1 year. But the fact that you say it can be done in 1 year, I'm completely different.
But they're saying, I don't think Kim thinks this can get done in 1 year. It probably can.
Yeah.
Well, that's what narrowed mine down, was the concept of 1 year and what can we accomplish in one. So I actually took that literally.
It is
1 year,
Yeah.
okay.
No, it is. It is 1 year.
Well, what's interesting to me is, so we have Dr. Nant, who, which one was yours?
Fix the system.
Fix the system, which, and then you have Dr. Burwell, academic rigor for all. I mean, I see them, I see you're coming at it, like you're very conservative, right? We gotta pace ourselves, make sure it's achievable, but then I see you shooting for the stars. And
You know, he's always my anchor.
Here's what I was thinking on the systems. I think you have to fix the financial system to make sure dollars go towards students. You have to fix the employment system to make sure we're getting the right people. You have to fix our instructional delivery system. You have to fix our leadership system. Those would have been my defining objective buckets.
Right.
And in the result of all of that, you're gonna get us to academic rigor.
Right. Yeah.
So I did the 30,000-foot.
Yeah,
The reality is,
yeah.
academic rigor for all is gonna come when the systems are functioning and the pistons are firing together, we're gonna get explosive.
And so maybe fix the systems becomes a bucket.
Yeah.
It's a really big.
Yeah.
Well, and that's for me, I
Narrow.
mean, why all this resonates with me is because for 4 years at least, if not more, you know, that the identity of SUSD being a district in decline, one that's not meeting the needs of our community students, one that doesn't have the high expectations of our community, one that doesn't spend their dollars well. That has became our identity. We lost who we were.
Yeah.
We lost our connection with our community, our stakeholders. And so all of those things, by us shifting them, changing them, going in the right direction, it changes our current identity, which right now isn't that positive.
If you're gonna do academic rigor for all, you can't have broken systems. You cannot have systems that prevent you from doing what's best for kids. You can't have systems that don't let you get out and hire the very best teachers. You don't have financial systems that don't put dollars back in the classroom. No can do. Can't have broken systems and have a high academic rigor. So, and do I think it can be fixed in 12 months? No. But I think if you're headed that direction, there are pieces of that will begin to happen. And what we'll see is, instead of the 10-year trend data of this, because right now we have 10-year trend data that goes like this, we're going to see it doing this. And the moment we begin to see it doing this, you're going to say, oh, systems are starting to fire. Systems are firing. And so, you know, and bless your hearts, the last 4 years, darling, it's been happening for 10 years.
I know.
The data shows that pattern, so on.
I know.
I think that's why I like Fix the System. I mean, I went with obviously student learning, but I think when you want to really say 12 months, and you really want to get focused, I like it being, get the systems on student focus, because then we can pick which systems do we think. And it might be that it's these systems this 12 months that we think are the most impactful, maybe it's these systems the next, after that.
Yeah, I mean, and if you say the systems concept, so, you know, an all systems go kind of concept, well, the first system is get the leadership. Get the leadership system where it needs to be, make sure the training is where it needs to be, make sure that you're building that leadership capacity. Meanwhile, instructional system, what's happening in the instructional process? Are we teaching the craft at the level that it needs to be taught to get it where it needs to be? Is, again, the fiscal system, putting as much money as we can into the classroom, and into professional development, into that training. So it is a systems concept. In the end result should be, we've just rebuilt our reputation. We're attracting people back. We have academic rigor. Those are the outcome side of that moment. But yeah, I think Steve, you know, that's what I've always loved about Steve, is that he grounds it right to that anchor. He says, fix the system, fix the problem.
He knows what has to come first, Dr. Nance. One thing I know about working with him for the last 10 years, we can come up with an idea, not be able to really visualize how it can happen, and then he'd be like, well, I know how we can make that happen. First, boom, boom, boom. Next, boom, boom, boom.
And he grounds all the quick starts in the row.
Well, what I like, it's tactical.
Oh, you know.
Hold us back to reality. I like that it's tactical.
Yeah.
Because
So,
it's
someone make a
tactical.
recommendation that we adopt
Yeah.
a thematic.
Systems.
Where is it?
Fix
the
the
bug.
So they are student focused.
So that,
They are
They-
student focused.
yes,
They are, yeah.
that they
They need the that,
are
That,
student
seeing that is that.
focused.
Or could we even change it to create systems that are student focused?
I think we have systems.
I can
that-
say
they are.
You got
Yeah.
broken through things right now.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, yeah. IT infrastructure, for example,
Yeah.
just the way.
Some will be enhanced, some will be fixed, some will be thrown out and rewritten.
Which is why I said create systems that are student focused, so it doesn't matter if you're fixing or new, because some might be brand new, and you didn't really fix anything, you created something new, or do we think we have them all?
The bucket below, there might be new systems versus fixed systems versus adjusted systems.
So fix it covers all.
Fixed covers all of those.
It covers all. I'm worried about the word create, because
Too much new.
it's too much idea that there's going to be another layer on top of what we already have.
Yeah, okay.
The last thing we need are more layers.
What is it, we're in 2016, 17, so all these can go by 2018.
So Michael, do you need this?
No, I think we're good, unless someone needs to speak up if this is not making it for you, but I think we're good.
Anybody?
Anybody?
We crossed out 3.
Yeah, let's start developing in buckets here. So here's what I'm gonna be doing. I want us to be able to kind of like highlight the bucket name, but then we're gonna put some bullets underneath these, because ultimately, we're gonna be, I'll explain how this works, but in a bit, we'll be talking about how we refer to these every week. Every week. I don't know, I have to be honest with you, I don't know how that works with you guys, but I know it works here. But again, everything we talk about in this process and meetings, I think you guys have to kind of like figure out how it works for you, because the meeting model is really geared towards executive teams that execute. But a lot of the board folk I work with, they love the meeting model, and they want to be able to implement as much as they can of it. But it's got to work with your schedule and time.
It might be the update on the bucket. When we get together is we take a few minutes to update on the buckets.
Yeah. So, but what I don't want, if you have to answer questions about these every week, I don't want them to be unclear to this team. So sometimes we got to put a couple of bullets in there and kind of illuminate that a little bit. So, what are the things that we have to do in order to lay claim on that?
First, we need the right leaders.
The right leaders.
So does that then become the employment I mean, is that the employment system? Is that the leadership?
No, it's like, it's leadership, it's a leadership development.
The leadership.
Yeah, it's leadership development. Leadership, yeah.
Okay.
So to get the right leaders, train them.
Am I getting this?
But you have to develop them, I agree. You have to,
Train, right?
Yes.
There's training. There's
Training on what?
Support.
training on leading.
Oh, being the,
Leading,
okay.
yeah, leading.
And who are those leaders? Is it the?
These are all over.
Across the board.
It's from the campus principals and assistant principals on up to the director.
building certified side, or are we talking?
No, I don't think so. I think it's also,
All leadership.
yes,
I think the overall title of the bucket is leadership development.
yeah.
It's leadership, yeah, it's a leadership system. The leadership system is both your
So you gotta first find them.
certified.
You gotta have the right people to start with, and then you have to train, develop, support.
But I think we have them for the next 12 months. They're in place. We're hiring right now. So I think it is, but I think it is about leadership development, because we're already gonna have them.
Train, develop, support. Trying to.
By the time you get there.
Have some attraction to do.
We have a little bit of attraction, we're still doing it, but it's less attraction and more right seat on the bus right now.
So how would you characterize that as something you want to pay attention to? Make sure that if you know if you're doing the right, if you're getting this right leader piece done.
Aligning talent and strengths to
The role, yeah. It's kind of like I was gonna say, the right people at the right place with the right skills, which is
The
a
right
leadership.
people here in Scottsdale.
Even the roles, though, you know, when I think about,
Aligning the roles.
we've just taken it upon ourselves to actually move some assistant principals around to help grow them, to give them new experiences.
And we have community upset about it.
But it's really important that we do that to grow people. I think that's just one example of what we're doing now.
Yes, we met with our council, explain growing leaders and that's in it.
But trying to develop support, that covers it.
So train, develop, support. Before any of that, it's the first thing that we do is get the right leader, and then we do those three things. And so and when I say get the right leader, it's
Get the right leaders.
get the right leaders. I mean that's, and then
Train them, develop them,
them, support them.
The support piece is huge. That's every day.
Yeah,
What
right.
happens every day.
Okay, so here's my question. If we do that, will we be able to lay claim on that?
Not yet.
Not yet. That's right. That's what I wanted to hear. That ain't gonna cover it completely. So what's the next one?
Get the right teachers. It's the same thing we're looking at for developing the strategies in the class.
Or is that gonna come under the right leaders as they do their hiring?
I think it's the instructional system, and that's the professional development. And I think how I would put hiring as a separate system. I would put the hiring system.
The whole.
Aligning the hiring system.
Because that also involves some of the things the board has already started to tackle, when you talk about the employment system and everything that goes along with it. That's a big piece of that.
Yeah, the human resource, and I would just like a term, human resource system, there must be an alignment of the human resource system. So those things that we value need to become part of our hiring process, part of our retaining evaluation, also part of our termination process.
Yeah, that's your fourth discipline, remember, from yesterday?
And so, but the instructional system is training, it's the district level folks, it's the training of teachers, and
It's CIA, it's all three.
curriculum instruction assessment,
All three.
working together.
Okay, I gotta get that.
Because I keep hearing how our standards are aligned, and then I keep wondering how our outcomes don't show that. So if you're telling me it's aligned, now I need to look for reassurance, because if the benchmark assessments are saying that it's not, something.
Or the state test, because the benchmarks
Yeah,
should they reflect whatever you said.
So, do you separate those out? You call it an instructional system or curriculum?
No, there's two.
Yeah.
It's all of it.
Well,
It's all of it.
academic system,
Instructional.
Yeah.
Yeah, instructional,
Does that mean?
Part of it.
Instructional system.
instructional system. It's all in working, yeah. Assessment.
Okay, so what am I putting down as bullets here, just to kind of
Supporting teachers,
supporting teachers?
professional development. And there are a lot of systems within the system.
Sure.
You're talking about this, and so I don't know how to.
So you have your curriculum and
Curriculum alignment.
instruction, and we don't want the materials with the curriculum dictating the instruction. I don't even know what.
I would just say curriculum and instructional alignment.
So CIA alignment?
Yeah.
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 Curriculum,
CIA.
instruction, and assessment, CIA.
Alignment.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
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 Assessment.
And then I think part of that is something we've been talking about increasing rigor.
Yes,
I've heard that word somewhere.
I was gonna say technology and applications.
That's all
Should
part of.
technology be in another bucket?
Right.
Technology?
It's infrastructure.
Right.
but it works here too, because it's supporting instruction.
Right.
But some of it is other things.
It is, right. Some of it's supporting the managerial.
I do think that it's such a big piece, and here's the thing, just because it falls under Steve on instructional systems doesn't mean that he doesn't have to, this is where that isolation has to stop.
Right.
Part of instruction involves some technology,
Right.
part of finance involves some technology.
Yeah.
But technology doesn't stand alone and drive the other pieces.
Everybody's my client.
Other bucket is all the support systems that are required to get this all put in place, which is finance, it's IT, it's.
But are we looking 12 months and how much, I'm just, how big do we make it? How much do we say, okay, this is our first 12 months worth, or we can throw a lot of buckets up there.
In the next 12 months is what you have going on at sites to disrupt this if we don't plan for it.
So in the next 12 months,
Like hoping.
I'm trying to have infrastructure that supports each one, including the PR piece of it.
You can't do it in 1 year.
No, I know, I get that, but I get the highway bill. Not the rest of it.
Yeah, no, and I don't disagree with that. It's just like, in 1 year, if I train, develop, and support leaders, am I going to have, so now I'm going to move to this spectrum. And we talk about ineffective, highly effective. Even though I do those three things, I won't move everybody to highly effective year one.
Yeah.
But what I'm looking for is, am I beginning to move people to this direction and identify people who are not going to be able to be part of that high-performing team going forward? And that's what I should discover through train, develop, and support. And now I'm able to keep building stronger teams and begin to move to where we have highly effective folks. So, but when you talk about something that's tangible and physically intertwined in this, there's also the realities that set in. How much can you do in 1 year? So is it just infrastructure and not tools and equipment? So you got to then begin to get down into that and filter that through a little bit, and some of those may come into a second year or third year. So if we're going to say, the first thing is to just fix the systems to be student-focused. So the first time we go through the budget is to say, where do we have inefficiencies that are nowhere aligned to student academics or student achievement? Well, that's the first blush of fix the system. Fiscal systems that reflect prioritization of classroom dollars. That in alone will be a huge piece for finance.
So is that a third bucket? Is the
Third bucket to me, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
And in that is, guess what?
Yeah.
That's
exactly right.
And instructional people, our IT people, actually fall into a little bit of everybody. Because if that supporting of the leader or the development, if they don't have the right equipment and the tools and they can't access the data, it's not going to work very well for them. If the teaching support instructional doesn't have, it's not working in the classroom, I'm going to hurt that. If over here fiscally, we have to say, are those dollars going in the right place and back to the classroom? So I don't remember how I said that, Laura, but did that make sense to you? Classroom dollars, so aligning fiscal resources to the classroom.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
Aligning fiscal resources to the classroom.
Well, that's it.
Yeah.
And the community sitting in this room, they'd be so happy.
Maybe cheering.
And we have to remember, that's not the big bang effect either. It's planning over time.
It's planning over time, and that does it. It also takes into consideration when you're doing a 3-year plan for salaries, and remembering that those are predictive plans, but they still should exist. That say, how are we beginning to migrate dollars into the classroom and into teaching? Well, there needs to be a plan for that. If we write that plan through my conversation I had yesterday with the budgeting process, and the board is heavily engaged in that, well, now we're hitting that bucket of fiscal responsibility.
Well, and does that include a performance? Do we want to think long-term, which is not in 12 months, but to bring up the topic of a performance type situation?
I think, aligning, let me say, aligning fiscal resources to the classroom, aligning, compensation, and compensation to the classroom as well.
Right.
Align compensation.
But it's not just because I keep showing up, it's because I perform towards these objectives that you have that are our core values.
It's developing compensation packages with classroom priority.
Develop
Compensation packages,
Classroom priority.
classroom priority. So if we go to a zero-based budget.
Yes, you go to,
If we go to a zero.
stepless,
Stepless is gonna allow us to do that. If we talk about performance pay, it's gonna do that. So the bigger, develop compensation packages.
with
classroom
priority.
Yes, classroom priority.
Right.
with classroom priority?
And you see, that still drives your behavior to where you want it to go.
That's right.
Well, and we did the same thing with the titles. We did title funding with classroom priority.
Show it out. Could put something in there about, am I cutting off the conversation?
No, you're not.
Something about transparency with
Yeah,
regards
I
to
think that's
fiscal
the next one.
accountability.
Something with communications is a different
Well,
bucket?
yeah, I think that that's in here, that we can definitely do within the next year is transparency with all of this, not only fiscally, but everything you talk about in your board meetings is now public. And the filtering that we're doing,
Development?
you get it.
One of the biggest things we're doing has to do with facilities right now. So does that fall under fiscal, or is that its own bucket?
I think it's another bucket. Are you talking about what
That's
the ball?
Talking about the bond dollars to
Right.
schools that are being rebuilt, all of those things.
Big.
Design, is that design and planning for the future?
Well, that's the commitment the community gave us, was 75
But
years
that's
of on those bonds.
That's a big part of this next year.
Yeah, that-
It's not a one-year
They have
thing.
credibility.
It's almost a separate bucket.
I guess my question is, does it fall under fiscal, or is it a separate bucket?
It is a subsidiary, but because it's a bond, it's bigger.
Yeah, it is.
So it becomes instead of calling it fiscal, I call it design and planning.
Okay.
So strategic design and plan.
Right.
Is this a bucket?
Another bucket, yeah.
That's a new bucket?
Yeah.
So that bucket
Strategic
is,
design and plan?
well,
But does it mean,
I think strategic might lose people. They're thinking we're gonna write some.
Design and plan.
It's design and plan.
But it's the buildings.
are you talking about beyond facilities or just facilities?
You're talking about bond and your.
Facility design.
Call it
plan.
facilities.
Yeah.
Facility design and
Then
plan.
design and
Yeah.
plan, yeah.
Facility.
Well, yeah, and it's bringing up health and safety and
All
all
the
the,
pieces,
all the
as
issues.
we do.
Well, that's
Yeah.
Really big.
It'll also connect to the
And that
instruction.
system's in the process of being fixed.
Yeah.
That's how the binder. We're working
What's
on
some,
it.
do we have bullets underneath it so we can illuminate this bit?
Well, it's,
Sorry.
Or do you, does it?
Well, it's project management and planning.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, do you want to?
It's student focused again.
I can't remember. all
You
the
know,
words.
we've got the ball
do
field,
you
we've
wanna,
got the building.
do you wanna put
You want me to put that in there?
rebuild, renovation, security, you wanna put all
Yeah.
those things in there?
Well, no, I think, what were the terms you used at the board meeting?
Well, I mean, there's the deliverables that we want around this, which is, the design, yeah, it's the building designs, it's the, project management.
Design, project
And what it
management.
does is, it says that when we're
Accounting.
designing, it's going to have student focus in mind.
Yeah.
So what it does is take the process that you've talked about, but give it the focus of students. And
But
that,
by the same token, everything that we're designing goes to a future design that these two are gonna help provide for what should that new classroom look like. So although we've got a budget here, and we know what size we want this to be, the physical design and layout of these new buildings is gonna be driven heavily on what we see as a
as long
classroom.
as I have a garden design, we're fine.
And we
We do.
But that's a parent.
I'm the architect at 7 o'clock at night. Get that garden
I
design.
think I'm I wrote student focus, building design and plan, building design, project management, anything else? I cover it?
You know, I don't know if you guys have ever talked about this one, but one thing that we've reflected on before you all got here, joined SUSD, is how poor our communication systems were. And I think that kind of speaks to the transparency is part of that.
Yeah.
Of the communication. So I don't know if that
Yeah.
is a system of communication. You know what's fascinating about this? Now I'm pulling in Anna. But, remember the committees yesterday? Communication committee, budget committee, bond oversight committee, teacher performance committee, which is instructional. They almost fit in there without being intentional.
Wow.
That's one thing.
She's the best. Low. Other than the leader piece of that there.
That is perfect, your buckets are all the committees.
And I didn't intend that. I think that's fascinating. So, so we need to put that other bucket up there, communication.
There's one more, there's one more you need to add up
Well,
there in the
and
bucket.
before we write down communication though, because I do agree, but there was, somebody said it down here, it was about the community stakeholder, who said it?
Now, rally the community,
Yeah, rally the community.
community, students, and employees.
Community, but there was also rally the community, but there's also credibility with the community.
Yeah.
There was
Yeah.
stakeholder stuff.
I only say that, where is it on there? Rally the
Build
community.
credibility in the community.
Yeah.
So it's him.
Fourth from the bottom, fifth from the bottom, rally the community.
Engage stakeholders.
Yeah.
Okay, because it can be an inverse relationship, but it's about building trust, and you do that through communication, or you can say, here's communication, and here's the stakeholders we need to bring on board. You see what I'm saying? It could be chicken or the egg. Good. But what's your intent?
So the discussion I had with our new director of public relations was around developing a communications plan for every project that we have, whether it's bond or whether it's override. And on the override side, you have two buckets there. Well, you got a bucket, you got a bucket there too. But on building services or technology or what have you, is part of the communications plan is not only a banner in front of the school that says your tax dollars at work, but it kind of gives the community, oh, I'm getting a piece of that. I didn't know it was. You know, now they're doing something in the school that's actually helping me. So that whole communications plan has to coincide with project management, but there's also another bullet under that that's called program management. Program management, which takes a look, a broad view across all the projects that's going on. And you can get a snapshot of that any time.
And Michael, in communication here?
Yeah, I think so. Okay, we fix the system so that they are student-focused. Now, here's the question, student-focused. There isn't a school district in the state of Arizona or in the United States that is not accused of broken communication systems. And I don't care where I've worked and how much we've communicated, it's never enough. So I want to be very clear about this one, because this one is like my pet peeve of my whole career. And I'll retire, and somewhere in my grave, somebody will put, never communicated.
There you go.
Jumble right to communicated. I'm not worried that. But then,
And it's the same person that outlasted you.
that's right. I would say it's communicate about what? Because we've been talking about student focused. I don't know where this study came from. Student focused communication, but we talk about communications. Yeah. What part of communications? It's communicating the purpose, our values, our strategic anchors, our theme, and the way we're going to get there. Because in each of these buckets, because there's also in each of these, when I think about fiscal, when this fiscal system gets fixed, there ought to be all kinds of transparency to it, and that'll help with communication. Right. When we get good instructional pieces going, and there will be some pieces of that that are going to be communicated out. But so what we need to do is design and build a communication system.
Okay, so that's another angle to it, but it still is, so it's that. So it's
You got to build them.
Yeah, and then the content of it is, tell them what you're going to do, tell them when you're doing it, tell them when it's done. It's just,
Well, it's proactivity.
well, it's proactivity, but it's also consistent. This is our vision, this is what we're going to do.
I see two volunteers for the communication.
Here's our program.
We're all critical. There's not, I'm agreeing that there's not a more critical piece. I just want to be very clear about on this. let's not miss those critical pieces. But I think it has to start with the design, because I don't think we have a good solid design to begin with.
And an important word came up, clear or clarity. Because I think certainly in the past, and I don't care if you're a PTO president, communications person, you will always get, well, I didn't see that email, I didn't know that, and yeah, but so when you're talking about communication, it can be interpreted as just like get everything out there. And we know that is absolutely useless and doesn't work. But providing clarity in your communication, and to your point, our district is trying to find clarity in what we do and why we do it. So rather than like that communication system, it is a system of clarity for our district.
So one of the outcomes to want to get to the point that we're proactively communicating. Yeah. When we get the system built and it's functioning the way it should have transparency and then be proactive. So
and be meaningful. And be clear and meaningful. Yeah. Not just every piece of information out there under the sun, and we call that communication.
And it could be, in my little humble opinion, some of the stuff that we communicate, we don't need to. We are detracting from what's important.
Exactly.
So much.
What am I bullets here? Zero in on my bullets here.
So, because you're building, I think what I hear is clarity. I think it's just clarity, meaningful, concise. And a whole new system, so it's not just fixing something.
Yes. That's it. We never wanted to think that it just means get everything out there. Exactly.
Right.
That has been.
Was it you that said that the community is used to things happening at a much slower pace? Was that you or
So here's where communication is going to appear to break down sometimes, is we move fast, the group, and so we're communicating it out in a time we see fit because it's when it's happening. But I think your community may be used to a longer duration of time, so how can we help them get used to?
Well, it's also true communication and active communication. I think they've been used to hearing things, but it's been what I call the lawyer soft. They've been noise. I mean,
If you have somebody that they got to ignore, if they chose to ignore it.
And an important bullet that you're saying, maybe
Exactly.
professor is proactive. Proactive needs to be a bullet.
It's like with the Hopi rebuild.
Oh, it is
Talk
there?
about the rebuild.
No, it's not.
But people were waiting, when's the meeting, so even if we just told them, we expect, sent out something, and, the meeting will be happening sometime within blah, 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 stay tuned. So that is like a save the date card.
That's something.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
So, like, that calms people. I haven't missed it, it hasn't happened without me, but I can look forward.
But part of that bucket is in bucket one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Build the leader would have communicated, because every time, we were communicating, and it was right here. And then, why are you not communicating? So today I sent a mentor. Okay. To help grow that leader, to learn how to communicate that process.
Okay.
Right.
Because it was killing me.
So it doesn't need to come from a centralized location.
Right.
Okay.
That building level principal has got to communicate.
Got to be excited.
Okay. That's great. It's under a mentor.
Yeah.
And I think Dr. Burble and I talked about the other day is once you decide the message, then it's who's going to say it, how they're going to say it, how frequently and when. And by the way, it's at the site leadership. I mean, it's at leadership, site leadership, department chair, they all get the same message over and over and over again. That's from their point of perspective.
Well, that's where we started yesterday, when Denise was up at the board drawing the lines, and we said things had to slow down.
Right.
Yeah, and that's that whole.
That's how it is, because,
From yesterday.
There was so much confusion in the past of where information is flowing
And it goes around,
and it went around,
And the fact that we get
we lost
questions as board members means that's completely broken.
Exactly.
You should be the last person.
Exactly. Right. Yes, but that is how we knew we were broken in the past, is just who was coming to us and how brokenhearted they were that they had to. That's the truth.
So they felt it was the last
including
straw.
a lot of
Yeah,
teachers.
they wanted
A lot of.
and
And they didn't know, they need to be educated, because I would say 9 out of 10 times you could say, have you talked to your teacher yet? Have you talked to your principal yet? And the answer would be no. Okay, go do it, and if you don't get the result, let me know. Normally didn't hear
So,
that.
what happens is the superintendent and the board talk about something. We communicate that to an assistant superintendent, who communicates it to a principal. Principal needs to communicate to their site council, you need to communicate out to their parents, to their students, to their PTOs, to their teacher leaders. And some of these go back and forth. Okay?
Right.
Some of these just go straight out and they will come back. What's happening right now is we think we're communicating to this person, and the person has coveted the information, and they don't know how to communicate it.
We had that.
And there's no system to take it out. So we have to build this by understanding my circle of communication. We have to teach them about their circles of communication, how to communicate with each of these groups. Right now, a principal sends their communique to a parent through the PTO. And not every parent belongs to the PTO. So a big portion, a high percentage of parents never get the message from the principal, because the principal sends all newsletters through the PTO. Parent gets the newsletter from the PTO, and they say, oh, it's the PTO, I'm busy this month, she'll leave. But the principal's message never got to the parents.
And you know, there's a direct.
Sometimes they send it through the kid's backpack to the parent. Sometimes they send it directly to the parent. How many times did you communicate with the parent and what needs to be communicated? So we have to fix this. This is a broken system. One, I think I've communicated. I think, and another example of that is the superintendent speaks to the SEA president, who speaks to the executive board. And I meet weekly with this person. And we have dialogue that goes back and forth. This person meets with the assistant superintendent of HR. Assistant superintendent meets with the superintendent. These communicators go like this, but they never leave this person. And what happens is all these people out here who are the site reps and the teachers, the site teachers, don't get the message when we think we've communicated. So it's happening in every communication circle that I have right now. It ends right here. I've communicated with a person, and it stops. So I've had to go out, and instead of meeting with principals, the superintendent has now gone out here and met with 30 sites. I don't have enough days and hours in my calendar to continue to do this. So we have to teach this person to be a communicator. So that circle is critical in shifting the focus on students. So there's nothing more important to me right now than building communication systems.
So
When this works the way that it's supposed to, and every person understands their communication circles and what they use to communicate, and it's consistent, so we can go to Anasanti, Hopi, over to Tonalea, and know that that principal gives this message, and it is going to go out to all these different people. And it's the same message. It doesn't get reinterpreted.
So that is another circle you may want to add up there, and it's called social media.
Yeah, well, this is just the 30,000 foot view.
Yeah.
Trust me, Aaron got a 2-hour lecture on it. Not lecture. A 2-hour moderation.
To not lose that conversation we just had. Dr. Birdwell, design and build a communication system. We're talking about clarity, meaningful, proactive. But it also has to include what you just did here. How do I?
That's fine. I'm talking about stakeholders. So there's stakeholders. Reaching all stakeholders.
lines of communication?
Yeah, kind of like a hub and spoke model.
Yeah.
You gotta put it up.
It's a big spider web when you get all done with it, but it is so critical, and it brings in the theory of communication. But and Aaron is, and then it pulls in social media and all the other. Those are all just methodologies of it.
Right.
But you first have to understand, who am I even supposed to be talking to? You know.
And this can be visualized as a cheat sheet for the leader.
Well, and the focus on the principles is the key.
And the message has to stay the
Yeah.
same. You don't get to twist it.
Right, that flow that we had yesterday on there, they really are the key. If this ed center and this board and the cabinet and everything is going to stay connected to the classroom,
in those decisions,
They have to be.
it's the principal has
It
to
won't
be.
happen otherwise.
They are your,
Exactly.
they're your
And
investors.
Steve, when it does happen, that needs to be one of the professional development components of it, is
It goes
effective
back to your
communication.
first bucket.
The right
Yeah.
leaders,
First
yeah.
bucket,
How does
part of
it-
the training.
It's first, it's the leadership.
Because
Is that expressed here?
where you have strong leaders,
It's in, yeah.
and I know where I have strong leaders, because I'm not getting bombarded with emails. But where my leaders are not communicating, these people are running right around them straight to the superintendent. And my calendar gets full of those meetings, so I know where we're not leading. It's evident to me. I can give you the next 2 weeks' calendars and tell you what's going on. Which is, I appreciate it right now, because that's how I know the system is broken.
Right.
We got the right leaders. That's in there. Instructional systems, fiscal, student-focused facility design and plan here, and design and build communication systems. If we do all those 5 things, can we lay claim on that? If not, what's missing?
I've got one more that I think is missing, but maybe it's a subset of it, because it was pointed out to me, that, and I get it, it's, where do you put, kind of the decision-making, inclusion in the decision-making process? Not to say that you get the same thing, but you have an opportunity to give input in the decision-making process. But not that you'll necessarily agree with it, but you have the opportunity. There's inclusion in the decision-making process. So it's much more than communicate. It was the opportunity to be part of the process.
Stakeholder input, I think that gets us very specific depending on each situation.
I'm talking educators.
Well, okay, so at each level, when there's a building level decision, for instance, when they're designing building level professional development, the teacher leaders will meet with the principal and have input. Not every teacher, because you're not going to put 70 people in a room and expect a decision. So building level high school principal says, yeah, teacher leaders come in, I work with my teacher leaders, we talk about what our data says, what our needs are. My job is to go out, arrange that PD, make sure that we have funding for it, make sure that our budget aligns to it. At each level has different decision-making processes. The governing board is providing input from the cabinet for your decision-making process, but you don't go down into the building and have a meeting with a teacher. So, input, there's a time for input and there's a time for direct leadership. And I think this is where we sometimes get a little bit of disagreement in the fact that it goes back to that conversation about collaboration. There's a time to collaborate and time not. When you're in the middle of systemic shifts, it's a little bit more direct. But when you're done with those and those systems are built, now comes a whole lot of collaboration opportunities. So,
Can I add to that? I think it is up there already. I think it's under the right leader, because the most effective campus leaders already take care of that.
Yes.
And it's not an issue on those campuses. Where the leader does not communicate on a regular basis, and I'm talking about two-way communication, not just one way, where that doesn't happen, or it's sporadic, or it's about the wrong stuff, then you run into, well, I didn't get a say in this, I didn't get to provide my input. But the right leader will make that happen. And I think it's there. I think it's under the right leaders, and then we need to add another bullet on there, how to communicate by leaders. But if you're talking about teachers and staff that are out there, it's the leader. And, it could be transportation staff with the transportation director, but in most cases, it's teachers and site staff with principals.
so let me take that further. What we're talking about is creating a collaborative culture. And when we've talked about collaboration here multiple times, we're creating a student-centered culture. Within a student-centered culture, there is collaboration. During the change process, collaboration will come to the forefront, but not early on in the process. And I say that from experience on the ground of leading change. There is a time to collaborate and a time not to. And if you're going to lead massive system changes, collaboration comes down the road a little bit, because early on, if you collaborate, you won't change the system, because you're gonna have people in the room who simply are gonna say,
And we don't have the time.
I don't have the time, I like the way it's been going, this is real comfortable for me. So in changing the culture, if I said, we're gonna shift the Scottsdale culture on the bigger, and when I say systems, at some point, once the culture gets shifted around students, it will become collaborative, because you have to if you're going to do right by students.
And that makes a lot of sense. I think my very tactical experience, which we talked about the other day, was professional development. And the example I was given was, gosh, professional development was great once 15 years ago. And I said, well, tell me what that looks like. And they said, well, we had input in what professional development looked like. And I said, well, where did that input happen? And they said, with our principal on the campus. Exactly. So I'm just trying to create those conditions for success. I mean, people really don't want inclusion in all the decisions. They want inclusion in decisions that really impact them. And PD is a perfect example of, but inclusion in a decision.
But to your point, it is, the principal is the key, the leadership is key. You have to have,
I agree.
to have great collaboration, you have to have great leadership. And you can't let go of leadership with this idea of, no, collaboration means it's all through consensus and agreement. You have to have that layer of leadership over it all, or it's not productive.
And I can speak to 15 years ago. I'm probably the only one in here that's sitting.
You.
15 years ago. And there was a sense, and I worked with some very experienced, talented principals across this district who had been doing it for a long time. And we had lots of conversations about how do we work with district-level folks to make sure they're bringing us what we need and the PD that's necessary and all those kinds of things. But you're absolutely right. It wasn't somebody from the district office or the MDA running around and asking every teacher what they want. That has to be filtered through the site leaders.
So all I'm saying is, if we want a quick win, it would be that, figuring out how to do that sooner.
It's that bucket.
It's the right leaders, but it's also developing levels of leadership.
Teacher leadership.
Well, when we train these leaders, then they also develop leadership within the building, and that we finally have a structure to allow to occur. The board took the brave, courageous step in saying, okay, we understand it's a department chair thing, but we ought to have leaders at every level. So now we get to put leadership, instructional leadership in at the elementary, the middle, and the high school. So now they've got to develop this as well as we develop them. So it's not just about the principles, it's the levels of leadership.
And so I would say, yes, and the second bucket, instructional systems, it needs to be in the instructional systems, because that's where you build it. So thinking through.
So, are we making an assumption that good professional development ignores the teacher?
I think that's a perceived perception right now.
And I think it's wrong. Because I think
it's
wrong for the future. What may be right for today, it may be what has existed, but if we're going to build if we're going to build a system focused on students, we're going to get input, supporting teachers, professional development, we're going to get input from the teachers.
So what I'm encouraging is that we make that explicit. It may be implicit because, of course, but I don't think they've seen it. And if you don't see it, you don't believe it. Sometimes, so if there's just.
I think it goes back to, depends on the campus, depends on the leader.
Yeah, right.
The common message that's being given at the building level. And that's.
But I also don't think you're going to get 1,500 teachers giving input into what professional development looks like.
Not asking that.
Well,
But provide the opportunity.
But Kim, just to your point, it could be said right now, and no one's gonna believe it until they see it.
Right.
And so,
I guess
I
my
mean, so I guess you
frustration
can't
is,
worry too much about it being said.
that is what we're doing. For goodness sakes, until we get a chance to do the bucket, you don't know what the outcome is. And I understand that there's a perceived. I get it. But the reality is, that's not how we're going to do it going forward when we get to do these things. First of all, I've got to have the leaders in the building who know how to collaborate. And they have to be taught collaboration, they have to be taught communication, they have to be taught professional development. I can't go lead 30 buildings. I can't do it. We have to allow us to build a system that will allow what you're wanting to happen.
And the system includes more than 15 minutes before and 15 minutes after school, because you can't do this with that system.
And so, just leave you.
Come on. I want to get passion, because it is passion of my pursuit, because I'm agreeing
Wholeheartedly with you. All I'm saying is in the simplest form, bring change, and if you do one thing, it's say what you're gonna do what you say.
So Kim, what would that look like if that was gonna be set up there?
What does that mean? It means what Denise is so passionate about is we're doing it. I'm saying, say what you're gonna do and do what you say.
So Kim, where would you put that? Up here, where would you put that?
I would say,
Explicit.
I don't get the system well enough, but I would say, Pam, you're responsible for meet and confer, and whomever is responsible for talking to the principals. We've got this is what we're gonna do. We've just committed to X number of days of professional development. We want you involved. The principals need to be saying this, right? But somebody has to tell the principals, and the principals need to know how to say it. And this is what we're gonna do. And we can't wait to get your input. And we're gonna build something up, and it's gonna be site-specific, and guess what? Maybe at the end, we'll even share best practices, and da-da-da. But the point is, just say what we're gonna do. I know you're gonna do it. Just say it. And it's.
So is it in this conversation, or is it, I mean, I guess I feel like that's just such a premature conversation to have until we get the details behind the plan. And when the details get behind the plan, we roll out to the principals and we say, this is what we're going to focus on next year, and here's your role. You need to, and here's the new definition of the instructional leaders. You need to interview your instructional leaders. You need to sit down with them. You need to talk with them about professional development. You need to get their input. You need to bring back your plan. I mean, it's the doing of the work. I pray I make it in July. And then I know in July that the world is going to shift, and the things that we're doing are going to make that difference, and people are going to see that walk. I could get out and talk about this all day, and until people start experiencing it, I just feel like I'm just blowing in the wind moment, because the reality is, I feel at this point, no matter what I say,
It doesn't matter.
until I actually show them, it does not matter what I say.
Yes.
And I know that there's a disagreement on that, but the reality is, I see it all the time. I mean, we've been having meetings with somebody who sent you a letter today, and I'm thinking, OMG, how can you have that many meetings with somebody and then have the whole opposite occur? And in the meetings, be on the same track. But that's why I say, my experience tells me that it doesn't matter what I say or do at this stage until we can walk that, until it actually happens. They're not going to care. Now, good leaders are already in their buildings talking to teachers saying, hey, we're headed the right direction. This is going to be good. You know, they're doing that. But I've got some other leaders that are just sitting there going, no, don't know what this looks like, not really sure, a little uncomfortable, not sure my role, don't know who my boss is next year, don't know. And that's happening. And we have 3 brand new principals coming into high school. High school people are all over the charts right now, because they're going, new guy, don't know him, not sure, don't know how I feel about him, heard they're good, gosh, don't know. Haven't decided to sign my contract. That's what happens this time of year. There's an upheaval and a little bit of of restlessness, because leadership isn't stable. There's not stability in the leadership ranks right now.
I'm looking at page 19, isn't what you're talking about, Tim, maybe the next row of boxes?
I don't know, I'm actually even
The
talking.
to-do list kind of thing?
Maybe. What I'm hearing you say, actually, you asked a really great question. Well, how do you do it, and with all these things going on? I think you are doing it. I think the broken piece is at the sites, you don't have consistent leadership, delivering it consistently. That's part of it. That's huge. Oh, yeah. Big part. So that's part of it.
And nobody's hitting their own horn saying, look at what we've done.
And nobody's saying that we shouldn't communicate. It's just like, I don't know how many times I'm going to hit my head against a brick wall and come back. I'm going to be honest. I'm getting pretty frustrated hitting my head against a brick wall. And then saying, man, I want to take this challenge on. I want to get up every day and do this. Boy, I can't wait to go and hit my head again. Because that's what it feels like right now. For our staff, that's what it feels like. Because every system is broken. Every day we come in, we are firing. We are putting out a fire. We're putting out a fire. We got to get to the point where we can build the doggone thing. So And I understand how important communication, but what am I supposed to communicate? What am I supposed to say? You know, when every message that they're getting from this camp is just absolutely beating the heck out of us. In the meantime, we're trying to build the right system for students, and we're just in this chaos moment. We're just in that moment. It will settle. That's why I said I pray to get to July. When we get, I really believe when the right leaders are in the seats and the new people are on, and they welcome back those teachers and they explain these systems and they explain, I think it'll be a new world for Scottsdale. But it's just a bit premature to say, hey, we want your input, because we asked for input and got, why'd you ask me? I didn't even know I had to work extra days. Nobody told me there were extra days in my contract. Well, golly, no, don't do that. We can't do that. So, I mean, it's amazing that we think we're communicating, and the people that are supposed to be communicating to the teachers haven't communicated to them. So I'm a bit frustrated. Maybe it's a bad day for me. I should go home.
No,
I appreciate it. It's kind of,
I have to say,
when the teachers are on board, this is
Can't
going to
invoice
work
for this.
beautifully, because the principal will be able to use those teacher leaders to go back to their department and say, hey, we're soliciting some feedback. And then they do it as a department, and they're not barraged with individuals, because they will come to a consensus, pick their top three.
I was a teacher once for 15 years. And I have to tell you that never in my career would I ever dreamed of calling a superintendent, an assistant superintendent, a director of curriculum, a board member, by God, never. I would have only talked to my principal and said, hey, could you help me understand this? And my principal would have just lined me right out. That's the system that exists for us. That's how do we communicate with 3,000 employees? By the leaders in those positions. And we have to teach them, we've got to train them. That's why that first bucket is so critically important. Because all the rest of the systems, I think, will come in line when we have leaders who can do these things. I get passionate. Please understand when I raise my voice, it's not because I get angry. I get passionate about it. I get so stinking frustrated with hearing this is broken, that's broken. And I'm living it. I understand it. But the reality is, I can't do anything about it until I get the right leadership for too large of an organization.
I want to make an observation. I think the transition that we're going through is transitioning from a very centralized decision-making organization and communication to a more of a decentralized. And we're kind of in that limbo. We're in the between right now. And so I'm hearing you say, I'm going to paraphrase, you're looking for that centralized communication to come out, and then I'm hearing these guys say, that's the wrong way to do it. The right way to do it is more this decentralized approach. And so I
can speak to that right away, because if you remember, my big thematic goal was to get our site leaders on board with this. I see it as decentralized. It's getting our site leaders on board with their purpose, our values, our strategic anchors, and then our objectives. So I am there. That's why I saw that as the number one thing we needed to do.
Loose versus tight cover.
It's not that conversation. I know what you're saying, Anna, but it's really not that conversation.
So you don't think
it's getting alignment, but it's a decentralized alignment.
Can I just say, so you can't get to step 4, which is what I think you want us at, until we do step 1, 2, and 3. And it takes time to do that.
I'm in agreement. All I'm saying is from a change perspective, you just communicate. This is 1, 2, and 3. And then you do 1, 2, and 3.
I think that's what we're doing.
I think you have to build the plan so you can communicate.
Yes.
I don't think this is not a plan. Well, it's a vision. It's a vision, but it's not a plan yet. And even the vision has to be filtered through to make sure that it can be communicated in an appropriate manner.
We can say is when you're going through change and we're in resistance, they want vision. When they're in exploration, they want detail, they want a plan. Right now, you can just communicate a vision and you will buy time while you're executing. And then when you're there, when you're in the midst of it, you give them the detail.
So I think the vision is this, though, it's not the PD.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, so the communication right now is around this vision.
Yes.
I want you to know when I was beginning the school year and I communicated, why do we exist? We educate. I talked about core values. I talked about being student-focused again. I talked about the fact that we need to have a growth mindset. Everybody heard that. They got that piece. But there were systems inside those systems of resistance that are stronger today than they were the first day I walked in on campus. And systems beyond systems beyond systems. So I get going on communicating that. I don't think you do it in writing. I think there's a time for that. I don't know. Maybe this is just bigger than all of us can do. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I said to Michael, I get up every morning and question, am I the right person for this? Yes. And I have to tell you, it's so stinking hard every day. You know, and so my bucket is more than half empty. And you know, in 34 years, I have not worked as hard as I do in this district. And I'm frustrated beyond belief. I know we're headed the right way. I know the planning. This meeting was critically important for us. But all of that said, you didn't get here overnight, by God, and you're not going to be the next. You're right. You're right. You took a lot of years to get here, and please don't expect a miracle.
And we do know that 10-year build-up, we're all very aware.
And so,
And how
you know,
can we support you to build you back up? Because it sounds like it's
well, I think the whole team. I mean,
needs that.
this we meet weekly, and we're all, you know, how much weight can you carry? You know, and it gets hard and it's frustrating, and we have to come after this systemically, system by system. I'm just really glad Steve mentioned the word system, because in reality, it so resonated that if we could take it chunk by chunk, system by system, we'll get there. And maybe it's just my pressure point moment on communication, because I feel like no matter what I say, it gets twisted, it gets miscommunicated, and who's responsible for communication? We all are, right? We're all responsible for communication. And so that, I guess, is what we all need to be communicating to people. And so is there an overarching way to say, what are we, we're moving to a system that's going to ensure that every individual, all individual learners are going to reach their potential. And that's the system, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving towards. And so as this district moves forward, you can expect professional development that's aligned to our core purpose. You can expect evaluation systems that are aligned to our core purpose. You can expect fiscal operations to go back to the classroom. But everybody needs to communicate that. It's very difficult to communicate in this district and be structured the way that we're structured and split the way that we're split. And 3 separate district office buildings. My goodness, Lewis works way up on 92nd. We've got the group here, and then we've got all of the educational people that we work with, boots on the ground in another building, and then you have all your building level principals. So we're fragmented all over the place. So that truly also, you know, you talk about, you know, the water tank conversations. We're not in the same building with the people we work with. We can't even do it, because we're separated, physically separated from each other. So there's, you know, so it's system after system after system after system. It just gets a little overwhelming sometimes.
And we're trying not to give energy to negativity, and so we don't respond to certain things. It's not that we're not trying to communicate. We don't want to egg something on or give it energy. And it's not something that really is a communication issue anyway. It's because someone else is just trying to get everybody riled up.
Like yesterday, that employee, that wasn't a parent, there was an employee that interpreted it as citizenship.
Yes.
It's an employee who's a parent, but the reality was, it wasn't widespread. So the whole staff is, you know, we got 5 people running around working on an issue where it's like, so, you know, you're putting out fires. Is it really a fire? Is it not a fire?
I think we need to stay focused on 12 months, too. And maybe, is what we have up here too much for 12 months? Is there anything else up there?
I think it's
I think it's a challenge and a start, and then you look at it in another 12 months.
There are bits and pieces of all of these we can do in 12 months.
And I
As
will,
much as we can.
And the one thing I'm going to say is, I think at this moment,
we all in this room need to put a check on our expectations of what this will all do tomorrow. We can post this on the website, we can outline this, and you know you're getting people going, that makes no sense. This, fix the system. Are you saying we're broken?
Yeah.
I didn't know we were broken, which that's what's driving me crazy these days, is you told me we were broken and now you're telling me, no, we don't need fixed, we're fine. That's what's driving me passionate right now. But what we can't do is if we believe in all these things, we gotta keep doing them as a board, doing them as a cabinet, doing them as an aligned leadership team. And then, yes, I think we will get there. And they will understand. And those that don't, it'll be okay. It'll be okay. And that's where I leave today, with that expectation. We did our work today as a board. And it was a long time I couldn't say that, and I am so thrilled that our board gets to say that. We've done our work, and we've given this leadership team what they need. And from what I hear, we are going to support them when times get rough and in our decision making, and we're not going to back down because we know our direction. And so we are all stronger for these 2 days, and that's what I'm taking away, not some great expectation that everybody in the district tomorrow will be going, oh, I get it now, we're good. It's not. So.
Well, and our job will be when all the leaders are hired, they are not. Remember, we're still 4 principals short. When they're hired, we'll sit down with all of them and go through this and explain it to them. And they will be able to, and then we should send teachers to their building level principals for communicating, so that we can get that done. And we'll get to that point, but, you know.
Is this, the question I have is this, because I always put the time on there to pressurize it, which is not probably a very popular word around here today. Thanks for pressurizing something, for having enough of that. I guess my point is that, you know, I have a big builder, a big, you know, construction company. You've all seen him here, and it's one of my clients. And, you know, it's just to give you kind of an idea of what can happen is that they want to grow, and they're growing like crazy. This is a company that goes into the billions. They want to grow. But what they did is they came short of saying, we will grow. They said, we will prepare to grow. And that was a kind of an important distinction. So it didn't force them to engage and do anything about what they prepared, but they actually spent their time preparing. And it's going to come up here in a couple of months. And they should, their thematic goal ages out in July. And I have conversations with the CEO every month. I'm like, how are we doing? All right, how's that thematic goal? Are you guys, you know, how are you feeling about it? Is it happening? Are you going to get there? And you know, and believe me, you know, strategic plans. I read that strategic plans fail at a rate of up to 85% based on communication. You know, they just don't get those things done. The thematic goal actually has a much, you know, at least in my short, you know, time with it, it has a much better track record than that. Are you feeling like, is there some sort of modification to that needs to happen? I mean, and you know, this is a self-imposed deadline. No one's going to come up to you and strangle you if you don't hit your thematic goal.
Well, for me, this is a roadmap. And, you know, maps, it doesn't tell you, you know, how long it's going to take you to get from point A to point B. It just points you in the, GPS.
I'm talking about a regular map with triple A, okay? They're talking about a regular map, not a.
We have high expectations.
One thing that was mentioned, resonated with me was, you know, training our leaders. Well, we're bringing in some principals that have been principals elsewhere and are from without SUSD. So for some of them, this is like no, duh, or, you know, or I know this, and granted, it's SUSD, so we may have certain different ways, and Dr. Birdwell, you know, if you're getting a principal from another city, there may be tweaking, but it's not complete training. So, you know, the first bucket, I'm very excited about, and I think that will not necessarily be a 12-month process.
It's not just training new, it's training current.
Well, yes, right,
Yeah.
but I'm saying
Yeah.
some of them
I
are new.
think you're right, and what we're trying to do at every level is bring in high-performing, high-performing principals, high-performing teachers, high-performing district office people, to say, because what it does is it expedites this when there are people in the room that have some of that.
Right.
Because you're right, I can think of the one where Raina Chaparral's gonna go, are you kidding me? She's a 30-year veteran who's gonna say, this does not already exist.
Yeah.
And she will, man, she's gonna get her team on, you know, I'll tell you what, that stuff's gonna get in order and order fast. You know, so when you get the high performance, I mean, you look at the Kristen Kinghorn and what she's done in 12 months.
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing. So the more high performers you have, the more it raises up the whole group of performers, and the more those who feel they can never get there vote for a better fit. And that's okay too.
That's okay.
But and I think that's one of the things that is happening in this. So appreciate it.
Here's a quick diagram of that. Any kind of organizational stuff like we've been talking about here, there's going to be people over here who are detractors to it. They're negative. It doesn't really matter what you do and how wonderfully you do it. They're still going to say, screw you, you know, right? There's going to be those guys over here. And then you've got your, you know, people that are totally on board and they're fired up and they're like, yeah, let's do this. And you got some people in the center who don't know which way to go. So in the old days of George Bush Sr., he used to focus all his efforts over here on the detractors. But there's, you know, and I don't care what your politics are, but you look at someone like either Ronald Reagan or Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
They focus their efforts over here on. It's like let's play to our fans, because if you play to your fans over here, these people here in the center who are kind of undecided are going to say, wow, that's where the action is.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to be where the action is, so they go over here, and then ultimately that's where these folks might start to migrate. So you got to make up your mind that you're gonna focus on your fans, and just see what happens. You just wrote it down. There's going to be some people who just aren't going to get it, and they don't want to get it. And after 30 years, maybe they're never going to get it. But at least that, you know, don't you wish everybody would just say that out loud? Hey, I'm probably not going to support anything you come up with.
Well, and
Wouldn't you love that people are that honest about it? Then you know who to fire.
Well, and this year, the conversation that we have with principals is, you know, we are going to raise the expectations academically. We're going to use data. We're going to have data conversations, and you are the instructional leader of the campus. Now, that was just wave one, and in wave one, we had people say, I am not going to do that, and for a variety of reasons, and we were like that, and we told them, we gave them permission to say that. We gave them permission to say, it's okay to say, I don't want to be a part of this. And they did. Amanda and I never forget that first professional development day, and I ran out to watch that building level principal who quickly let me know, I've been up all night, I've been in tears, I can't do it, and I'm not going to do it.
What happened to him?
Retired. And I said, that's okay. Thank you for being honest. It's not my skill set, not what I enjoy doing, not what I want to do going forward. And that was okay. And then a couple months later, another one. And a couple months later, another one. And so the reality is that it's okay to say, this doesn't fit me anymore. It's not a negativity. It's okay to say, I don't want to relearn the processes at this stage of my career. And we had those conversations with building level folks. The harder one, quite honestly, is the one who does that soft shoe up there, number 2, who pretends.
The BS artist.
Yeah, the pretender, you know, and does the lawyer shuffle, and you're going, are they real? Are they not real? Can they do it? Can they not? Those are the harder ones, really. I admire the people who right up front say, you know what, man, not for me. Not my thing, not my bailiwick, can't do it. Go don't wanna look at that data, and it confuses me, I don't really wanna talk to her. Okay, I get that. Thanks for being honest. You know, and they send their other team members. What? They send people who do love that stuff, and that's okay. So I do think that occasionally you get the honest person who does say, yeah, it's not me anymore, not what I wanna do, change your leadership, change direction.
I did, if I can say, from reading this book, what I loved about it, and what kind of, when you have, in any organization, you can be overwhelmed, and I think even more so when you walk into a school district and how it is. I mean, because there is, as you can see, so much to fix. But I love how it brought it down to a simpler form. It's just that you need to do it. But what you need to do then is do your roadmap and put it in those buckets. And then when you finish one of those, sometimes it's just that first step. But then say that was a success, because maybe that'll help build up everybody and help everybody to maybe not feel as overwhelmed as possible. And I truly believe it can be done. And I think that too, as I'm sure Sandy gets this all the time, how is the school for? And I can't tell you how exciting it is to be able, I say it's great, because I really believe there's going to be changes for the students, because I can already say that there's that cultural shift happening. Yep. And that's what's being communicated out there. And the fear is what you're feeling, right, is that change and that reaction. But I'm also able to say it's going to be so good because it's already started. And it's going to take a long time. And that's what I think has to be reminded, too. Because you've told me that. I'm somebody who wanted it in a year. But now I tell people it's going to be 3 to 4 years. And so I just think it's all really positive.
I want to add to that and bring it back to the diagram. We've all been bombarded with teacher emails, right? Oh. And I got one, and I don't even remember who it was. I've never met the teacher. But she opened a door for me in the context of her email that allowed me to reply back to her. I've been on the school board for 6 years, and I've never been as optimistic as I am today. And her reply back to me was, wow, well, if you're feeling optimistic, then I guess I'm going to give it some time.
Wow.
As a mature person.
Yeah, but it is what you just said right there, right?
Yeah, you took her over to the positive side. She probably was in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because remember, it can go the opposite way too. If we focus on the negative,
right,
that's where the question mark people will go over to.
But you have to believe in your heart.
You do
what
have to believe
said.
it.
It's okay for those people to go on to something other.
Right.
It's going to be a fit for them, and it will be better for them.
You can't get through
That's
what
the
you guys have to
positive.
accomplish without losing a bunch of people.
Right.
And
That's the
I don't
reality.
have to live it every day, so it's easier for me.
I think you should say that again, because it's
Based on what you guys have said about the organization, how much work there is to do, you can't do that without losing a bunch of people. And it happens all the time. All we have to do is go through the 5 dysfunctions sometimes, and people just kind of go. And literally, we work hard on the 5 dysfunctions usually on day 1. Sometimes people they actually resign the evening of day 1. Yeah, I'm not going to be coming to the dinner tonight. All right, let's keep moving,
Yeah, and we did that at the executive level. We lost 2 people in 6 months.
Yeah, they will self-select out.
Not going to.
But I guess we just got to go, know that that's going to happen, and don't let it detract us from a great little plan here that can get you pretty on. I guess my question is are we, where are we at?
I love the buckets. I love the rally cry.
Covers everything here?
Yeah.
Okay. And so what's your timeline?
12 months. 12 months.
12 months, so that would be by the end of,
Next school year.
by April 1st, or by next school year?
So is it really more than 12 months? Is it the end of next June? Is it, or is it the end of May?
Well, although we'll be doing preparation, really the work will begin July 1.
Right.
I mean, some of the. Some of the.
July 2018?
Let's just say April of 18.
Can we just get it 12 months?
Huh?
Can we do 15 months?
I was gonna say June. Well, hang on, here's
Don't
why
want to go pushing it out too far.
Here's why I say April of next year, because then that allows us April, May, and June
Just check in.
to to A, reflect, and B, start planning for the next thematic.
Oh, good, and then maybe even throw out, how are we gonna measure it?
And then maybe you find things that didn't work, and you think of something that
It
did
gives us
better.
3 months.
I'm not trying to give you an out, but I work with companies all the time that say, you know what, Michael, we're gonna need probably 90 days extra for that. Fine. What am I gonna say, you know?
No.
Well, no, you blew it and you're gonna get flogged. No, you need 90 days? Tell your people you need 90 days, and we're gonna.
People who are work, gonna be doing the work.
I agree. I think that's where we're all going with this.
What's that?
It's there to answer.
I think you check in.
No, how much time? Should it be a month, should it be 12 months?
April and say,
That's all.
not that I won't see you before that, Michael, but.
Right.
Not to be,
It's-
it isn't
we're gonna
that
hold
we
ourselves
picked it at the
accountable.
start. Some of this process is already started.
No, there's.
By April 2018, we fixed the system so that they are student focused. Just remember that. That's the yummy right there. Keep that in your mind.
Yes.
Okay, good. I'll get this written up for you.
Can I acknowledge one other thing?
Yeah.
That we started with that pyramid that you had over there, Michael, and
Now,
yeah, I really want to acknowledge that we are going up that pyramid, and I am appreciating it so much. If there wasn't trust and vulnerability in this conversation, we would not have been able to have that passionate conversation and that conflict. And I promise you, I don't know, I can only speak for myself, but the result of that is even more commitment that's coming out of me. So I feel like we're going right up that pyramid exactly the way we should, and you know, appreciative for it, and very optimistic.
Couldn't agree more.
and because you can't really, remember, unless we get into this, we can't get this.
Right, exactly.
And if we don't get that,
And I want to say that I agree completely here. I mean, you know, 3 of us were on the prior board, and I always felt we could never do that. I am incredibly grateful every day, and incredibly optimistic, and those that campaigned with me, quote unquote, they knew I would always say, I'm the happiest board member, and I am so optimistic of where we're going, because I really did know we could do this, and I'm so grateful.
It's a mind blower to me to think you couldn't have these, that previously these discussions didn't occur.
You know, you can't even move.
Well, it was the twilight zone. No, and you can't have that in every setting either, because where there is no trust, you can't have that ability. And as I said, cultures I've ever walked in, so we're really, but it's nice that the leadership collectively across the district is building a trusting relationship that we can commit to do that. That's really important. And it starts there.
Let's take a bio.
Yes,
We need a bio.
yes, please.
There was so much excitement, last week. So much excitement to go.
Passionate conversation.
We were gonna do it whether you like it or not.
Yeah, I'm waiting for me to,
I'll tell you
what
what,
permission you've already given yourself.
I had puzzles out there.
No, in the room I have, they never see it down just because we have the microphone. I don't know that with expectation of communication. And maybe it's the timing right now that like everything is very different from that. So I don't know. Because there's such negativity around everything we say. So it's like, I get it. I know we can get there.
Okay, by the way,
I know. I don't have to.
communication's fine, communication. Okay.
That's what building all the principal has.
You have a bucket.
It's so important.
I know, I think I'll hold it.
Yeah, she plays a part in everybody, right?
Yeah.
Well, everyone does.
So I think that when that gets resolved, I think it's going to be right now, I feel like I'm trying to look over. I can't get over the discussion. I'm not trying to get her, that's not my strength. So we've been looking at, always trying to bridge the issues there. I'm trying to, so, yeah, it's a, we'll fix it, and it's just a matter of, but like I said, I think when it becomes systemic, and it goes to weird ones, it's frustrating on that end, I get it, it's just frustrating on the other end. Well, I think the board with this group, that makes sense. They're not supposed to communicate. I would be frustrated with that. I think. It's hard for me to do.
Michael, I feel like I missed my whole section of the day.
What's that?
The communication.
Over here?
Yeah.
Yeah, there are pretty, pretty big deal communication elements to this.
Mm-hmm.
But, they can explain it, they can explain it to you. But basically, this is the rallying cry for the organization, giving them something, a year to get it done, and fix the system so that they're student focused. That's a big kind of a sentiment that can get us pretty far. And these are the, what we call defining objectives to this thematic goal. And they just built these, they just kind of systematically went through and built those. These are things that they will be holding themselves accountable for on a weekly basis, each of these, because they all lead to this. So it's thematic. It's in Advantage. But I think it'd be good for someone to sit down. Yeah. Yeah, this is a big one. This is really a big one, because this is where some of the frustration is now.
Yeah. And I know
Organizational communications.
our communications office,
Yeah.
bigger than, like, a department.
Yeah, it's not something you can.
Seems like we touched
Right, that's communications.
Right, exactly.
Put in their proposal. And,
They didn't cause it. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I like the staging off-site.
Oh, putting the employees at the parking lot? Yeah. Very small.
Can I go to the board proposal first?
And it's just like a 5-minute break.
We'll-
Yeah, 5, 10.
Are
This week, actually, the design phase is this week. Yeah. No, I hope they do well on that proposal. So that's interesting. Well, and I don't have to worry about his resources. I don't have to think about it.
Not that I deserve anything above and beyond.
I mean, it's a good thing to say usually.
When people say, oh, she's leaving, like, blah, 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 I'm like, I just said to somebody, there's more to this story. Get a hold of my camera.
Carpool for this.
I thought about that, but by the time I thought about it, it was really late last night.
No, I ain't got no.
I know you don't. Then I'm afraid.
Oh, yes. Steve and I just sat on the selection.
I know.
Yeah, and
Tomorrow, here.
No, that's still being planned. Oh, sorry, I'm thinking about construction, yeah. Oh, no.
All right, so you were like one thing that I have a final meeting next year, but that has not happened. All right.
I understand, but that's why because I understand you're doing some of those. So we don't know.
One man named John.
And it's still up to him. I'll just tell them to be quiet. And then they're coming forward. Watch it.
Just a Latino interview committee.
Well, we'll show something, they'll give you a little bit of, and I'll show you.
Oh, I was, yeah, because I had talked to him originally, I was talking to him, and didn't get it, and then Tim brought up that the board meeting. Such a girl, since you were
Yeah, that plus global project. So.
No.
But the other ones are big too. And we even just change the head part of it. There's that. Leave it with me.
No, I didn't want to be, tell me what's going on, I wanted to have a little bit of.
Yeah, no.
Everybody gets tired. We're in the two different rooms tomorrow. So it's kind of one of these. We may end up with the same top. One people, they're both in the so that's when you'll decide to go ahead and apply.
Do you have anything else that's done with 3 days?
I think so, but I don't know.
Oh, no, that others.
It's not actually, I'd rather have the best person.
Wow.
Friends of that person.
Yeah.
I think that's like. So. But that communication. But we were behind.
So quarter.
No, we're not good yet. We should already have trouble. Yeah. On the list. Yeah,
He has to be. I saw him. Talked to him, but I saw him at the meeting.
our son said you will get the lot of
That's serious.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Are those the same brownies?
No, it's not the same as yesterday.
Did you try them out already?
Did you see a bite mark on this?
No, I mean, 'cause yesterday was so good.
Two of them are out of state. California.
Okay, we should keep the chat. So I can come my work.
Oh.
You know, oh, yeah. Whole entire day.
I think that's like a lot of people work from home. Or go to Starbucks or something.
Yeah,
they're at home, or there's no coworkers.
exactly.
There's a couple of
Oh, even if you're doing one together, you're still getting more done. Even with the.
I have two 1-year-old babies at home, but I'm not getting anything done.
Oh, my God, no. Right when you sat down and you got ready to work again, he tries again.
Just real quick.
Serious? Literally like a Tasmanian dog? Oh, well, then you're the conditions for
I grew up with a big dog, so it was never an issue.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, that's big. And if I'm in another place, and he was the car, he will stand at the door, and I'm in the car. It's not until I drove up. It's just the bell, so it's in your parents' house. I tried that with my daughter, it didn't work, into it. You have to, every time you go out, you have to hit it. You hit it high, you hit it high, you hit it, you walk out, get it.
Oh,
And, you know, that's the job. 7 months. So, you think you know how to really. Never my first down the way, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah. But I just, I'm just chin up. He got, you know, he's on
But this HR identity and so
I like it.
And it helps.
Oh, I think it's been great for all of us. And the actions don't happen unless you take the first part.
Through it.
Yeah, I think you're close, but she was getting, yeah, 100%, yeah.
So, one, less than one.
Everything has come from all three of them.
Anything that you want.
Now my soul is well.
That's how I know. My husband up.
Did you start saying we also can, like every now and then she goes out there and some.
Yeah, well, mine has not, so sometimes it's like there's been a seizure that you didn't see, the recovery period kind of looks like that. And also he has like spinal arthritis, the poor thing, he's going a sad, long goodbye, you know, so, yeah. Yeah, they have all kinds of problems. Oh, but they've got like really healthy heart and lungs and internal, yeah, because, you know, any purebred, but especially if purebred like has been around for so long, they have problems. But, yeah, but all the different organs that keep you alive are really good. It's just how you feel. So, yeah, it's been tough. But yeah, he turned 15. Oh my gosh, 15. Okay. Wow.
I used to call her.
An old man.
Now I'm wrong.
Yeah. All righty then. Quiet.
All righty then.
I don't know what that was. Jim Carrey.
Yeah, great.
We're almost there. What's everybody feeling right now?
Exhausted.
It is exhausting, isn't it? I mean, you guys will sleep like babies tonight.
Yeah, well, I'm exhausted for the future too. I mean,
Right.
I'm exhausted for you for the future. Yeah.
You know, we appreciate how daunting the task is that this board has given to you all.
But it's our task, so.
I agree. I agree.
And we're gonna have to, and
We're doing,
we're gonna have to be steadfast.
yes, we are. Yes, we are. And that's why this work is so important, so that we, the board can understand what we believe, what we're behind, and how our decisions are going to push us there, so we can be steadfast.
Scottsdale terms, sign up.
That's cute. Buckle your seatbelts. Buckle your seatbelts. Going to be a bumpy ride.
You know what's really amazing is that graphic with the two flip chart papers. That's all your clarity in one spot.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, it is.
That is.
I like it. It's I always like to do fun things like this. Okay. So we can't include, you know, the thematic goal is part of the clarity, but for this next thing I want to do here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 words.
All we have to remember.
Yeah. You don't have to actually act on it, but that's a detail.
Yes, nice.
Yeah. That's pretty good. That's concise and clear. You guys worked very hard and effectively on that. So I went ahead and put humble and growth-minded there on the core values. So let's talk just a little bit about implementation of that theme of all of this basically. We want to talk about, you know, kind of a little bit about, and I'll you know, Dr. Birdwell, I'll want to have you kind of talk a little bit about what's the next. That's always a big part of this particular hour. It's like, well, what now? You know, I think we have to have a what now conversation. But let me explain in terms of the team here. I want to say directorate, but that's not it. It's the committee. No. What do you guys call it? Cabinet. There's a, you know, Pat wrote this book, the the book, the book about meetings, death by meeting. And I just want to give you kind of an idea of how that might look. Suspend your certainty to this, but just kind of check it out. And there I just put a washable on there. There we go, Scott. There's a big blue thing on there.
There's a chemical bag. We'll get some rubbing off. They're gonna get those tools to the class.
Okay.
The marker should be good.
No, I can keep going. Markers. Isn't that cool how that works?
Yeah, you can take the marker over now.
You fight fire with fire. Okay.
You take white wine to get rid of the red wine.
Like a lot of wasted wine.
I know, I bet.
So this is what Pat talks about in his Death by Meeting book. He talks about the problem with meetings being contextual. We have a tendency to take administrative conversations and tactical conversations and strategic conversations, and even kind of big sky thinking conversations, and we cram them all into the same meeting. And we expect that to work. And so what we do is, typically a leader will ask for agenda items. What do they usually get back?
None.
None. Yeah, so then that leader has to run around trying to figure out, what am I going to do with all these people tomorrow? They're going to come in, they're going to have a meeting. So they start cooking up agenda items, get them on there. And again, they're this mixed bag of all those things I just explained, administrative and tactical and strategic. And so they say to themselves, well, let's knock out those easy ones first. Let's say this is going to be an hour and a half meeting. And so they say, let's knock out the easy ones first, then we can really dig in. So that's holiday party and the whole issue with the kitchen right now. Right? There's always an issue in the kitchen. And so they dig into the holiday party, and how long do they take on that? Something that was supposed to be easy, just a snap.
The whole meeting?
Right, it could be, 40 minutes, and then they're kind of, oh, right. Now we've got to go into this other item, and that's going to take another 30 minutes, and now they're really up against the wall. And what they do in that point is that maybe you've done all this work ahead of time to be able to, because we're in budget, and you're going to try to get everybody their budget packets and, tell them all that work you've done. And you know what someone says to you? Can you? 5 minutes. Can you do 5 minutes? You can do 5 minutes? All right, great, which is completely false. You can't do it in that time. And then, what we do is we reward ourselves by doing the exact same thing the next week and the week after that. So that's a focus on it, is trying to keep those things separated. Keep those I'm really getting tired because my vocabulary is like a 60%. What am I calling these? Administrative, tactical, strategic. Oh gosh, I don't know. I'll admit it, I don't know.
It'll come back.
Yeah.
It happens as we promise me every day.
You take these things and you break them out into where they're supposed to be. So let's talk about administrative first. This is your administrative meeting. How many people are on your team right now? The cabinet team? 6. Okay, that's a great size. I love the nimble kind of, anything under 8 these days is nice and nimble. So and again, this is just recommendations, but the vast majority of the companies we work with actually say, oh, okay, Michael, if you're going to really press us on it, you've been polite over the last 2 days, we'll go ahead and run it for a month. And I can't think of a company that's ever said, okay, we're not doing that, after having applied some of these things to it. So, administrative meeting, this is purely administrative. You got 6 people, it's a 6-minute meeting. And basically, all the team is gonna come together and tell each other what they got going that day. Here's where I am, here's what I'm doing, here's what I'm focusing on. Why would we care?
Support each other.
Hey, I've got something going on along that line.
Yeah, and I talked about, oh, really? You're gonna be doing, okay, hey, maybe there's something we can jump in on, actually. Yeah. Yeah, most leadership teams, when we start working with them, they sometimes don't see each other for days. It's not a team. The reason that we do something like this, we're working with a city here in the valley, and they call, they're the least touchy-feely group I've ever been with, but they had fun with it. Now they call it the daily cuddle, which I think is weird because I could get in a lot of trouble for calling it because they're government and stuff. So they come together and they just do that, just one after another. And the reason they do it is because they're a team, and that's what teams do. I can't explain it any differently. That's what teams do. It's not a big investment. It's 6 minutes a day, but they're just going to go through there and say, here's what I'm doing. I got this thing. I got this appointment. This person's going to be in the office. Oh, this person's going to be in the office, and you can have a little, very, very short, just as long as it doesn't go over 6 minutes. Enough about that. This next one is the one I really want you to see, and it's called the weekly tactical. Now we're out of administrative, and now we're going into tactical. First thing we're going to do in this meeting is what we call a lightning round. So there is no agenda ahead of time. Real-time agenda making. No agenda. You don't have to worry about fixing something and putting something together. So here's how it goes. Oh, by the way, when my last 6 months when I was at Make-A-Wish, I had I told you about Monique. Didn't I say about Monique? 21 years old. So she was the person that kind of documented the meeting. I ran the meeting with my 11-member team, but she was the person who actually took care of this, and she would have this kind of projected onto the wall. That's not all I have to tell you about that, but you'll understand why. So I'm going to use her. I'm going to talk about her as I go through this. So what we would do in this lightning round is talk about the 3 most important things that the team that person is focusing on that week. So what are the 3 most important things that you're going to be focusing on for the rest of this week, since it's only going to be Wednesday tomorrow, right?
Well, I'm funding this health insurance pool because we're holding the money and nobody pulled the money it needs to go from here to there. So we're tracing that down.
Okay. Can I freeze for a second?
Sure.
So what would the rest of the team? What are the rest of your team doing while you're saying that?
Sleeping.
Yeah.
She'll take care of that. That's your problem.
You know what you're doing? You're listening. You're listening. You got your radar on for stuff like do I even know what she's talking about? Can I help her?
It's $8 million, so we need to do this.
Yeah.
They'll hear $8 million.
Very good. I lost $8 million. I'm trying to find it. Sorry.
I get a piece of
Should I
that.
get a piece of that?
So that's the stuff that's going through the team members' mind. Is, wow, wonder if I can help her. I don't even know what she's talking about. Just all sorts of stuff. And to do that, what do you say? You have one word.
Okay.
It's agenda. So Steve, if you wanted to kind of interject on that or learn more about it or discuss it on the agenda today, you would say agenda, and all would happen is Monique would take that item and here's where your agenda is, and she would just write it on the agenda. But Steve called that to the agenda, and then we continue to move on. So you're going to go through, and so if you have 6 people, you have 18 important things that are going to happen. So, this is your cabinet, and you just learned that the 18, well, actually 15 because you knew your own, the 15 most important things that the 6 most important people, that's not really politically correct, but go with me on that. You know what I mean? That, the 15 most important things that the 6 most important people are doing. Not a bad couple of minutes. And you only have 1 minute to talk about what you're doing.
Oh, okay.
So in that minute, you would go through, and then you would do a minute, and you would go through that.
And if there's something that you feel like that you would like to pursue, because you're behaving like a team, not just not a bunch of siloed executives, which is where we usually start with them, but that people just really having to say, maybe they can use my help, maybe I can get their help, I don't know what they're talking about, what is this all about, can I get some more clarity? And if you do, you have to put it on the agenda. You would not discuss it in the lightning round, because if you do that, the lightning round won't be lightning anymore. You know, you can't say to your student, check out that lightning. No, seriously, it's still there. It's still there. You could, well, hurry up, because it might be gone in a minute. No, it's gone already, right? And that's the essence of the lightning round. And so what's Monique gonna do? She's just gonna go through and she's gonna do a little quick shorthand. She's typing all this stuff in. It's a Word or an Excel-based sheet, and she's just writing those in there. Just a little bit of documentation. She writes down in here anything that gets called to the agenda by a team member. So this part and this part are both for no reason but to create agenda for the meeting. How long would this take?
8 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, about 6 minutes, 6 to 8 minutes. Usually people actually, when they talk about the 3 most important things they're focusing on, they're important, but still they usually do it in a hardly ever have to tell anybody, speed it up. Usually 30 to 45 seconds. Here's the 3 things. You got to come to the meeting kind of thinking about it, which is my problem. I don't usually do that. So that's how that goes. This next thing is this what we call a key metric review. What does that look like?
The buckets.
The buckets. What are they doing on here?
How do those lightning things fit in the bucket?
Yeah. What we're going to do is, this is your thematic goal.
Right.
With the buckets.
Right.
Guys, it's right here. You're just inserting this right into that part of the meeting process. And what you're going to do then is you're going to go through each of these 5 objectives. This happens every week. Now we're talking accountability, right? A week does not go by without that team looking at the 5 defining objectives. Those are the things that you said needed to get done for that big important thing, the most important thing that you guys can think of. Those are the defining objectives, and we have to deal with them every week. I'm going to tell you, that's the reason I think we made this business work in that first year. We just kept going back to those buckets and kept going back to those buckets. We held ourselves accountable for it. We've been talking about accountability ad nauseum for 2 days now. Well, that is one of your most important mechanisms for accountability at this level.
Can I ask you a question, Michael?
Of course.
So when you call that key metrics, are you literally having measurable metrics, or is it more a qualitative conversation on it?
It's more of a qualitative conversation. That's a great question. And it really is. Is there an opportunity to do other than that? Absolutely. But in this kind of thing, I like what Pat said about it one time. He goes, I just think that leadership teams need to be able to have a gut feeling about what's going on around here. You guys seem to be very dialed in to the activities of this district. So I'm sure you would kind of know if there's something going wrong in one of these areas. But what you're going to say here is you're going to red, yellow, or green each of those 5 buckets. Red means this. We are not, if we continue to go at the rate we're going, we will not complete it by the date we said we would, which was what? By April 2018. That's what red means. Yellow means, we're doing okay, but we could be doing better. Mm-hmm. And then the green means all systems go. It's really, the word is on track. You are on track for and so every week you're gonna check your progress here. And you're going to be able to get a bead on where things are. And if you need to make some adjustments in things, you're going to know it pretty quick. Okay? So that's what's going on there. So we would say, now this was next week they decided to do, to implement, and they went next week. They would probably be green on everything because you got a whole year, right? But that doesn't last very long. Okay? So it's red, yellow, or green. And if you guys say it's red, it automatically goes over here and Monique doesn't even ask you. Because this is not the team that says, hey, that's the most important thing we're supposed to be focusing on this year. That's the most important thing. That will get us more, that's student-focused business over there. And if a certain part of it, a very, very well-thought-out bucket, is in the red, we just ignore it. You can't. You would never say that, would you? You'd say, no, let's unread that thing. Let's de-read it, or whatever is that. How you get red also.
So Michael, are you not setting milestones?
What?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No.
Are you not setting milestones? We got a year to do this, to get this.
You don't really need milestones because it's going to be in your face every single week. Your milestone, I mean, if you want to do that, you can, but it's not usually necessary. You're going to be so intimate with those 5 things. That's why I wanted to get it right today. Does that make sense?
Kind of be like your limbic brain metric, tying it.
That's very good. Yeah.
It's your gut feel.
Yeah. What are we doing okay here?
Yeah.
Right.
It doesn't mean that you don't have your project management right over here with your teams below you, but up here in this meeting, you don't have to bring that in.
So now remember, did you guys have anybody have the thematic goal page open right now? I think I see it over here. Okay. Now, did you see the defining objectives? Those are those buckets you guys worked on.
Yeah.
Well, what is a standard operating objective? Here's what that is. It's just 5 more buckets or so. My question on this one then is what are those? What are those? And my question is this: what are the metrics or gut level feelings about things within the organization? What are those? What are the things that kind of are things that keep the lights on? You can't just say, all right, everybody, don't work on anything but the thematic goal. That's ridiculous. You got to keep working on the other stuff, and so that's what are covered by these standard operating objectives. In my business, pipeline. You get. I mean, I'm a consultant. I got to have a pipeline. It's like, what's going on with the pipeline?
No work, no pay.
Cash flow. I'm trying to think off the top of my head what they are. April goes through every single week. Yeah, good, yes. Oh, client communication. That's a big one. Are we effectively communicating, or are we getting so busy that we're starting to get behind? And wow, I got an offsite coming up, and I don't even know if the client knows what we're doing. That means I'm starting to get behind on that. So we always check it every week. And a couple more, I can't think of them off the top of my head. And so we red, yellow, green those. And maybe in your world it would be HR. Maybe HR would be one of your things. You know, you have a gut feel. I mean, right now with this leadership team, what's your take on things, all things HR? What's going on? What's your take on that?
Every day.
Job security.
Not a minute
No,
goes by.
I think we're in the busiest season for HR, but we've also been talking about a lot of changes. We've been talking about teacher evaluations. We've been talking about aligning hiring practices. We've been talking about
For principal openings.
well, and the will interview questions. I mean, so we've got systems that discussion. We're the only decision we made is let's not change the system during this hiring season, and then let's realign as we go forward, because you're in the middle of a hiring season. That's not the time to change those.
Yeah. And if there was some little like brush fire that was happening somewhere at some school, this would be the time to bring it up. So you would go through those 5. You would red, yellow, or green them.
Oh, that system. Well, there's brush fires in 30 places.
Yeah. So we got So we need a bigger paper.
Yeah, and we need a fire bucket.
Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? It's just a way of kind of paying attention to that. You would go through those 5 things. You would red, yellow, or green those. And if they were red, Monique would put them on the agenda, and you would be building agenda that way. Okay. So let's say you get through all those, and you end up with. And also, the team can actually say, here's the 3 things I'm working on. That's over here. But here's something I want to bring to I need to have team's help with this. So let's put that on the agenda too. So you get some items that way. So ultimately, you end up with a number of these items.
And once we go through that and that, then we say, all right, take us away, Monique, let's go. 21 years old, she says, all right, you said you wanted to pop this on the agenda, here it is, let's have a conversation about it. And it's a tactical conversation. Barriers, let's remove barriers, let's get things fixed, let's, not a strategic conversation about like, should we or shouldn't we be doing this? Which you can use strategic anchors to solve that in a different meeting. This is a tactical meeting. So you're going through those. While that's happening, Monique is focusing on a couple of things. She's looking for any decision that gets made, and if the decision gets made in any of these agenda items, she's going to put that decision here, which is going to help you to know how you're going to communicate. How we've been talking about communication. That was a big issue just a few minutes ago. Well, this is a place where when people make decisions, we stop the clock long enough to do two things. One, is everybody on the same page about this decision? Not do you agree with it, because you might not agree with it. You might disagree and commit. But the question really is, do we have the same idea about the decision? Are we on the same page about the decision? Do we understand it the same way? That's a very quick check, but it's critical. And then the other piece is, anytime someone makes any kind of a commitment during the meeting, I'll make you a copy of that. Monique has her antenna up for those kinds of statements, and she's going to write it down right up there. So decisions and actions are all going to be documented here, so they're very, very clear so that we know what's happening. Make sense so far? Mm-hmm. Okay. And so then she will go to the next item, What I always tell people is before you leave the agenda item, make sure that you've got this done, and make sure you have this, which is cascading communication. Okay? So decisions, we document those decisions and notice them. If anybody makes any kind of commitment, we're going to capture that also. And then this last piece, and this is high equity movement right here. This is cascading communication. In other words, you're going to ask yourself the question before you move off that item, is there anybody that needs to know about what we just discussed? Who's going to tell them and by when? That could be the entire, let's say if there's something that we need to communicate across the entire organization, we can do that. But this really kind of links into those communication pieces we've been talking about today. Okay? Any questions about that? You're literally going to say, who are we missing on this? Who needs to know that's not here? Because we don't want to hear the words, what?
I didn't know.
Why? Was someone going to tell me that? Did anybody think to let me know about that? Yeah, oops, it's a big oops. One of the things that was really cool about when we started implementing this at Make-A-Wish, I had a celebrity, we oversaw all the celebrity interaction with Make-A-Wish, including and especially wishes. And, one time I went down to visit her in California. She's, all that stuff happens. Yeah, that's the heartbeat of all that kind of business. So she's down there. And as soon as we started doing this, I wrote it, Monique wrote an email to people that would say cascading communications in the subject line. So that identified it. You're about to hear something that you wouldn't have heard because you weren't in the meeting, but we think you should know it. Right? And we sent it to people, and Lonnie, she says, oh my gosh, this is incredible. I mean, she couldn't believe that she was getting this information, and she said, I know this is kind of like super positive, but she says, how did she say it? I kind of feel like if there's something I need to know, you'll tell me, and if I can't know, you won't tell me, because that was the one time, the first time we ever did it, and so we always did it. We always did that kind of communication, and so you drive through this agenda. Now, what happens if you're talking on this agenda, and all of a sudden you realize that this is kind of a big nut to crack. This is a huge thing. This isn't tactical. And if it's not tactical, we call it strategic. And then what we would do is that was happening, then Monique would say, And she will offer this up, 21 years old. She'd say, you guys are talking about this a long time. Maybe, do you think this might be a strategic issue? And usually what we would do is we'd say, yeah, probably. And so then she would, this is what we call the strategic parking lot. And we would just take that item and she would type it in there and we can stop talking about it right there. Because we already have a meeting that's set to deal with those kinds of issues. So you're building agenda there too. Okay? And so we would continue to go through. And at the end of the meeting, we would review these, review these. This piece right here, when people make commitments, people always ask me at the end of this, they say, because I'm almost done with this. She would, the question is, what do we do with these actions? And we do it like this. We actually go right here. Before we go out of these two agenda making, before we go into the full agenda, that's when Monique would say, you said you were going to make a copy of the XYZ report for everybody. Steve, how'd that go?
I forgot.
Sorry. Why would you assume that?
Steve never forgets.
Yeah, I bet she doesn't.
He goes right to his office and does it.
Yeah.
I have somebody do it.
It's Monique. Monica.
Joanne will take care of that.
So that's, I mean, and guys, this is golden. I mean, we all talk about making sure that we write down what happens in meetings so that we can hold people accountable for it, but that's it, it's in there. Okay? And then what happens is that in the case of Monique, she would actually take this whole thing and shoot it to us, and it would be at our desks before we even got back, because it's all there. And then she would tee up another one for the next week and go through it. What are your questions?
The weekly is 90 minutes?
45 to 90. Okay. That's what we did it in, team of 11 in 3 states.
Subscribe.
Monique.
Remember here.
Oh, I don't know.
We have Joanna or Sandra.
I think that weekly tactical is our cabinet meeting.
Yeah.
We're to do it. We don't do it just like this.
Right.
But
I figured this would be a little bit of a checkup for you guys.
That's what I'm saying,
90
yeah.
minutes would be. Because we're just, we're the fire department.
Yeah, and that's okay. Just kind of say, you know what, this is not.
But if we did
Frankly,
that
we don't
part
even
of
have
also,
3
that
people
would
on my
everybody
team.
drive the agenda.
Exactly.
What's that?
If we started it off like this, it would drive the agenda probably better.
that'll save some time.
Yeah, save some time.
Yeah.
And organize it for the next.
Do you ever do the, you call them strategic? You have a larger item that's going to need deeper look.
Usually we try to fit that into, I don't know, like a big, all-day conversation about some
Well, like
item.
we're saying, Anna, we want to look at all of the data for Coronado and Catalina, and that in itself is an hour conversation.
That would probably go into your strategic.
Schedule it
Strategic, right?
Mhm.
You schedule it as strategic.
Yeah, strategics are at least half a day, so you got quite a bit of time.
So we did staffing that way. You had me bring it as a separate meeting, and we spent 3 hours or whatever it was just on staffing piece of it.
Yeah, I mean, we feel funny about this because April and Shelley and I do this meeting every week, the weekly tactical, and we go way over 90 minutes. We just have so many details to deal with, and we have to get everything updated on the wall. I have a big kind of whiteboard thing that has all my potential clients and current clients, and we're kind of going, oh my gosh, what.
No, we're in Scottsdale, yeah, I'm there.
Yeah.
They're all in places.
Huh?
Once they want you there tomorrow.
That's true.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm ready
that's
to
true.
go.
But I can't.
That's what I'm saying.
So anyway, that makes sense? Yes, I'm sorry.
I'm just wondering if, for part of it, or whatever's appropriate, I don't know how this all works for you, but, for example, if Erin was in part of it, at least to, I don't know if it's appropriate to facilitate, but if not, at least part of that kind of bucket update, is that, maybe that begins to drive the cascading communication out to site leaders or something like that, or she can translate it into different stakeholders, so whether it's site leaders or a website or blah, blah, blah.
So if I get your question right, you're saying because this is such a big deal and because there's so much communication about it, you're thinking maybe Erin could come in that and and be prepared to do some over-communication.
Right, take the
Yeah.
takeaways and then go populate all the places that need to be populated with the update.
That's
I think there are two separate meetings. I think the executive leadership meetings next year, which is in every other week, tactical, it makes sense. In the cabinet, there's too much personnel conversation. Aaron's not invited unless I invite him. Because there's too much personnel discussion that occurs, and we keep that to as minimal amount of people as possible.
Especially if it's about Aaron.
Aaron being the right teacher can talk to us.
Yeah.
I mean, there's even times Sandra doesn't come in because there's too much personnel issues, so, but normally it's Sandra and me. Yeah, Sandra does that, would do that piece.
And if you feel like you want to kind of bone up on this a little, because we haven't worked together in quite a while, April's happy to do that. She get on the phone with you, and we've even got this, we call it the meetings care package, that has videos and all sorts of articles and a copy of Death by Meeting, and we just give that to you, so you have that stuff. And then you get some coaching from April. She's pretty good at it. She's an ISTJ. How could she not be?
She's sweet, too.
She is sweet. She's home hungry and warm.
Just a thought on that, so, and I agree, I don't need to attend every weekly tactical meeting, or whether they're bi-weekly or however they're done, but if there is communication that need to cascade down, that's the kind of thing that we could have a separate meeting, you could say, here's the information, we need dispersed, and then I could help with that, because there's also gonna be a lot of things in the meeting that wouldn't apply to me, which my time could be better spent in another place, but.
Yeah, because the question is already there. Who needs to know this? Aaron needs to know this.
And in all of the meetings we have, there's an administrative assistant, like a Joanna or Sandra or Joy, that does that piece so that Aaron participates. Now, the difference is Aaron might pick the communique out, cascade that, and help us with that piece. But right now, we have all those folks in this meeting.
Good. Okay.
Except for when we're storming in Norman. We're storming where? Those quarters.
That makes sense, then?
Yeah, it makes sense to me, I think, as long as I'm the first person that it cascades to, then I can help.
Sounds like a typical PIO.
I want to know all the things I need to know.
That's a righteous desire. All right. Any other questions? You guys can, I mean, seriously, anybody can do this. You can just like ramp it up, and if you do, let us know. We'll give you all the help we can get you. Okay? So that covers the weekly tactical. By far the most kind of technically complex meetings. The good news is the other ones, these don't come close to that. This is the one that feels a little funky at first. People feel like they have their shoes on the wrong feet initially, but that goes away too. Okay? Okay. All right. I mean, when I learned about this, I literally, like I said this morning, I ran back to my office and implemented. I never walked away from it. Never walked away. It saves our skin. That's an exaggeration, but probably about 150,000.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, this next one is the monthly strategic. So this is weekly, this is daily, and this is the monthly strategic. This is monthly. And so all we're going to do is take those items right out of here and just tee them up and have those strategic conversations. These are conversations that you want to bring in some extra stuff, maybe some pre-reading. Maybe you'd send people their spreadsheets, and then they can, so they're not like pawing through them in the middle of a meeting going, I don't even know what I'm doing.
What does this mean?
Yeah. So you can ask those questions and make sure you have the materials that you need. That's really important in the strategic meetings. As far as documentation goes, it's just kind of documenting the decisions and the actions, and just making sure that we cover those. That's a monthly. It says monthly strategic, and then in the book it talks about an or ad hoc. And what an ad hoc meeting is, let's say that you want to set this meeting up to occur the same time every month, third Thursday of every month, from 8 o'clock in the morning until noon. Maybe have some lunch at the end of it. What happens if you have a strategic item that pops up you just had your monthly strategic yesterday. Does that mean we have to wait a whole month? No, that's what you would grab an ad hoc meeting, put the right people in the room, and get it discussed. Okay? That's why there's that ad hoc piece. And this quarterly offsite is really kind of, if you guys go to your, let's go to page, and we're almost done here. Go to page, 25. Do you see that? So these are your 4 meeting types, and all the tips and stuff and keys to success are there. And then if you go over here, you can see a much neater version of what I did on the board here on page 26. Talks about the lightning round and all those pieces. So typically what happens with me and my clients is that, we kind of this would be kind of like your first quarterly offsite right here, right? And that. So, but I love, we talk about the quarterly offsite being the most important of them all. Why would we say that? Yeah, that's where you would build your new one and put your old one to bed, But the reason it's the most, that's one reason.
Team effectiveness and just developing as a team?
Yeah. You see all the stuff there that you cover? This is stuff that we, especially when we're overwhelmed, this is the stuff that is the first to go. And you can't sharpen your saw, you can't cut through stuff if you don't stop long enough to sharpen your saw. We say, speed up by slowing down, right? And so you're going to talk about stuff like review the playbook, which I'm building for you here as we go through this. And so you'll have that in a few days. Team dynamics, in other words, go over, get your Colby, whatever that thing is you guys are doing, get that out. Use it, talk about it, develop it, use it to have good conversations. Competitive landscape. Wow, what a critical. Sometimes we don't talk about that stuff, and then all of a sudden we turn up one day and there's all this craziness going, and we're kind of going, well, what happened to us? It's like Make-A-Wish when on 9/11. Did you think that there would be any inclination that something bad could happen in the world like 9/11 before it happened? No. A lot of people say, there was threats of, I guess not the exact time it was going to happen, but we knew there were bad people out there, right? Yeah. And that they hated us, and that they had guns and bombs and things like that. We knew all that. So the question is, what did we do when it finally happened? And I'm going to tell you, and we've talked about this before at Make-A-Wish, that we were on our heels on that one. Because guess what's the first thing that happened? Literally within an hour of what happened.
The airport all shut down, no more travel.
Yeah, that's one of the things.
All donation stuff.
Exactly.
And all transaction stuff.
Yeah, well, and people said to us, we love you, Make-A-Wish. Who doesn't? But as you can completely understand, our money needs to be reallocated to the Red Cross. Yeah. So there were, by the dozen. We're talking big corporate sponsors, and it all started to slip away from us. So what did we do? We had to come up with some kind of knee-jerk letter saying, please. We still have, these kids still matter, and we got to do this, and it's like, it was not proactive whatsoever. This is a communication nightmare, right?
Yeah, I'm like.
You want to be thinking about these things. You want to be ahead of them, especially if you're. Usually I say this when the board's not sitting here, but your board's going to walk in and say, hey, what are our plans for that? You know what I'm going? I don't know. Good. Thanks for mentioning it.
We're working on it.
Yeah, we're going to work on that one. Yeah, we'll get that down. No, you want to be thinking of it, and you don't have to spend hours and hours doing it, but it is a good idea to kind of get some thinking done ahead of time on those things. And that's another reason for your...
We try to think ahead of these people, but they're always running fast.
Yeah.
Who's got you now?
Yeah. Who's that pulling on my leg?
Hired Phil the other day.
Competitive landscape, industry trends. What kind of industry trends could upend... Well, I can't even say this with a straight face. What kind of industry trend or industry occurrence could make life even more difficult than it is for you now.
The legislature cuts our budget.
Boom. So how are we going to talk about that? And what, just a little bit of it.
Very
Trying to be
simple
able-
answer. Retirement was a very good place to be.
On a bad day,
I lived through 8 years of reductions. Legislature ever does it again, I don't know how to do it. That was the worst, most miserable 10 years of my career. I'm gonna tell you, because really, there is no plan for that. We've got to cut. And if there is no answer. That was, I will tell you, that was a crisis. It was as bad as 9/11 in education in Arizona.
Yeah.
I have never lived through anything as difficult as that was. And this is on a very serious note, and we can joke about what the reality is. If Arizona announced tomorrow that we're gonna make cuts to education, you couldn't defeat public schools more than to do that right now.
Yeah, it would
We're
be death
just
blow.
beginning to recover,
Yeah.
and to take away, it would just be unbelievable.
ESAs, yeah.
Yeah, it would just kill us, so the reality is mostly, so what would be, I think, what is, another issue would be to have the city announce that there are 3 more sites of charter schools coming up in Scottsdale. We go, call the arms, what are we gonna do, what's our competition, why are we the choice, what makes us a choice? And we had that last year when I walked in, and Basis was gonna open. What are we gonna do with that?
It was interesting, back when we worked together, you told me a story about, I don't even know if you remember this, but you told me a story about a mother who said, I want my kid's stuff, and I want to move them out to a charter school or whatever it was, homeschool, I don't even know. No, it wasn't a homeschool, but it was a charter school or something. And in a very calm, cool, and collected way, you said, we would be, like you said yesterday, we'd be happy to help this transition. We want to do anything we can to make this a smooth transition for this kid, and we'd love to do that. But one of the things you said is, that you might even take a moment to ask a couple of questions. And those aren't like, what could we have done better? But because remember you guys had that kind of like, all that technology that I never wanted to touch because it was too, these big white screens with smart books and all that stuff, and you talked about just saying to them, so before you make your final decision, here's some things that happen where we are, but I encourage you to find out whether that's something that is going to happen where you're going, and just not defensive, but just a conversation. I thought that was I thought that was a great way of doing it, but also I felt like it was a testimony of your preparedness for things like that to happen. You remember telling me about that?
Just a daily occurrence. It became a way of doing business because the reality is people began to shop big time. During that time, people shopped because public schools were cutting the arts, they were cutting electives. You saw programs shutting down, and it's like, what made you different than the neighbor?
Yeah.
And that's why we tried to hang on to our electives.
Yeah, there you go. So that's that piece. That's me. That was a really uncomfortable, quick way of going through it, but if you have other questions, we can deal with those too. What's your plan now? I mean, what's next? Which one are you looking for? Okay. So yeah, look what you did. You really, really made effort and progress on building and maintaining a cohesive leadership team. I would love to be able to assess your team all by itself, and then you guys all by yourself next time we do that, as opposed to it being a combination, because that didn't really.
Yeah, I think that would be very interesting.
Very helpful.
So I think, so where are we now? So, it's building this code, we're.
Continue.
I would say we're 80% here.
Good.
I mean, I think we're in good shape. We're about 80%. Last couple pieces get put in. This work that the board did, can't thank them enough.
Yeah.
This is huge, because now we have a focus, and we'll get into those buckets and how we're going to communicate this out, so that when this group gets in place, that communication is going to be really critical for us to get it throughout the organization, and then creating that, how are we going to communicate over and over and over in every setting as we go through the summer and we go through welcoming back and onboarding, and as we go through that piece. So this human systems piece is going to be critical, but 80%.
Good.
You get 100% there, and it's going to make a world of difference. But that is powerful. We know the task in front of us over the next 12 months. On top of a few other things.
What's the other part?
Let me just say one real quick thing, and then I'm gonna kick it back to you for, to close out. This is you, last word. You get the last word. I first wanna, this has been a mind-blowing 2-day offsite. I mean, this I do for a living. That's what I do all the time. But I was, I was pretty skeptical of the idea of having this kind of mixture of people, and, I just like, okay. It's really difficult to argue with Dr. Birdwell. I mean, she knows exactly what she's doing, and by the way, Dr. Birdwell, I know this is the toughest thing you've ever done. I do know that. You've been very clear about that. But I've never seen you more articulate and passionate. I mean, I didn't see this kind of brilliance at Hagley. It's like you kicked it into a new gear, and so I appreciate having the opportunity to be a part of that and to witness it. Because all afternoon I've been going, where did she come up with this? Isn't she brilliant? I mean, she's got a kick butt brain. I'm like, I don't even remember what the cuddle is, So I'm very happy to see that, and I did some work with the board over at Higley too, and this is just amazing. The 5 of you, it's a great thing, and for you guys to be able to be behind a team like this, I know you're gonna get this done. You've asked all the right questions, and I love the way that you allowed the clarity to work itself against itself. You always say, well, we got this over here, but we got, that's exactly what we want to see. It's all yours. It was already here. You guys did the work of unearthing it and getting the dirt off of it and preparing it for the world. And I couldn't be more pleased. Just know how much vision you offered. There was a woman who swam the English Channel, Frances something, I can't remember her name. And she swam the English Channel. And then about a month later, she was going to swim from Long Beach to Catalina, about the same distance. And she started to swim, and she swam, and she swam. And then all of a sudden, she reached, her dad was in the boat, and she was swimming right behind the boat. And it was a foggy, I used to live in Long Beach. That was where I was born and raised. And, sometimes you couldn't see 10 feet ahead of you. And she was swimming, and ultimately she reached for her father's, she reached for her father's hand and basically said, get me out of here. And Dad reached his hand out, and then he pointed towards the shore. He gave her the vision that she needed to know, and that's what it's about. Because she basically said, it would have been the fog that took me out. And today, and yesterday, by doing what you've done, you have lifted the fog. Now we just got to implement it and make it happen. I know that sounds easy and trite, but that is what it's going to take. And I commend the process to you. Stick with this. It always works if you make it work. And I thank you for letting me be a part of it. It's really been a delight. Most parts of it.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Absolutely. Thank
Hey,
you.
Michael.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's thumbs up.
Yeah, Anna's over there going.
So I just want to bring our attention to, page 31, just kind of in conclusion, because if he hit these pieces, but just as a reminder, the initial 2-day offsite, that's kind of what we've been doing here. We've got some ad hoc topics. Each of those buckets will be an ad hoc moment. But we're going to continue to work through this, including the communication rollout piece. And I say that key leadership rollout and organizational rollout, big organizational rollout comes July. So we have to be very clear about these buckets and what we're doing as we begin that rollout piece. But it doesn't mean that we're not, Pam, doing the human systems as we're going through huge issues. And notice one of these pieces is communication. So communication comes up throughout mine. But anyway, I'm going to actually turn it over to the board president because I agree with earlier comments of I'm mentally exhausted because it's such good work, it's such hard work, but I think for the first time in Scottsdale, I at least have clarity. I mean, I've been overwhelmed because there's so much. Now I feel like I can focus on specifics, and then we as a team can really make a difference and get that going forward and start picking these thematic goals so that we can start, as I often say, eat the elephant one bite at a time moment, because it is so overwhelming here. But this allows us to actually feel like we can get that done. So back to the board president.
Thank you. I agree. I think for us as a board, the most important thing walking away today is, one, to understand what this means and what it will mean as far as feedback coming to us as a board, and how we can work together to keep that solid vision in mind, keep the communication consistent from our board, and mean it and believe it. And it's not about just everybody memorizing a line and, so we seem, consistent or we seem a unified board. But I truly believe the five of us believe everything that's up there. The question is, do we all understand, what does that mean in the next 12 months? What will it look like for us? What will it look like for the decisions that we make and the stakeholder feedback that we get? So I just encourage all of us to keep that in mind, and as we have meetings and discussions, to work together to make sure we're still in our understanding, in our shared understanding, working towards that purpose with our decisions, and supporting the fix the system, because I think that's maybe those are our biggest landmines, when the realities of those broken systems just start getting pushed. I think that might be potentially our weakest point, our most difficult point rather. So I just want us all to stick together and understand moving forward what this all means for us. And I am incredibly optimistic. Yeah. Excellent. I think we're going to adjourn this meeting unless there's any other comments or questions or concerns or, I guess I have one question. Is this going to be put, maybe this is to Erin, whatever beautiful little thing, and what is the plan as far as where this goes from here out, after today's meeting? I mean, for us, obviously, to kind of have this board, something on paper to look at. I don't know what the plan is, sort of sending it out and to whom.
I'm not sure we get it typed up and the board gets a copy of each of it, and then as we roll out the communication with leadership, we'll keep you communicated on that process of when those meetings are going to occur, what levels have gotten the information.
As far as our existing, there's a poster in my office with the 5 E's, the educate, engage, empower every student every day, and then it goes on from there with a more detailed mission statement. I don't think that's something that's changing overnight. It's certainly something that I'm not described necessarily on that, but that does sound like something that you guys want to replace based on what you worked on today.
I think it was said earlier. I agree. I think it was Ken that said that tagline, whatever you want to call it. I don't think we have any interest at this point in changing it.
Okay.
It's about making it real and something meaningful to our district. I think it's more the goal, and that's behind all of this. So, I don't know about the rest of you. I don't see this as a marketing tool necessarily.
No, but on our website, we have our mission statement, our core values, so
I want to update some of those.
Paragraphs that follow the 5 E's.
Right.
The only thing I would chime in is that I think I said yesterday, for things to be clear, clarity has to be clear. And sometimes, keeping some of those, kind of former communications can actually be a distraction to people. One of the things I feel strongly about is in order for us to know whether people are really getting it, sometimes we have to ask them even basic questions like, well, what is our core purpose and what is our business definition, and see what they say about it. A lot of my clients can have like somewhere between 85 to 95% of their entire workforce can deliver those things unaided. Those are the companies where they actually execute on it because they know it. You can't execute on something that you're not clear about. And so sometimes when we ask those questions, what we fear and we run into sometimes is someone says, what's the core purpose? And someone starts to try to articulate an older mission statement that probably not very many people knew about anyway.
That's what I'm saying, educate, engage, that is not, the slogan issue is not the issue, but when we get into where we have a mission and vision and those things really are replaced with the business definition and the core purpose.
You're saying include those in our agenda, because that has our agenda, has the mission.
There are some places that those old mission and vision needs to be removed and maybe replaced with business definition and core purpose.
Okay, so because we are an elected body and we have to notice our meetings, anyone who's read this notice realizes we've been in here talking about something for 2 days, and I've already gotten a call from a reporter. What did you guys talk about?
No way.
Yeah, so,
Welcome to Scottsdale.
yeah. So I don't know how to answer that. I'm just going to probably direct them to whoever tell me.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Go to page, this would be a really nice model for this, and I think you guys need to probably do this sooner than later. It's going to be on page 29. And this, to me, would be at least a decent framework for answering these questions. So what did we discuss? You can tell them what you discussed, and if you guys want me to, I'll run you through this right now. But
Okay, let's do it.
Can I ask that? Because, to be honest, what I was envisioning, and I've been hearing about visioning the board's going to do it. I was expecting some communication about truly a rollout to everybody in the district. This is what happened. We're so excited about it. Get on board, because we're not the only ones making every decision through our strategic anchors. I would think now that they start to be making it, and that's how you start to live it. And like it said in the book, it's not one touch. That's the very first touch. Then at every meeting, especially at the orientation, it's going to be talked about. It's how we make decisions.
But that's what's not
And that's the plan.
31, right?
Yes, and that's what I'm saying is that this gets typed up, and the reality is there are pieces of it that actually get replaced of where we have traditionally had vision and mission. Because if you leave that there and then talk about core purpose, people are going to get very confused. So, but the thematic goal piece, I think, is the really critical piece people were waiting for. Where are we headed? And that has to be communicated out through, we'll get out within the next 2 weeks to a principal's leader, to a director's leadership meeting, and start communicating the expectation that is shared.
I think that's one question that's rolling in my head right now, and I said I don't see this as a marketing tool. I have concerns about this being rolled out like some, new marketing strategy. Here's, how it's to make it real. I feel like it does have to go through, through our leaders and have that conversation behind it as it rolls out, or otherwise it rolls out and just rolls off the cliff. And that's what I'm worried about.
Can I answer that though? Yeah, just a really tactical thing. So I think what Dr. Birdwell is saying is exactly right. So the thematic goals and the theme, that's what goes out right away. And then as you think through PD and when the new, August or whenever that starts rolling out through site leadership, this gets shared in some kind of, here's the proposal. This is what we want to talk about. Is it meaning? Does it hit the mark? Not? And then within that time frame of the beginning of the year, it gets finalized and then it gets shared. Something like that, so that there's an adoption of it and it doesn't feel like it's something that's just being put upon, or the gimmick of the month or something like that.
Yeah, I think that's kind of my fear. I don't want it to look like some, marketing rollout, and it's just words that we came up with these sounds that we need. I'm struggling right now to think, how do you roll out the idea of, hey, what's our next step? You're right, that's the question. And what our educators are gonna hear, our first step is to fix the systems that are broken in our district. Yikes. And the first step in that is to get the right leaders. Those two steps are going to be scary. We're already feeling that fear behind those very two steps, because we've already kind of started doing it. So
you're thinking you
I
put
guess-
out your thematic goal before you put out your core purpose, business definition, and core values?
No, I think that's what's that's where I'm kind of leaning is, those phrases, those guiding principles, wherever the core purpose is going out. But that thematic goal is a lot trickier because, like I said, we've already kind of started it, and it's already scary. And if we put that down in black and white, we're fixing our broken district and we're getting right leaders. Holy moly. And don't get me wrong, I believe it, I love it, we have to go there.
I don't think you can put thematic goal out.
I don't either. Okay, I've already talked about it though.
I think that's an internal document.
That's what I said.
And so that's not a conversation you're already having with, I guess you are with individual departments at a time. I mean, I already know you're doing, you're not waiting for this to be a piece of paper to
No,
move
but
with.
it's as needed with specific
Yeah.
conversation.
We'd have to change the language dramatically, which might take away the essence of what you're trying to capture, is my fear.
I was about to say, we focus on the clarity. So
Yeah.
what did we really do that was around clarity today? And it's really about that core purpose definition. So what did we discuss? We discussed what our core purpose is as a district.
And why can't we talk about
And here it is.
I agree, the core purpose, business definition, core values, strategic anchors, these are very positive things. I mean, but I don't want anyone to walk away thinking that I, or myself, or this board is not behind that thematic goal, because we are, and whatever we need to do to be supportive of that.
Right, so let me, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if I can just advise a little bit, to your point about reporters are asking, Sandra and I got an email from a reporter also asking, I'm sure those are just the first. What you don't want is for a media outlet to come out tomorrow and say, this is the new focus of the district, and have all of your employees find out about it that way. You also don't want to be unresponsive, because it seems that bad things are happening behind closed doors. That's always the assumption. So what you say is, for the past 2 days, the board and the cabinet have been working on what is the core purpose of the district, and you talk about what has been discussed without the conclusions. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Is there a way to word that?
Yeah.
So that people know that a positive discussion is being had, but that it's not going to be shared with the media before it's shared with the employees that it affects. If you wanted to, and this would be, I think, at your discretion, but you could say conversations were built around being student-focused, and how can we be more student-focused? Because even though it's a very specific goal, it also sounds general and positive to the public, but I think you can talk about what was discussed without the conclusions that were drawn.
But the reality is anyone can kind of take.
And also that, but I will tell you from being on the other side of it, no reporter has 2 days worth of time to listen to it. So the information that is provided is usually the information that will be provided to the public.
So let me jump in just for a second. This is not, in 11 years, this is not the first time I've finished a 2-day offsite. And so let me throw some thoughts around too. I think, first of all, I think we need to follow that counsel and get these things written in the way you want to say them. But the other thing is that typically what would happen from our standpoint, and I'm going to do this at the risk of sounding salesy, but I'm going to just lay it on the table. Typically, in the first offsite, we build a team in the context of creating organizational clarity. We nail that. It's right there. The second kind of phase that I typically get into with people is, and again, this is just how I'm explaining it, is the ability to go back and check with the team and follow up on all the commitments that were made, in this offsite, making sure that the meetings are going well and making sure all the kind of team-oriented stuff is happening, and then use time to prepare the leaders, I guess, to roll this out to the next layer of management. Is typically what, in a company of 3,000 people, this would be. I mean, it's the same way we did it in Higley. We pulled in the principals, right? Is that who was it? And we had a pretty awesome meeting. There was food and they were relaxed and there was a lot there. I think there was a good feel that night. And what we did is I came out and set some you started it off. I came out and set some context around smart and healthy and the 4 disciplines, so that because people need that. They need to understand. It's hard for people to take this stuff in unless they know what the context is. And the context is, you know what? We know that there's a better way to run the company. And so we want to be able to, kind of focus on getting clear about things like, what a smart company is and what a healthy company is, and these 4 disciplines. That's the issue. And from there, we would pass the baton over to the team, and you guys would come up and say, and when Michael talked about clarity, we got some of that figured out, and in fact we got it all figured out. And here's what a core purpose is. Michael just told us what a core purpose is. Here's what core purpose looks like, and here's what it is for us. And then what we do is we take those people and we have them at tables, and they start to talk about that stuff. You're not asking for their vote, but you are asking them to engage with it and get it into and start getting into their system. Maybe there's a PowerPoint slide with a series of questions that the team can deal with around these items. And you go through core purpose, business definition, core values, strategic anchors, and the thematic goal, and you explain the thematic goal to them. So in a way, that's the way that I feel is the most helpful, is to help those people get clear about the context, and then give them the information that's there, and support them to start to manage it and deal with it. My experience has been that when you do that, people come out of that meeting just going, awesome, this is awesome. I mean, that's what they did there.
Yeah, and I will tell you that what they took out of that meeting is they went out to their buildings and talked about, they reiterated business definition, the core purpose, and the core values. That's what they reiterated. They didn't get down into the thematic goals. They participated in the thematic goals, but they talked about the first 3. They didn't even get much into, and I think they talked briefly about strategic anchors, but they really spent their time talking about the first 3. And really, the business definition, they hit and move, because it's just not complicated.
Yeah,
People
goes
get,
by fast.
the educators get that one. We educate. But they spend time and they let people resonate with, what does it mean to us when we say responsive? And by doing that, what they did was then, where people struggled with it, they brought it back to they came back to the next meeting and said, hey, my team really asked a lot of questions around, well, does responsive mean I return a parent phone call in 24 hours, or can I wait 2 days? And then we talked about that as leadership, so that people got on the same page of what those things meant. And then they went back and they talked with teachers again. And so that communication went down, went back up, and went back down. So then everybody got it.
And you provided for the core, was it the core values or the strategic anchors? Wherever you had like, value, blah, 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 you actually identified exemplars of each of those, and the principals were like, and then you actually gave an example of how this person personifies this.
We did, and then in the fall, when we rolled it out on the big stage in front of the whole staff, what we did was we also said, we're also going to honor these things. We now have an award that's going to recognize, connect, engage, inspire, and people they just really got into that. They were like, wow, I get it now. And so even on their own campuses, they began to, we had kids show up to the board. The best one was when the kids showed up to the board meeting and actually talked about connect, engage, and inspire.
Oh.
That was a wild moment. So, and that would happen on occasions, that kids would come and speak and they would talk about connect, engage, inspire. And I was like, wow, okay, the schools are doing it, because it went all the way down into the student ranks. So, but it wasn't, we didn't rush into that. We had.
You usually don't have to rush into it. I mean, hey, we've been going this long without the clarity. What's a couple more months?
And it made sense. We did the work you know, I mean, it makes sense in the summer when all the team is on. Like I said, the first thing we had to do is finish hiring the team, to get 100% of the team on. And we took them through the training. They went back out, and the teachers came back and had, one of the very first meetings was, let's talk about core values, what it means to us. What does it mean to be humble? What does it mean to be growth-minded? And we modeled all that. We did the clarity pieces, the illuminations of it, and we'll do the same thing here.
Can we go through that, though?
Yes, we do. Because this is really kind of pressing right now, right? Okay, so let's do it. We considered, I did as far as I got on the first one. We considered, I wrote student-focused discussions. We discussed student-focused issues. But I don't know that you need to go any deeper than that, right? What else did we consider? What else did we discuss over the last 2 days? Look around you.
The importance of clarity. It's almost like you could just list the 4 domains.
Well, and it's almost like if you did a summary of the sheet where everybody said what it is that they, you know, rebuild and redefine Scottsdale's identity. I mean, some of those pieces.
Well, that's actually, a great thing,
Spend time discussing how to rebuild and redefine Scottsdale Unified School District's identity around being student-focused. And I think you could take the core purpose and say a great deal of discussion occurred around, or a passionate discussion occurred around ensuring that all individual learners reach their full potential and defining what it meant to be full potential.
and all learn.
My advice again I would say, because that is the big rollout that you're gonna be trickling down. Yeah, let your principals and your teachers and everyone else hear that specific sentence from you, I think, first. I don't want them to think that sounds familiar, I read it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, that's great.
Just the rebuilding and redefining.
Can I say we talked about team behaviors? No, right?
Behaviors.
Yeah, because what we don't want to say is, oh, we made it, you know, we have a list of this and that, you know, or here's all the stuff that's not. You discuss team behavior in depth. What else? What else did we discuss? Look around. Communication.
Yes, communication.
Communication issues. Now that's getting into your thematical, so that's okay though, right? You can say, you know, we don't have to say we got a thematic goal with a deadline. We say we talked about what do we want to say about that? Give me some language.
I think you could say we discussed purpose, we discussed top-down communication,
Clarity of communication.
clarity of communication. I think you can say things like we discussed goals and strategy for meeting, things, you know, strategy for meeting goals, things like that, without saying what the goals are, specific strategy.
Can we say that we discussed academic rigor?
Yeah, first you can always say
What
academic rigor.
We discussed academic rigor,
Mm-hmm.
accountability.
Mm-hmm.
I sure did.
I want to say, you know, discussion occurred around aligning physical resources to the classroom. And that's a very positive thing the community would love.
Physical resources.
Yeah, aligning physical resources to the classroom.
To maximize dollars into the classroom.
Don't be too specific. I wouldn't be too specific.
Let's take a break from this one. What did we decide?
So that's actually that's a really good way to say it, because if you say, we came up with a goal, everybody wants to know, what is the goal? If you say, we decided we need, say it again, you said it perfectly.
Rebuild and redefine Scottsdale.
Yeah, we decided to do this, you don't have to say yet in what way, but that this decision was.
So help me again, this is good.
To rebuild and redefine.
Yeah, Dr. Bergel gets the credit for that one.
No, whoever did that first definition up there.
That's mine.
There you go.
Board president.
Rebuild and redefine
Oh, that could be the
USD's
full comment.
identity.
we decided to rebuild and redesign CUSD. Is that what it was?
Redefine.
Redefine.
Yeah.
SUSD's identity.
Oh,
Collective understanding.
Well, Scottsdale, yeah, the identity.
yeah, not
Simpler is better.
Yeah.
not a violent overthrow of the city.
Right. I think you can also say you decided a time frame over the next year, over the course of the next year, so that people don't think they're making a overnight decision. Yeah, throwaway decision.
For the data.
I would be careful of making that box too full.
Yeah, yeah. What not to say?
Systematic goal.
Systematic goals.
Specifics.
Yeah.
What's decided?
I mean, so somehow, you don't want to get ahead of your, you don't want to get ahead of your
Exact language.
Right.
Yeah.
Not that you're trying to keep anything, you just simply don't want to get ahead of the workforce because you'll lessen the impact.
I agree, that's such a good point.
And it will make people feel as if they're not being communicated to because they will feel that, well, why didn't I know?
You know, one thing to be aware of, the last time that the district embarked on something like this, it was about a 1 to 2 year process. And it was hundreds and hundreds of stakeholders. And it was more of a bottom up. And it resulted in what we now call our strategic plan, which in my opinion, I believe has become shelfware, as most of them do. Because it was all diluted with consensus, if that makes any sense.
No, it doesn't.
So
The enemies of clarity are consensus and certainty.
So it's kind of a watch out though, and it's very much to your point that this is going, the whole process is going to be different, as well as the outcomes of the process is going to be different, right? And so we may get some, but you didn't include me in this discussion. I wasn't able to weigh in on this discussion.
Can I address that for you?
Yeah, please.
So that I hear that every single time, and here's the deal. If we do the rollout, if we do a good job at the rollout, they will have the proper context to understand that. And by the time you're even done talking about the context conversation, they're kind of going, yeah, I want to work for that company. Yeah, I like that. I like that. The issue about not being able to weigh in, people tell it to me all the time. They say, Michael, they're going to come unglued. They're going to hunt you down. They're going to hunt us down. They're going to have all these negative feelings about not being involved. And all I just say is, I don't think so, because of the context. If the context is set right, that kind of relaxes people. Unless you're just one of those people that's going to do it no matter what.
Right.
And there's another point I want to make. Here's how you can deal with it. Tomorrow, at Southwest Airlines, they will probably hire 15 people, 20 people, who knows. Those people have no say in the beliefs of that company. They're not going to walk in and say, I'm really excited about being the new employee here. Now, I'd like to take a crack at some of those core values we have. I think they're a little funky, and here's my ideas. Right? You don't do that. You come in and you assimilate that. This is the work of leadership, and that's the way we look at it. And not everybody. If you want it to take a lot longer, and if you want to get to a point where actually you say at the end of it, like you just said, even after we spent all this time and all this money and spent all this stuff, we still didn't get what we were looking for. That's what you were looking for.
Right.
And it happened in an intimate setting where people really put their head to it and didn't have a lot of breaks and worked hard. That's why that happened.
I'm good with it. I'm very appreciative of it, and I do believe this will be more meaningful to Scottsdale Unified in the future. I'm just
No, I hope it is. I wasn't trying to be
It's good to
snotty
hear.
about it.
Yeah, it's good for it to be in our heads, because I
we
agree.
will.
We'll get that feedback.
How we disseminate that, and that's why in prior experience of going to the leadership and having the leadership have the conversation, letting people weigh in, of seeking clarity and understanding, and then it coming back up and then it coming back down was the way of having input. And although it never changed any core value.
Right.
People got to have conversation about, well, talk to me a little bit more about this growth-minded thing. And they get to have some of the same dialogues that we all had, but they're having it at the building level with the leadership in that they have the relationship built with. And then the building level principals came back a few times, like, there were some words that we had that the building level principals came back and said, I'm just not getting it. I'm just simply don't understand it. I mean, like, we'll have to talk about what does it mean, what is growth minded? Those core values get discussed in detail, and they get discussed with teachers in detail.
And I've got all sorts of new formats for that. You can ask questions like, what does this value mean? Why is it important to us? What does it look like? What does it not look like? And you can just have people and once they get into that, that's where they put their fingerprints on it. And I'm sorry, but that just seems to be okay with people. In school districts we work with, and cities, and all these places, this is a tougher room.
Yeah, they don't come back, educators don't come back in July with new shirts that say, all that, that's not. But the first meeting back with the leaders and their full teachers, they discuss that. And it is kind of powerful, because what happens is over the next year, they discuss this multiple times, and then by the end of the year, it truly becomes adopted. It's as odd as it sounds, it's an initial law, but really, they continue the discussion over 12 months.
And applying it to what they're doing,
Right.
Maybe
Practices.
one of the things you can tell people that you decided is how best to communicate the values or purpose to the entire staff, so that people know that communication is coming.
Yeah, you could say
But then the question's going to be, well, what did you decide? So, stay tuned.
I don't want anybody to feel like you're dangling a carrot, because that might seem like I know something and you don't know, kind of a.
It seems secretive.
I think you can say it was 2 days, it's complicated, we want to make sure that everybody gets clarity when it is communicated, so that it's not just, here's what was said in hour 2 of day 1. So I think if people understand that you want to give them clarity when you communicate it.
The other thing is that most people don't expect you guys to get accomplished what you accomplished. They said that there's a guy from the table group that showed up, and they probably thought you were going to have a 2-day workshop, and it was going to be interesting, and there was going to be stuff. But to get that kind of stuff done isn't probably their expectation. It wasn't even your expectation.
I think the people asking the question from the other side of it, if it was me asking it, what I would be asking is, are you replacing your 5 E's with something else, and what is your new tagline?
Right.
So you can say to people, that's not what this was about, and there is a new poster coming out tomorrow, because that's the truth. That's not what was decided today, and I think that's what people are wondering, is if there's just an overnight new slogan sort of thing. And I think if you could be honest and say that's not.
I think the best thing that's been said around this question was just that we decided how best to roll out the communication, and we want to make sure there is clarity when it's communicated. That would be that's another big shift for SUSD, is we're not going to just throw a tagline out there for you. So I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to throw a tagline out there for you intentionally, because I'm going to allow our leadership to communicate this timely and clearly. You're not buying it.
You think people won't accept that?
Well, I was thinking, we're quite comfortable with empower, educate, and engage every student every day. We want to bring this to a new level of excellence. And what we've decided is to, over time, to rebuild and redefine SUSD. And we do know it's student-focused, as it's always been, but it's our next level of excellence, and we'll talk about that. Something.
That's actually really good.
So, what am I writing down on that one, Erin? You writing that one down?
I mean, I really like the way you said it, but that said, if everybody has a script, it's gonna sound like everybody walked out of this room with a script. So I think as long as there's a general understanding of what we're sharing, the way you said it, very eloquent, but I don't know that we can all have the same exact eloquent thought, or it's gonna sound like we wrote it down. Yeah, I mean, and that's the other thing, if you get some stakeholders who reach out to you directly, totally understandable. If you have media calling, feel free to send them to me, and then I can give everybody the same script, and that won't be a surprise if I give all the different media the same line, but not a line, you know what I mean, if everybody gets the same information from me, right?
Okay. What about cascade? Anything else to cascade? This is mostly internal stuff. Anything else? Talk about what we discussed, what we decided, what not to say, and now we got these any cascading messages. Kind of who needs to know about what happened here? Who's going to tell them by when kind of thing?
Can you say over the summer, it will be clear? I mean, everything will be communicated over the course of the next few months, everyone who works here. Do you think that's fair, Dr. Bridwell?
Like principal first?
Yeah.
Oh, ALT.
Yeah, no, it'll go management team, the academic team, and the leadership, I mean, the district leadership for discussion.
Where?
So we'll be cascading it down to the leadership levels.
It's sort of like what we put under decided as well.
To rebuild and redefine it, that should be the message. And then how we're going to do that will be
Roll that out.
rolled out.
Yeah.
Can
Can I give you this then?
Oh, yeah,
Or
sure.
do you already have what?
I've been taking my own notes too, but I'll take
Okay.
yours if I can, yeah. I mean, it's for everybody too, though, because not only am I new to the district, but a lot of people like to go around my office, which is understandable. So you know, I'm sure that the reporter who asked you a question is probably not the same one that emailed Sandra and copied me on it, and I'm sure I'll get questions from reporters who are friends that won't even go through the proper channels. So everybody should sort of know how to answer that without me like you.
And the reality is that the reporters right now are really Scottsdale's friends, and they're sending a very positive message that there's really good work occurring.
Yeah.
And I think if we stay to that theme of, if the governing board spent 2 days really discussing in-depth rebuilding and redefining Scottsdale's identity, I think that in itself is a huge message.
Yeah.
I'm struggling internally with, we're very comfortable with engage, empower, and educate, but we're also working to rebuild and redefine SUSD. Those two conflict to me. And maybe that's just me.
Yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off, I apologize. I think if you maybe leave your old slogan out of it for now, because it might also be your current slogan, but if you just say to people, what we did today was not work to replace that and come up with a new slogan. I think
Okay.
just saying that that's not what we did today
Yeah.
provides
Okay.
some clarity. I think some people have the expectation that that's what was
It
happening.
wasn't about-
We're all sitting around wordsmithing today, and that's not.
It wasn't about coming up with a new marketing slogan.
It was about doing the work that gives you your slogan, and I think you can say that to people.
He was more systemic conversation rather than
Right.
Agreed. I agree. It was, I mean, really, we're so much more focused on the organization as a whole as opposed to how do we market to parents. It's just the beauty of it, honestly. That's why I
think the work behind the slogan.
Exactly,
It's
the work behind the
And I think that actually some parties, their interest will go off a cliff at that point, because if it's not what they thought it was, then.
No, and you're going to have that no matter what, because you're going to have people out there that are going to say, well, I was over there, we're going to do the metrics and really define what was, and where are the metrics, and I want to go over their data. There'll be those, because we know who they are.
And there's a public record for those who want to spend the hours listening.
That's true.
And all that will do is turn out more business for me.
There you go.
So after a day of that, they're gonna, this guy's irritating. Right?
Okay, so the timing though, still,
now to principals of leadership. Is that before the end of this school year?
Yeah, we'll be having our initial conversation, but then what we'll do is plan when all the new get on board, that part of our training will be to bring Michael in, have him set the stage for this, have the discussion deeper, and drive that clarity through the ranks. That'll be the summer's work when everybody's on board, so we'll keep working on one of them.
Okay, we lost our members, to adjourn, but the plan is to adjourn this meeting?
Yeah,
Or-
quorum still.
We do, that's true. Do we want to
We shut it off
reset
and then
this?
we'll start.
Yeah, okay, so do I have a motion?
You have a motion.
We have a quorum. Motion to adjourn. Thank you, Board Member Hartman. Second? Travis, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes 3-0.
Our logical
Dean,
function.
aye. And yes, we take that break and we'll start on
Three choices of what the survey would look like on when those days would be. So Friday, February 28th, and then the Monday, July 28th, July 31st, and August 1st. Because remember, we already have 3 up front. So when students start August 7th, we have 6 days that we're placing. 3 historically that have always been right before school, and then when are these 3 new ones going? So it's just backing it up 3, so all 6 would be before school. We put out an option of doing some 3-day weekends still. So instead of coming back all 6 in a row, do a Wednesday, Thursday, take off Friday, and then do a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and have off Friday again. So give a couple 3-day weekends. And then the third option was to start on that first full week they come back. So instead of going into another week earlier, it'd be on Monday, July 31st, Tuesday, August 1st, and then you'll notice we have that Wednesday before Thanksgiving, that this was going to be the first year of that being a non-work day. We put that as an option to actually have that be a PD day. And based on the survey, that did get the most people that voted for it at 52.42%. So when we pulled the survey, we had 845 teachers open the survey and do something with it. 662 clicked on one of the 3 options. So that means other wrote comments. So I had someone go through today, because we didn't close it till noon today, and kind of code the different areas.
Let me add one more point in here too, if I might. The reason that we did this was because this was brought to our attention on behalf of a teacher. The teacher was saying, I don't know how I can sign a contract if I don't know what my work calendar looks like. We were being responsive to a teacher. He said, I don't feel comfortable, and we're in the 15-day business work days to sign their contracts. So we bring it to the governing board not to usurp any processes, but to simply say we're trying to be responsive to the employees who want to know, hey, what are those work days? I see we are working 186 versus 183. Yep.
So of the open-ended comments, because we also put on there, maybe we'll get some good ideas, we just put a comment that they could give us anything else. 92 times there were comments around already having summer plans, not going to be back before the end of July seemed to be the big one. Daycare issues I might have. We had 81 comments that just said none of the options were acceptable. We had 36 comments that said, hey, what about putting them at the end of the year? What about using May 25th as one of the days, or putting all 3 at the end of the year? And 20 times someone mentioned about, are we going to get some time to set up our classroom? And then 14 times there was a comment around the purpose of the PD day, just wanting more information around the purpose. So that's something that Dr. Nance, we can work on to getting out what the purpose of those days are. So that was what the survey just closed today at noon looked like, and what the teacher's feedback was around placement of those days.
Okay, so, can you talk a bit about, question about the PD days at the end? I'm going to assume that a professional development day on the last day of your contract is probably not ideal. Is that fair? Okay, fair statement.
Very good.
Which is why it was not an option.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I was wondering that as well. It's like, day after graduation. Okay, so, sorry. Any other questions? Any comments, Board Member Hartman?
And is it a fair assumption that whatever the decision is for next year, the following year can be reevaluated?
Certainly.
Please do.
Yeah, and I did put in my email out to the teachers that, this is a one-year discussion because we didn't want to alter the student calendar, but we very much have flexibility in years moving forward, and we'll be looking at different options for that, for the following year, so 18, 19.
Board Member Kravitz?
If a teacher will not be back from their summer vacation by one of the dates that we, like the 31st or the 1st, what is the impact of that on them? I guess salary-wise, or is there a chance to get, how do they get that information, et cetera?
So I guess how they get that information, we can look at a couple different ways. It kind of depends on what it ends up being and whether is there some type of electronic version of it. What does it look like? They get with their principal, they get with their team to get caught up to speed to what it is. I think Cabinet has not talked about that, so I don't know if Dr. Birdwell.
Well, here's the way I look at it. You're under contract, you have a contract, so
Oh, okay.
what we wouldn't want to do is penalize somebody with blackout time. In other words, non-pay, but to say, the compromise would be to say, if you have general leave and choose to use general leave on those days because you're still in Hawaii, it wouldn't be a blackout day, or in other words, it wouldn't be a day without pay.
Okay.
Now, that said, it would be up to the principal and the teacher to make up that which they miss.
Okay. Board Member, sorry, second.
So if we have 92 people that potentially cannot make prior to when, what day are they expected to come back, and what, is that like the 6th of August?
No, they come back August 2nd.
Oh. Yeah, so August 2nd, they come back. So of those 92, there's a possibility some of them may be back on, or maybe even 1st. I mean, they could be coming back the 1st, or they can't, they would miss 2 days. So, and if 92 people end up not being able to make them, does that cause a problem in your PD? Is that not enough?
Potentially it could. The problem would be if a large number of teachers from one campus were not able to make it back, then that principal would need to figure out a way for that PD to be made up. Or for one or two people, certainly it would make it a lot easier. I don't know how to answer that question without knowing really where that would fall.
Okay, so where,
I'd also be concerned if that number didn't grow.
because they may not have had plans, but now they do. So, but they do have to take, if they don't show up, let's say you just happen to pick number 3, hypothetically, because it's a 52%, and it allows, that the week before is not included. So I think that would be very helpful in capturing as many people as possible who may have already had vacation plans. So if that's the case, then they have to take either a general leave day or a holiday.
General leave, because they only get general leave time.
And so they would be upset because they are having to take a general leave day then that they normally would not. That's the only real negative we're going to hear criticism coming back from those who this affects.
How many general leave days do our teachers get? 12. 12. 12.
It's cumulative. They can save it up over time.
So, if they didn't use any last year and they have 12, here they could have 24.
So a new employee would more than likely not be affected by this because a brand new employee would know that there's a new contract I'm entering into.
I don't have any days.
And they don't have any days. Right. A past employee might have some buildup.
Is it possible for a first or maybe a second-year employee who has used all their days to come into this year with no days? And then what happens? Then what happens?
Then it's unpaid.
When do we load the first days in the new contract? Do those get loaded one a month?
I don't think they're loaded up They do load a few up front, but I don't think up front is before that first day. I think it's sometime in that first month, but I'd have to check with payroll to see.
How they load those.
Yeah, because they accrue over time to get them.
But in general, wouldn't it be very odd to have a teacher
all
go
of them?
through 12
Yeah.
days of general leave in
Yeah.
a year? Because it's obviously not recommended that they do that, correct?
Not only that, and the other thing is that it would be very unusual that with school starting on the second, that you would be out Monday and Tuesday, the 31st and the 1st. Now, what it would be more common are those who have summer jobs, those who might be in a college class, but even the college classes are typically wrapped up by then.
Right.
So it would be very hard to even find people that would be tied up in college courses.
And have you made a recommendation, or are you just giving information?
Well, our recommendation is probably, correct me if I'm wrong, is that third choice, because we're trying to avoid as much conflict as possible. We want to be as accommodating as we possibly can, because we realize the first year wasn't ideal.
Board Member Kravitz?
Well, I don't know, did you all get this email about someone, I think it's an administrator or teacher who lives, well, I guess it's a counselor who lives in Chandler, and she was describing what they do?
Yes. Well, they're back to work by
There, I was gonna say, I did, after that, I took a look at the Chandler calendar, and it is very different than ours.
Oh, so I was
Very.
just wondering if that model would work.
Yeah.
They start in mid-July.
Yeah.
Like the
Yeah.
very scheduled
They
K-12 district half days, and she talks about, ours are,
There are 190 work days for a Chandler teacher, and they also start mid-July. They have 2 weeks in the fall, 2 in the spring.
okay.
So their calendar is nothing like ours.
Okay,
Very,
yeah, 'cause
very
she
different.
talked about consolidating some
Yeah.
of our half days,
Well,
and I didn't know if that.
They don't have half days.
And
So
I was
they
gonna
are
say,
every hour of the night.
what confused me though about that email, just because you brought it up, because I looked at that too.
Well, I
And,
wasn't-
so I went to Chandler's, and it's like 8 full days of professional development.
Yeah.
I'm like, holy cow, okay, so we get, 2, our calendar said 2 beginning and then 6 half days. So I'm like, okay, we're already like way behind.
Yeah, yeah.
And
No,
I
totally.
read her email as, take all our half days,
You can't.
get rid of them,
Right.
You
and
can't
make
do
those
that.
just school
But
days,
then we won't
and
have
then
the
make
full
them
day.
3 days,
Yeah.
and I'm like, well, but that doesn't give us any more professional development time
Okay,
than what
well,
we
that's
already
why I'm
have.
having this.
That's the way I read it.
For
I don't-
clarity.
Well, and that's why I wondered, if
Yeah.
anybody read it differently, because I kept thinking, there's no net increase here
Yeah.
with that recommendation,
Okay.
and,
Well, I, when I read it, I'm like, is this possible? But then are we losing school days for our students? Because we've got to get 180 of those in.
You were, yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm not.
okay, Board Member Harvey?
But I appreciated somebody bringing
It should, yeah, I thought it was, yeah,
That was actually what was behind my original question, which was, is this a one-year decision? Because there may be more creative, appropriate things going forward. I'm not even saying appropriate, but there may be a better model that we come to together. But it is what it is for next year. We want to be as accommodating as possible, but we can also commit to next year designing it together.
You're absolutely right, and there were a couple of things. I mean, if we had added like a day in after fall break, what it does though is shift the student days to graduation on a Friday. And my experience in working in the Paradise Valley School District is that our Jewish community is very sensitive to us doing things on Fridays that we have control over, and so we want to avoid the Sabbath. Right? And so we are not trying to do a graduation on a Friday night, so then you push yourself past Memorial. And you go past Memorial, and people get very upset about that. So that's why we were kind of limited to the options for this year. As we look at next year, there'll be deeper conversations.
And I think we need to talk a little bit too about when is the best time to have professional development, because you're absolutely right. The day after students leave in May is not a very good time. To be real honest, the day before Thanksgiving break is not an ideal time for professional development either. People are ready to leave and excited, and I don't know how much you're going to get done that day. And so this year we are kind of put in the situation of some of those probably have to be at the beginning. Ideally, if you could schedule a couple of days sometime during the school year after you've been in school for a few months and you do a PD day, that would be the ideal time, but that, I don't think that's possible this year. Hopefully for the future, we can figure something out.
No, and again, you know, Dr. Sitton worked closely with Julie Sinowski about the days and what options were available for the survey, and she helped with that. And the reason President's Day is not on there is at the request of the SU president, because that's another day where kids aren't affected, just adults can be affected. So there is a strike, a compromise that's already been going on with these options.
Do you feel these are the best options that we have to give a meaningful PD day, given our calendar?
Well, I mean, other things get in the way. I don't think the day before Thanksgiving is an ideal day, but then you would be, if you didn't use that one, you'd be looking at the week before they were supposed to come back anyway. So it's problematic either way.
And just a clarifying question, I think I heard part of the answer, where these three options even came from. It was based on looking what the options are with short notice. Then you sat down with Julie Sosnowski and went through the three. If she had another option, she could have offered it.
Well, we actually only brought two options.
Okay.
Cabinet came out with the first two options. When I worked with Julie, it was the day before Thanksgiving came up as an option of, yeah, she thought that might be viable.
Okay.
And then her and I talked about, you know, the President's Day, and she thought that's not a viable one because it's a federal holiday. Checked with legal on it, whether that was an option to do it, and we could do it, but, yeah, so we didn't put that one on
So
there.
Pam, a question for you then, would the day before Thanksgiving be a blackout day?
Any day or after a holiday is a high priority day.
Pam,
After or before? Both, before and after breaks. So like if we're off that Wednesday, Tuesday is, as is that Monday when you come back. So high priority days are before and after any school recess.
Pam, let me ask you this. Have we always traditionally worked the Wednesday before Thanksgiving?
Yeah, this would be the first year off.
This is a normal work day that's been part of this system. So it's not that they haven't worked this day in the past.
And the following year, we couldn't make it work. So in the following year calendar, it is a work day already, again.
Yeah, so that was kind of an aha moment for me, because I don't even know how many families know that we have that Wednesday. Maybe a lot more teachers do.
Yeah.
But I'm not even sure of that, honestly, how many teachers realize we're going to have that day off, because that is such an anomaly. Never in all my years in SUSD we had it off. So what I also kind of like about it is the fact of moving forward to Kim's point of what's more ideal in the future. Having them spread out in the year, a few months in, at least we're on that track with this third option, as opposed to, these just days and days and days of professional development. One of my thoughts, board members, Cody.
So, Dr. Nance, I think I've asked you this question before, I'll ask it again. Which is more impactful, a half-day PD or full-day PD?
In my mind, a full day is more impactful.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So if we are trying to move to Bryce, over maybe 1 year, over a couple of years, I don't know what that looks like. If we have more full PD days, that means we will have to change the student calendar, correct? To get the minimum, a number of contact days.
Yes, because you cannot trade off one of those you can't trade off 4 half days for a full day because it's not a student day.
Right. So I would like to request, as we, regardless of the decision we make today, as we look at the next year's calendar, that we move towards meaningful, impactful, full-day PD days, recognizing that it will change the student calendar also.
Member Kravitz.
Okay, get out the pitchforks, because some of our neighbor districts do not have a full week off, or I'm going to say the word fall break.
Was that discussed about maybe taking a day off on either end, fall break for a PD day?
Fall break historically has come up as a first most important thing to teachers when we have done survey on the calendar. It is their top priority when we work on calendars.
Okay. Just good idea.
So we did not put a suggestion in.
And for most families who utilize fall break, it's typically from Saturday
Just that.
through Sunday,
Yeah.
more than likely. It's not just.
Thought I'd ask the ignorant question. Or at least Monday through Friday, because that's when Disneyland is.
I know.
That's what I was thinking.
Face it.
Face it.
Well, what I appreciate,
Member Hartman.
what I appreciate about that question is that it shines a light on the fact that we tried to create something that was amenable based on the conditions that we have and the criteria and the limitations that we do have for this year. And Julie had the chance to kind of weigh in on it and in fact, yes, improve upon it or at least provide another alternative on behalf of SEA.
And the last thing I want to say too is, I received many emails, and I was very appreciative of the 3 emails that brought the problem, which all the other emails did as well, but also suggested a solution.
Yes.
I was very appreciative of the 3 individuals who did that. Didn't always work for various reasons, but I had my own solutions that I took to Dr. Sitton that didn't work either. And so I'm very comfortable with the process we used, the fact that we tried to be amenable, and strike the best solution and conditions that we had.
I agree. I think the process, as short as it was, as little rushed as it was, we were trying to always think of teachers, think of this staff, and what is really useful. I mean, I guess that's really going to be my last comment is the reassurance that this will indeed be impactful. These 3 days are going to be worth it for our staff and the teachers. Because we all recognize this wasn't ideal, this isn't perfect. That Wednesday, I understand tricky, but I also agree. Most were probably not expecting to have it off or didn't know they were having it off, and so I liked that idea. And I did think about those summer jobs as well. And with the idea that I would assume if they had summer jobs that they would quit that final Friday before that first week they were supposed to be back. And maybe that means that they don't get those couple days off that maybe they thought they would in between jobs. But as imperfect as this was, I think that it's as thoughtful as it can be. And the goal is just to make it really worth it for our teachers, these professional development days, and make it meaningful for them. I'll add that note.
They make a motion? Or do I just say so moved?
No,
Or should I make a motion that we accept the 3 additional professional development days would be Monday, 7:31, Tuesday, 8:1, and Wednesday, 11:22, for the reasons that have been given.
I'll second.
Thank you. Board Member Kirby, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Need a motion to
Oh, yeah,
adjourn.
sorry, yes, we do. Motion to adjourn. Thank you, Board Member Hartman. A second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Board Member Kirby. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Governor Board.
Okay.
Good day.
Okay.
Yeah, my hand is a little.
Okay. Okay, perfect.
I have to leave.
Okay.
We can hang it up.